All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning. And welcome to the 2024 Annual Colorado River District Water Seminar. It's awesome to have such a great turnout, to see the room full. We thank you all for being here, for your time. We're looking forward to a great day. We've got a really full and outstanding roster of knowledgeable experts and leaders in the room here today that are going to dive deep into Colorado River issues and issues facing water in our region. And it's impressive to have such a body of experience and knowledge all in one room. My name is Matt Abusi. I'm the new communications director with the Colorado River District, and this is my first seminar. And so there's a lot of new faces in the room for me today, but I'm excited to meet you all as the day goes on. So if you see me walking down the hallway looking confused, please stop me and introduce yourself, or I'll try to do the same. We'd also like to take a minute in the morning here to recognize our board members. These individuals dedicate their time and are committed to representing and protecting West Slope water interests. Can we get River District board members who are here in attendance to please stand and be recognized? Thank you, thank you. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first guest to the stage here today, our board vice president and Colorado State representative, representing District 58 and tireless protector of West Slope water interests in his community and beyond, Mark Catlin. Either way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome. You know, I've never played lead-off batter before, so I'm not sure if I strike out, if that hurts the team, or if I walk. Maybe we'll get on base and get started with this thing. First off, I want to recognize how many people are in this room, how this event has grown. It's become something that we look forward to every year, and I think that's something that I'd like to thank the River District staff for continuing to make this thing better. So I'd like you to give them a hand, please. Thank you. You know, we're all connected to water in this room, all in different ways, but we all have that connection. That's the reason that we're concerned about it. That's the reason that we come to these kind of events. We all know how critical it is in our lives. Today's conversations are important because we are at a crossroads in so many ways in this country. And the decisions that we make today impact not just us, but all the future generations who depend on this river, on every river. I can't emphasize enough, we are facing a multi-generational problem. We need multi-generational solutions. Today, that's the kind of things that we're going to be talking about. Keep that in mind. We're going to influence a lot of folks behind us and in front of us. So anyway, enjoy yourselves today. Welcome to the 24th seminar. I think I've been around for all of them, so it kind of tells you I'm getting along in the tooth. But anyway, I want you to know we're very happy that you are here. It shows how much of an interest Colorado is starting to have in our water, and that's a great thing. The next thing I'd like to do is to introduce the man that this place runs. I'd like to introduce John Marshall, the president of Colorado Mesa University. Uh-oh. Strike one.
Small schedule change. He's not available just yet.
Okay, he'll be up a little bit later. I think he's probably got more things to do than what I do, so he couldn't get here. Thank you very much. We'll enjoy yourselves, and we'll get a chance to visit as we're up and down the lobby. Thank you.
And he is here. Thank you so much. Let's welcome President John Marshall to the stage. Thank you. Sorry about that.
late and awkwardly tall. Scoot out from behind here. I would just want to say welcome to Colorado Mesa University. We are hard at work on this campus right now, trying to create a space for exactly these kinds of conversations. I don't know about you, but every time I open up my phone or open up a newspaper, it just feels like an absolute avalanche of crazy coming at me. And I just want to share with you, if I could, a brief word about part of what we're trying to get accomplished on this campus right now. We're trying to find ways to engage with each other in civil discourse. We're trying to find ways to unite around certain values that say we're going to find relationship with each other that is strong enough to bear the weight of real problems, so that we're going to care more about each other in relationships so we can solve problems than who we're going to vote for in November, something like that, okay? And so what I would just say is, in addition to welcoming you to this campus, join us in that work. Join us in engaging in a more civil discussion. Join us in this idea of disagreeing better on really complicated questions. The reason we're here is because if it was easy, we would have solved it already. It's not. These are challenging questions. And so I just want to thank everybody for being a part of this. Water is so vital to this region, and we are thrilled to be partnering with many of you in this room on a whole host of different issues. I do need to just point out that Andy and the whole River District have just been a tremendous partner for us, and we look forward to continuing the discussion into the coming years about how we protect Western Colorado for generations to come. So with that, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of these important conversations, and best wishes today as you wrestle with some tough issues. Thank you.
Thank you, President Marshall, and welcome again to everyone. I'm going to cover just a few quick housekeeping items. First of all, my name is Lindsay DeFreitas. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Relations here at the River District, and we're so excited to have you. Quick reminder to silence your cell phones. The speakers up here have a lot to get through today. Restrooms, if you're looking for them, head out that hallway. If you are looking for this whole day again, we're going to have a recording available on our website once videos are rendered, so you can keep your eye out for that. It'll come in an email to you if you're registered. And you can see on your table, there's a note with a picture of some apples and a note about the Wi-Fi. There's no password initially, but if you do want to get on the network, it will ask you to register. It'll send a ping to your phone, and you'll have to kind of connect in that way. So if that's something that you're interested in doing, those directions on the table are a little bit off, but the public Wi-Fi is available to everyone here in the room. So today we're also going to bring something a little bit new to our seminar. We have heard from you that you want to be heard more, so we are trying to include some audience engagement in the day. So I'm going to ask you to take a risk with me and join on a few steps, and then once we get this practiced up here together, we can run through it really quickly during the day. And I can see some of you guys are already just going to be a little bit exhausted because it does involve a QR code. So if you haven't mixed yourself in with younger members of the audience at your table, best of luck to you. To get started, we're going to go ahead and click over to the audience engagement, if you don't mind, from the AV side of things. And then starting out, if you go to the QR code on the back of the picture of the apples, it'll take you to a website, and there will be a question there available to you, a very simple question. And then if we can get that up on the screen, we'll see if we can all do this. The question is just a general one to get us started and try and figure out how we're feeling about the issues we're going to be talking about today. So let's see how this goes. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the question is, describe in one word the biggest challenge facing water management in your community. Go ahead and drop whatever word it is or two words that you're thinking of, and we'll see what's on people's minds. And if you're just getting in and you haven't had a chance to enter the word when we stop, that's fine. Whenever we go back to audience engagement, you do not have to open a new tab on your phone. This should be in a browser that'll just refresh. You don't have to go and click the QR code again. Just save your browser tab and you can participate in that way. This will be something that will allow us to get a feel for what's going on in your heads in the room. It'll also be an option of dropping questions for our speakers as you think of them. I think what we've run into in the past, mic running doesn't always get you there in time. So most of the speakers, even though it won't be on the screen, most of the speakers will have a tab open here where you can drop questions to them while they're going. And if we have time at the end, we'll be able to get to them. And if we don't get to them on stage here today, it also helps us in the future know what it is we should have covered a little bit more. So I really appreciate your engagement. We're going to go ahead and hit pause, and I'm going to do the next thing I have to do, which is to introduce the Colorado River District, which is just one slide back on the main slide deck, if that's all right. So most of you all are very familiar with our work, and this will just be a quick review. And if you are not familiar, then you should take some notes. We're the Colorado River District. We represent 15 counties on the western slope of Colorado. We go all the way from the border with Wyoming over to Utah, and then all the way up to the headwaters in Grand County down through Ouray. And all of those counties have a director on our board of directors who are recognized here today. Please save all your hardest questions for them later. And what we do is advocate for West Slope water. We were created in 1937 with the mission of making sure that as a united voice, the Western Slope could speak for the waters of the river and keep them flowing west through our communities. We are, let's go there we go. Quick map layout for you. We are a small part of a much larger conversation. You can see in the blue, the Colorado River District is outlined, and that's those 15 counties, 3 major river basins, and an enormous amount of landmass in the state of Colorado, accounting for 65% of the natural flows of the Colorado River. We are in a part of the basin, though, that is part of 7 states and over 40 million people, and an enormous industry and lives that are all tied to these conversations, all tied to the water droplets that originate in our district. We answer to you. We are your government representative in these water conversations. So that's why events like today are so important. This is part of how we answer to you. This is the transparency we bring about the projects and the resources that we are focusing on right now. And we look forward to hearing from you throughout the day. So with that in mind, I'm not going to stay up here too much longer because the speakers that we have today are really fantastic. And I want to make sure that we take time to hear from them. Just so that you know, October 1st does mark the beginning of a new water year, so water year is almost over, and to set the stage for the rest of those conversations today and to talk about the impacts of climate change on those water resources, we have with us Russell Schumacher, Director of Colorado Climate Center and the Colorado State climatologist, who will be sharing with you a lot more of those details. If he's in the audience. Oh, there he is, on the other side. Hey, sorry. All right, thank you.
Cool, thanks. Ooh, big screen here. Nice. All right, am I forward? There we go. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Good to see everybody. Always good to be over here on the Western Slope. Thanks, Lindsay and the River District for inviting me to come over and talk about this and set the stage a little bit of where things are in terms of our climate here in Colorado. Just by way of introduction to begin, in case you're not familiar with our office, the Colorado Climate Center, we've been based at the other university on the other side of the hill at CSU. It's actually our 50th year this year of the State Climate Office, and what we do is 3 things primarily. So climate monitoring, keeping track of what's happening around the state, data collection, archiving, trying to make sense of what's happening week to week and month to month. Some climate research on applied topics that are relevant to Colorado, and then climate services. So we're here as a resource. If there's data you're looking for and you can't find, or need somebody to come give a talk like this, that's what we're here for. So don't hesitate to reach out. Okay, So I always like to orient everyone at the beginning. So some of you probably look at these maps all the time, but some of you maybe not, in terms of just what we deal with when we're looking at the weather and climate in Colorado. And so this map is actually not a weather or climate map, but it's crucial for weather and climate. This is a map of topography in Colorado. With a color map, color scale I came up with that's based on the colors in the state flag. And so you can see that, I think we're all familiar with the great range, the great diversity of topography that we have in our state, right? Everything from the high mountain ranges to the Grand Valley here on the western slope stands out clearly on the map. The Arkansas River, the Platte River, the San Luis Valley. So all these different landforms that play a huge role in the climate. And so I'll flip back and forth then. This is a map then of annual average precipitation in Colorado. And we see, right, they line up pretty well in terms of the terrain and then where there's more or less precipitation. So you have the high mountain ranges, like the Park Range, the Elk Mountains, the San Juans, that get over 50 inches of precipitation per year in the form of hundreds of inches of snow. And we have right next to those very, very dry places like the San Luis Valley or here around Grand Junction that maybe get less than 10 inches of precipitation per year, and a little bit of everything in between, right? So when we look at Colorado's climate, we take averages over the state just to simplify things, but always keep in mind it's a little bit fraught to say this is what's happening in Colorado, because there might be 10 or 100 different things happening depending on exactly where you are. And then this illustrates that a little bit as well. This is one of my favorite maps. It maybe looks a little like abstract art at first. But what it shows is which month, the color shading is which month on average is the wettest month for each location around the state. And all 12 months are represented somewhere on the map. So here in the lower elevations on the western slope, September is on average the wettest month. Hasn't been that way this year so far. But you can see the northern front range, it's May. Southeast Colorado is the summer, July, August. The highest elevations tends to be in the winter, and then the lower elevations on the western slope, either the spring or the fall, depending on where you are. So it's complicated, right? There's a lot that we're keeping track of. And then the end result of all of this, the reason why we're here today to discuss, is that there is this divide in where the water goes. So the river flows to the west in Colorado are much larger than the river flows to the east. I think everyone here probably already knows that, or you wouldn't be coming to a meeting like this. But on the flip side, the population is much larger to the east. It's actually close to a 90-10 split now as the population has grown along the Front Range. It's close to 90%. It's like 88% of the population of Colorado lives east of the Continental Divide, where the river flows are around 80% going towards the west. So this creates challenges, and the river flows in the Colorado have been declining since about 2000. You'll hear more about that from DK and others throughout the day. So the average over the 20th century at Lee's Ferry, about 15 million acre feet. Since 2000, that's been about 12 and a half, the average, and with some very, very dry years in there as well. So one aspect of this, certainly not the only aspect, but one aspect that is playing a role in this is the changing climate. And I'll talk a bit about, kind of give an overview of some of the key takeaway findings or summaries from this updated Climate Change in Colorado report that was released in January. If there's something that I don't get to show here, but you're interested in, there's chances are that map or that graph is there in the report. It's climatechange.colostate.edu, so you can check out things there. Thanks to Becky Bollinger, the former assistant state climatologist. Unfortunately, she just left us for another position. And then Jeff Lucas and Peter Goebel, who were the other key authors on this report. So the first thing, when we think about climate change, the first thing, or climate in general, the first thing we tend to think about are these two big variables that we've measured for a long time and that are critical to characterizing the climate, and that's temperature and precipitation. And so the second chapter of the report deals with those two variables, and we've looked at the recent trend in the table, what is expected to happen in the future, and then what the confidence is in that future change. So the recent trend in temperature here in Colorado and globally has been warmer. The projected future change is warmer, and there's very high confidence in that, and I'll get to that in a moment in more detail. But precipitation is more complicated. The recent trend over the last, since 2000 or so has been toward drier. But it's still quite uncertain what's going to happen with precipitation across Colorado out in the future. And so that's one place of still kind of low confidence in terms of where we may end up. The thing we can be certain about is that it'll continue to be highly variable as it has been. So we can take a look at temperature. So this is averaged across Colorado. So again, keep in mind the caveat of taking an average across the whole state, but I'll show some breakdowns in a little bit. This is temperature across Colorado going back to the late 1800s when the temperature record is pretty consistent across the state. These are years with respect to the late 20th century average. So if you see blue, those years were cooler than the late 20th century. If you see red, they were warmer. You can see in the last 3 decades or so, there's a lot more red lines than blue lines on the graph. And so it's been getting warmer. 7 of the 9 warmest years on record have been since 2012, averaged across the state. And where that change is particularly acute is in the summer. Obviously, the summer is when it's warmer naturally to begin with, but summer has seen the kind of acceleration in these changes as well. We just finished another very warm summer across Colorado, climatological summer, June, July, August, tied for the 6th warmest on record statewide. The 9 hottest have all been since 2000. Here in Grand Junction, at the Grand Junction Airport, it was the hottest summer in the records there. It was the first time that the summer average was above 80 degrees for the entire summer. So this is when the trend has been particularly notable, is in the summer and in the fall as well. And here's broken down across the state. The left map is the longer term change, so back to the late 1800s. The right map is just since 1980, the changes that have happened, broken down into some different regions across the state. And so you can see, especially in that longer run back to 1895, Western Colorado is where the warming has been the greatest. And in the more recent period, it's been Southwest Colorado, San Luis Valley that have seen the largest increases. And so overall, almost 3 degrees Fahrenheit since the late 1800s. And here's broken down by season. Similarly, left side is the long-term change, and the right side is the last 4 decades or so. And you can see it's in that period since 1980, it's the summer and the fall when the changes have been the largest. Not as much change, not as much warming in the winter and the spring in recent years, but more apparent in the summer and the fall. Okay, now we move on to precipitation, and like I said previously, it's much more complicated. So this is water years of precipitation, again, with respect to, I guess this is with respect to the full 20th century average, but it doesn't look much different if you compare it to the late 20th century average. And what you see is lots of variability, right? Some very wet years, even some wet decades, and some very dry years and some dry decades. There have been a lot of those very dry years since 2000 or so. You can see 2002 was the driest water year statewide. 2018, 2020, 2012 were all very dry in there, but interspersed with some wet years. And so over this period back to the late 1800s, there's actually no real trend in the precipitation, but certainly a lot of variability from year to year and decade to decade. Okay, so what do we expect going forward? This chart, there's kind of some complicated details here that we can get into if you're interested, but essentially what this shows is a range of future projections of the climate for sort of a middle of the road future greenhouse gas emissions scenario. So not the worst case, very, very high end scenario, but not assuming rapid reductions in emissions. The black line on here shows the observations, what's actually happened up to 2022. And then those orange lines are two different sets of models out in the future. And you can see, yes, there's a range around them, but really the signal is that they're all going up. The lines are, the temperatures are, have been going up and are projected to continue going up out into the coming years and coming decades, of course, globally as well as here in Colorado. And if we sum this up into some numbers here, again, these are two different sets of climate models, but they tell a pretty similar story. That a range somewhere around 3 to 5 degrees Fahrenheit of warming since the late 20th century. Now, we've already seen about 1.5 degrees of that. So that's another, 1.5 to 4 degrees of warming by 2050, which is, only a few decades out at this point. So it's pointing towards hotter conditions. Exactly how much hotter, still a little bit up in the air, but really there's a very high confidence that it's gotten warmer because of greenhouse gas emissions and other human activity, and it's expected to continue out into the future decades. Now, if we look at a similar graph for precipitation, again, we don't get a very clear signal. Here, 0 would be no change. There's some climate models that show Colorado getting wetter, even substantially wetter in the future in terms of precipitation. Some that show it getting drier, some in between. So this is still one thing that is kind of an uncertainty in the climate science in terms of what may happen. But what we'll see in a moment is that the increases in temperature are going to be important even if precipitation doesn't change all that much in the future. Okay, so that brings us to water. That's why we're all here today, is to talk about water. And I'll touch on just a few things here because others will present on some of these topics later. But here are some of those key recent trends and projected future changes. And the ones where where the confidence is quite high is summer increases in evaporative demand, reductions in soil moisture. Those are key, and then the timing of the runoff getting earlier. And so we'll look at those two topics in particular here now. So I think everyone's probably familiar with this to some extent. You might not be familiar with evapotranspiration or evaporative demand, that concept, but you're probably at least familiar with the idea that when it's warmer and it's windier and it's less humid, then the air is thirstier for water to pull out of the soils or the crops or the forests or the reservoirs or the streams or whatever, right? So the warmer it is, the more the air is trying to pull that water out and dry out the landscape. And we can see the effects of this across western Colorado. So this is specific to basically all of Colorado that feeds into the Colorado River. And this is a graph similar to the one I showed earlier. This is for precipitation, sort of over rolling 2-year periods that shows the really wet periods and the really dry periods and everything in between. So that, depending on what you look at here, your eye might be drawn to the big droughts, the areas in the brown on the bottom. So in western Colorado, it's, the drought around the turn of the 20th century is still in some metrics the worst drought that there's been here, where the rivers were, especially in southwestern Colorado, were extremely low, very, very dry period. You can see the 1930s, the Dust Bowl period in there, the late 70s. And then these periods since 2000, around 2002 and 2012, and then especially that 2018 to 2020 period. So this is for precipitation only, and you can think of this as basically the natural variations in precipitation. These wet periods and droughts come and go, and droughts have always been a part of the climate here. But now I'll build in the effects of the rising temperature, or just the kind of variations in temperature over time, and we see a little bit of a different picture. So especially you can keep your eye on the right-hand side of the chart here since 2000 or so. So this is precipitation only. This is when we bring in the effects of that increased evaporative demand from changes in temperature. And so what we see when we go from precipitation only to precipitation plus temperature, basically everything, especially on the right side where the period where it's been getting warmer, everything kind of shifts down a little bit. And so the periods where the precipitation is higher, that water's not going as far. And then the drought periods that come around naturally hurt more because of the increased temperature. So essentially this sort of increased evaporative demand is making the air thirstier for that water. And so when droughts come along, they're more intense. It makes the odds of a drought more likely. And this is kind of one of the key effects that climate change is happening. This sometimes gets referred to as hot drought, right? The idea that even when precipitation is okay, you're not getting, the water is not going as far as it would be otherwise. And so we can illustrate this a little bit. Here's kind of the one thing with current conditions that I'll show. This is that index that includes both temperature and precipitation effects over the last 3 months through the end of August. So here the greens are areas where it was wet, the oranges and reds are where it was very dry. Western Colorado is really wet. It was one of the wettest summers on record for southwestern Colorado especially. Really active monsoon, kind of really frequent thunderstorm activity. And so that was good, right? Like that, that's what you want to see in the summer in the water world. But if we look back over the last 5 years now, it's a pretty different picture, right? So like one wet summer does not counteract the effects of many years of dryness. And we see this in the water supplies as well, that I'm sure DK will talk about, that, we've had a couple of really good winters in recent years, but it brought the reservoirs up a little, but not, the big reservoirs, but not, not back to where they were in the 80s and 90s, just from a couple of wet years. And then lastly, this is related to stream flow timing, and this Representative Catlin asked for this chart, actually, the last presentation I gave. So this is the Colorado River at Dotsero. This is like the naturalized flows there. The red line is the 1971, the late 20th century average. The blue line is since 2001 over the months. So the flow there, and so what we see, this is the the typical pattern. The snow accumulates over the winter, then it melts and runs off in the spring. You get a peak around June, and then back down to base flow through the late summer and fall. So a couple of things to point out here. One is that the peak flow has declined, that you see like in June. That's come down. But from a percentage perspective, the declines in the summer are quite stark. That in July and August, it's about a 25% decline. Again, the total volumes are much lower, but it's seeing this shift towards things drying out sooner in the summertime. And this is unfortunately what's projected to happen out in the future with warming. So this is climate projections now. The black line is the late 20th century period. The blue lines are all the different climate model projections. Some of them show increased peak stream flow, some show decreased. The average is lower, but you see every single one of them shifts earlier. So you get an increase in stream flow in the spring because the snow's melting out quicker. So you actually see increases in April and May, but then big declines in the late summer, such that there just is not nearly as much water in July and August, which is when you really need it, especially if you don't have storage. So that is a big concern, this timing shift. Even if the peak doesn't change all that much, the timing is quite important, and is a very high confidence change, even if we don't quite know what's going to happen with precipitation in the long run. I won't spend time on these here today, but if you're interested in them, you can kind of dive in a little bit more on the report in terms of hazards and extremes. As you might guess, the ones related to temperature are a bit more confident than ones related to precipitation or other things like windstorms and flooding and so forth. But that's just something that is of interest in there as well. But to kind of summarize then some takeaways. So observations, it's gotten warmer in all seasons, but especially in the summer and the fall. The early 20th century has been very dry, but it's not clear, whether that is a long-term trend or just kind of a shorter-term pattern. So we're already seeing reductions in impacts on snowpack and soil moisture and stream flows, and increases in hazards like heat waves and droughts and wildfire risk here in Colorado. And the projections kind of show that that's what's expected to continue. So yet more warming, so like a total of 2.5 to 5.5 degrees Fahrenheit by mid-century, or another 1 to 4 from now. but less clear what will happen with precipitation. But the combination of those is going to make heat waves, droughts, and wildfires more likely, and probably also heavy precipitation and flooding, although the confidence is less there. But one last important point to keep in mind here is that this all assumes a trajectory kind of in line with where we're at right now and what policies are right now. There are lots of other potential trajectories. This is not sort of the answer necessarily. There could be, increases in emissions or decreases in emissions depending on what, society does. And so that's important to keep in mind, that this is not all locked in the sense here. All right, so I'll just do a little advertising here to wrap up of a couple of things we do in our office. So one, hopefully many of you are familiar with COAGMET, the Colorado Agricultural Meteorological Network, also known as Colorado's MesaNet. These are automated weather stations, many of them here on the western slope in the valleys. So nearby here at Fruta and Orchard Mesa, up at Rogers Mesa, the CSU facility up there, and others as well. So these are designed to measure all the things that you need to estimate, of course, temperature, wind, humidity, but also then to calculate evaporative demand that can help with irrigation planning and so forth, and calculating consumptive use. So that's what one of the stations looks like. We're going to be adding 4 more stations on the western slope over the next year or so, which is exciting. And so that, then the data is all available, and we have a new website. So this is what the website looked like before. You could get the information you needed, but you had to read a lot of text to figure out what it was you were looking for. Now, if you go to coagmet.colostate.edu, you get an awesome interactive map of the current conditions. These aren't it's not the current conditions right now, but if you went to it on the website right now, you would get a map that looks like this, that shows the current temperatures, or you can change it to dew point or humidity, and then you can click on a station and get a link to other information, so other maps and graphs and so forth. So feel free to check that out and so forth. And then lastly, I have to advertise for COCORAZ. So how many COCORAZ observers? All right, well, this side of the room's doing great over here. We need some new volunteers over on this side of the room. So it's very simple. You get the one thing we kind of want standard is everyone uses either this rain gauge, or there's actually a newer version that you can get. Simple plastic rain gauge you put in your backyard or your field or wherever it makes sense. And you measure the precipitation every morning and enter that in on the website or the mobile app that we're developing. So website is cocoraz.org, Community Collaborative Rain, Hail, and Snow Network. I can't tell you how much we use this data in drought monitoring and keeping track of what's happening around the state. And it's fun. You go out and you see, there's a lot of days, here on the western slope where it's going to be 0. That's really easy. But enter those two and enter the rain and the snow when it happens. So I will stop there. There's our website and my email if you want to get in touch. And we do monthly state climate updates that you can subscribe to, or you can subscribe to the blog. We just posted a blog about when the first freeze tends to be. Anybody want to take a guess at which station in Colorado has the latest first freeze on average? We're not very far away from it. I heard Fruta. It's probably pretty close. It's Palisade in the data records, but probably Grand Junction and Fruta are not far behind. So good. Thank you for having me. And I guess, I don't know if we've got time for questions or how you want to do that, but otherwise I'll be around all day too, so feel free to grab me.
We did. There we go. We did have a few questions. I'm going to hand it over.
Thank you, Russ. We do have a few questions from the audience. First question was, what would be the trend of precipitation in Western Slope in the coming 10 years?
Yeah, if I had the answer to that question, I could probably make a lot of money from you all, right? It's that, so that time frame, we call it like seasonal to decadal. So weather forecasts, like there's going to be a big storm coming in this weekend. That we know, like, 2, 3, 5, 7 days out, forecasts of that are really good now. But it's that time period of like a few months out to 5 to 10 years that there's still, it's just really, really hard to forecast because the signals are not, there's just not a lot of signal there. So, I don't have a great answer for you. I would certainly venture to guess that like the next decade will be warmer than the most previous decade, but I don't know, it's really hard to say what's going to happen to precipitation. So it's a great question. There are a lot of really smart scientists trying to figure this out because everybody knows how important this is, but right now, there's not a great answer.
Understood, thank you. If we have time for one more question, a quick one. Where will the 4 new climate stations on the western slope be located, and when will the data be available?
Good. So we're still kind of waiting for the bureaucracy to settle out of the financial piece. So hopefully by the end of next summer, the stations will be in, and now you're testing me of where they're going to be. One up near Yampa, one in Gunnison County, and I can't remember the exact location, and now I'm forgetting the other 2. I'll look it up. It's in my email, and now you put me on the spot. But so the funding for that is coming through the infrastructure law and through the Upper Colorado River Commission, basically for monitoring consumptive use, better monitoring of consumptive use in the upper basin. So stay tuned for that though. We'll get it sorted out in the coming months. If there's anybody from CWCB here, sorry if I'm throwing you under the bus for not sending the money yet.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
And up next, we're going to welcome our Director of Science and Interstate Matters, Dave D.K. Kanzer, to talk a little bit about stream flow and storage.
Hey, good morning. So great to be back here, a whole bunch of friends. Learning stuff already. I learned that this is our 24th seminar, which is hard to believe, because when I started, we didn't even have seminars. That was 30 years ago, which is insane to think about. But welcome to the continuation of what we might call Science Friday. That was a lot of information, and I'm going to continue on that theme with a lot of graphs, which I know can be a little tough first thing in the morning. But I'll start with some words and kind of summarize what's going on, throw the headlines for what we've been through and what we may be going towards along the lines and the theme that Russ talked about. It was early. It was dry early, it got wet, and everything, and the whole time was warm. So to me, this is otherwise known as the new different. And that's not the new normal, because there is nothing normal about where we are and where we're going. And so, looking at the year that was, the water year that was, because we only have about a week left. So happy early new water year to you all. And when I looked at my notes here this morning, I realized I made a mistake. It was 84%. And so the inflow to Lake Powell, when you look at the whole year, the volume of water, unregulated inflow, was 84%. And that was coming after a pretty normal snowpack, near 100%. When you look at, and one of the themes that I'm going to talk about is variability. It really depends on where you look and when you look, right? So trying to boil it all down to one number doesn't capture it all. But, and Russ's amazing abstract art map showed that, where you can have within, 50 miles, just a totally different hydroclimate. But it was good news for most. When you look back, maybe some folks in the Southwest may not agree with that, or down basin. But for the most part, in western Colorado, reservoirs filled, some of them actually spilled. And so we had a good water supply, right? When you look ahead, and the future is cloudy, right? For 2025, the early numbers are coming in at about 93%, so continuing to be below the long-term 30-year average. And so that's what I call the sideways outlook, where we're kind of just treading water. And where we will be next year could be similar to where we are this year, unless, of course, something changes, which is likely, right? A lot of uncertainty. And so looking down basin, and that's where my focal point is, Lake Powell, which is the integration of all the things that happen up in the upper basin, right, is captured there. Operations are changing slightly. We have last year, actually last 2 years, we've released less water than what some might call the minimum objective release. And so it's about 7.5 million acre feet, which is helping to prop up and even recover the levels in Lake Powell a little bit, as you'll see. And that's going to continue in 2025. And again, for us, it's mostly good news. For folks downstream or boaters in the Grand Canyon, not the best news, but it's looking like a stable, short-term outlook. In the lower basin, they've been living through what we call Tier 1 shortage. That means they're getting less than what they have historically, and that's coming back from a Tier 2, a brief Tier 2 shortage, which they lived through, I think it was in 22. So where we're going is again unknown and cloudy, but we're looking at seeing, and Russ didn't talk about this, I wish he had a little bit set this up, but La Nina is coming back. And what that means is also uncertain, but it's going to change from sort of the ocean. It's all about the ocean temperatures, and that, believe it or not, really affects the climate in the western U.S. Colorado, it's very uncertain. But I want to go through quickly about what we've seen this last year. This rainbow plot shows sort of the cumulative precipitation over the last 12 months. Green, blue is good. The black line is where we were. We want to be in those sectors in the upper area. And you can see that when you go through and you remember what happened, it started dry. We had some storm cycles, which means snowstorms towards the spring. It boosted us up mid-May, pretty good, and then it got dry. It flattened out, that curve flattened out. But then, as we heard from Russ, nice monsoonal flows brought us above average on the cumulative precipitation. This is a plot that Russ showed. I want to bring it back up for your fun and interest. That, again, the theme about variability. You can see these bars going up and down since 1964. The black line is the long-term average. This is the inflow, unregulated inflow to Lake Powell. And if you look at the windows of time, they are decreasing. And so it radically shows the decrease that Russ talked about and that we're living through with less water flowing into Lake Powell, leading to lower reservoir conditions. On the right side of the plot is kind of a forecast of where we might be with the minimum probable, most probable, and maximum probable inflow volumes. And so you can see both the most and minimum are below our long-term average. Unless we have a crazy year, we're going to be in that sideways outlook. And so looking at the map real quickly, and dramatically, Lake Powell, Lake Mead, which integrate all those flows, are well below half full and shows really throughout, we call this the teacup diagram. It shows how important reservoirs are with that variability that we experience. you know, if we didn't have these reservoirs to attenuate those up and downs, we'd be in a whole lot of trouble. But they are the buffer, the shock absorber, and they're hurting right now. And so this is the toughest part, the lesson here for Science Friday. When you look at the time series of elevations of Lakes Powell and Meade, these are the colored lines at the bottom. I want to set the stage for later today when we're talking about operations. You can see it declining. You can see two other things where in blue, Lake Powell, until 2007, a key date, Lake Powell was below Lake Meade, right? That's when the interim guidelines, the new operating guidelines at the time, 2007, said, hey, we need to coordinate those reservoirs. And after that point, you can kind of see that they track closer together, albeit much lower. So the black line is sort of the combined storage. And again, it's very easy to see how dramatically they have dropped over time. And now we have about combined storage, active storage of about 20 million acre feet, which is pretty stark, pretty low, below half full. And so looking ahead, this is a 24-month look ahead, 2-year planning horizon. Again, a lot going on here. Tough to get through it all, but left side is where we are today, the black line. And then to the right is when the cloud of uncertainty spreads and where we might go for, this is Lake Powell, end of month. The thing that I want to also show on the left side, bring your eye to, are these tiers. And depending on where we end up, that's how we operate the system today. In 2007, we set these guidelines in place, but what's happening right now, and you're going to hear about this afternoon and later, is changing that paradigm. And so that's Lake Powell, Lake Meade, again, a little bit more certain, a lower spread of uncertainty, but very low in these areas where level 1 shortage is sort of the condition that they're going to be faced with going forward in the lower basin. That's Arizona, that's California, that's Nevada. So not to be too dour or the Debbie Downer, but it's not going to be changing here. The seasonal outlook, you can see a bullseye in the Colorado River Basin, almost record temperatures forecast for the next 3 months. Even in Alaska, you can see down there, above the Arctic Circle, they're breaking records for the outlook. And then precip, not too much better in the Colorado River Basin. And so, and we're almost seeing a little bit of a early La Nina pattern where it's wet to the north and dry to the south. We'll see if that holds. That leads us, and sort of looking across the country, that may be a bright point, if you can see it here in western Colorado. I don't have a pointer there, but the only white spot is in western Colorado, where drought is not really prevalent. And so right now, conditions are stable, and we hope that it stays that way. So that's it for Science Friday. I think we're going to be changing the theme a little bit, but if we've got a second or two, nope. I got the hook, but it's been a pleasure to be with you, and look forward to talking with you all later.
Thank you so much, DK. That was very helpful. We are going to welcome to the stage next the Colorado River District General Manager, Andy Mueller, to talk a little bit about what we've been up to. Thanks so much.
Good morning. I want to thank everybody for being here. Greatly appreciate the participation of the crowd. I think it's also important, as Lindsay was mentioning earlier, we're a taxpayer-funded government agency. So I want to really thank the citizens of Western Colorado for supporting the Colorado River District. We're very cognizant of the fact that you pay our wages in order so that we can pay attention to these things. while you're out doing productive things like growing food and supporting your communities. We are here to lead in the protection, development, and conservation of the water resources of the Colorado and its main tributaries. We're here to help the state protect the state's entitlement under the Colorado River Compact. And, DK and Russ did a great job of talking about the hydrologic trends, the current conditions, what we might or might not expect in the future. The uncertainty there is really very hard to take for a lot of people. I think we'd love to have greater idea of what's going to happen, but the nature doesn't always provide that. Our job at the district is to help our constituents look into the future and plan for it, so that hydrologic uncertainty is a challenge for us in our daily jobs. We're also faced with political uncertainty, and that's driven somewhat by hydrology, but it's also driven by national, state, local politics, issues that arise, conflicts that occur because of our communities and our nation and the world that are occurring throughout wherever, that impact our residents and our future. I want to recognize that within the crowd, I was looking at our registration, we have a whole range of folks that I think represent a range of from absolute experts in the Colorado River, people who devote every waking moment to studying it, to people who, luckily for them, actually have other things to do that they're not paying attention every moment. And so trying to bring a little bit of general information and summarize it really quickly, I want to talk briefly about the law of the river. And I'm going to do it very shortly because there are seminars that last an entire week discussing this subject. So right now I'm going to apologize to those of you who are those experts in the way I'm going to breeze over some of the nuances and more particular details. The law of the river started technically in 1922 with the Colorado River Compact, right? And it's a flawed document, right? It was a flawed process. It had faulty hydrologic assumptions. It didn't include major groups of people who reside in and own water rights in this basin in the form of our Native American tribes. It, however, represented a grand bargain during that time. It was a shift in interstate politics away from strict prior appropriation to something called equitable apportionment, right? And it's a really interesting document. It's only 3 pages long, so most of you could read it without falling asleep. It will be interesting, I think, for anybody to pick it up and read it, because I think anybody who picks it up and read it is going to have a different opinion about what the document actually says. And that's the problem, right? It's pretty vague. It was an agreement, but they skimmed over a lot of things so they could reach that agreement. So since then, we've had disputes, droughts, wet times, desires to develop the water that was apportioned in the compact. All of those have resulted in additional elements in the law of the river. So we've ended up with court decrees. We've ended up with pieces of federal legislation. We've ended up with agreements between water users, both about surplus and drought. We've ended up with guidelines about how we're going to operate major reservoirs on the systems. We've ended up with more agreements where we're trying to patch over our constantly optimistic belief about how much this river is going to provide for this region. And that's a really interesting evolution of law. It's a living body of law. And I just want to touch on a couple major points in it, and that's, starting in 1928, the Boulder Canyon Project Act, right? It built, authorized, and funded the construction of the Hoover Dam and Lake Mead, mainly justified by flood prevention down in the lower basin. Provided a tremendous storage vessel for dry times, but it was motivated by the drought, by floods. Subsequently, many years later, there was a dispute between California and Arizona that erupted at the Supreme Court about who gets what water. That Arizona v. California decision has great ramifications today as we discuss how we reduce our use in this basin to live within the current drought. 1956, we had the Colorado River Storage Project Act. It authorized Lake Powell, the Aspinall Unit, Flaming Gorge, Navajo. It's the upper basin storage, right? It's our savings account so that we can meet whatever our obligation is under the compact, because that's one of those points under the compact that there's not real great agreement about what we owe or what our obligations are. So go forward a little bit, 1968, there's the Colorado River Basin Projects Act. It authorized, among other things, one of the single largest projects of export, and it's not export out of the basin, but it's export out of the river, the Central Arizona Project, right? It also authorized a number of projects or funded a number of projects that had been previously authorized in Western Colorado. So Western Colorado benefited tremendously from that as well. Importantly to today's discussion, it's the document or the law that says we have to have a coordinated operation of Lakes Powell and Mead, right? That's that thing that DK was just talking about, the current 2007 operating guidelines, and now we're looking at a new set of interim guidelines that need to be put in place in order to proceed post-2026. That goes back to 1968. And I want to point out just an interesting fact about that 1968 legislation, and that's that in the document, in this piece of federal legislation, it said, when these projects that are here and authorized and funded are built, the river system is going to be short water. It's going to be short water as much as 2 million acre feet. A federal piece of legislation that recognized that we were building ourselves out of the natural supply in the river 56 years ago, right? They knew that. They passed the act, they built the projects, and we've all lived with it ever since, right? So really interesting. You know, we have the 2007 interim guidelines that DK alluded to again with the tiering. And we've seen, you know, that was some really good minds put together, that effort, but they got the hydrology totally wrong. And so those guidelines weren't ready to handle the miserable hydrology we have had since 2000. So we had to get back together and have drought contingency plans and all sorts of other agreements. The states have done a pretty good job of talking through these things. Drought contingency plans that were signed in 2019 call for something that we're going to talk a little bit about today, which is a conserved consumptive use program in the upper basin. They call for studying that and seeing if we can implement that. That program in those documents was called demand management, but the same thing, it's how do we intentionally reduce our consumption of water to provide water into the system to help balance it out, right? So a lot of discussion right now going on about the negotiations on the river. What they are is a discussion about the operational guidelines on the river, right? How do you operate Lake Powell and Mead in conjunction with one another? What they're not a renegotiation of the compact. You'll see things in the press or you'll hear things from your friends that we're out there renegotiating the compact, or someone is. It's just not true. It's just a simple, very simple, little, not complex issue of how you operate those two reservoirs. It's really complex and it has huge impacts on not just Western Colorado, not just the entire state of Colorado, but the entire basin, 40 million people, 30 Native American tribes, 2 countries, all depend on how those guidelines get worked out, right? So we have a lot of pressure going on, and I'm just going to focus for a minute and then get into where we're headed on this. The West Slope water, right? It's under pressure. We get, as Russ's slides pointed out, we get quite a bit of precipitation in Western Colorado up in our mountains. We have more water in Western Colorado than in Eastern Colorado by tremendous magnitudes. But it's facing a lot of pressure, right? Population growth, climate change-induced drought, right? We're seeing a shrinking resource and a trend that is likely to continue to accelerate. Whether we have more precipitation or not, the warming temperatures, as our state climatologist pointed out, are going to drive less water available for human use, right? And we can anticipate that. And the question is, can we as a society come together and plan for that? We haven't done a great job of doing that so far, but perhaps we can. One of the things that comes about as the resource shrinks is discussions about policies and programs to move water from one sector or one geography to another. Water marketing programs, right? They go by all sorts of different names, but our discussion, the one that I just pointed out, the conserved consumptive use programs, the demand management, the system conservation pilot projects, they're really all in their essence about taking water out of one sector to balance the needs in another sector, another geography. Something that we all have to pay attention to and understand what it means when you're doing that, right? I can tell you, those programs are designed either with implicit or explicit judgments, value judgments, about what part of society is more valuable than another. Can we dry up agriculture and to support cities? There's a whole lot of value and judgment in those statements. Can we move water from the upper basin and its limited consumption when compared to the lower basin down to the lower basin to support greater consumption in the lower basin? These are value judgments. Is life in LA more important than life in Hotchkiss, Colorado? That's a question that I think every policymaker needs to think about when they're approving or contemplating water transfer or water marketing programs. And it's really important. I regularly have conversations with our urban partners inside the state, down in the lower basin. Many of them have no doubt that they represent the highest and best use of water. They have all, kind of consistently told me that yes, while we value your agriculture, the water's coming out of your ag and it's coming to our cities, right? There may be some truth to that, given the politics, given the money, given the need for human civilization to continue. But the question is, how do we do it best, and how do we fight for our future in a way that is equitable and fair? It's very important. I think that we're looking. I'm just got told I have 5 minutes, so we'll see if that happens, Raquel. Sorry. We're gonna go a little bit longer than that, Raquel. So apologize for that right now. I think that there are very important in those same conversations. I stress the importance of our communities and our place in this world, and it's really important that our local elected officials, many of whom are here today, our state's officials, recognize the values of our communities and be able to articulate that in this interstate discussion and in this federal discussion. There have been offers on the table between the lower basin and upper basin. I won't get into the details on that. But the long and the short of it, both of them involve some degree of water transfers from Western Slope Ag. And it really has the potential to impact the way our future is formed here in Western Colorado. The way those rules are made, the way those programs are rolled out really matter. And from the Colorado River District's perspective, those programs need, if they're going to be implemented at a local and regional level. They need to be run by local and regional entities that are interested and understand how to protect our water users in our communities. Because one of the most essential things to point out is that if you transfer water out of a community, you are transferring the future of that community away if you don't do it in a very careful and precise manner. And so the local communities need to understand that, and they have to have a voice at the table. And I think that's really, really critical. I want to help people understand the risk a little bit that we're looking at. And this is a graph, and I'm going to apologize because I'm the one who criticizes DK and the rest of our technical staff for showing graphs all the time, and this one's really hard to read. So It's not my graph, by the way. It's a graph put out by the Upper Colorado River Commission, which is our 4 upper basin states that have a commission that was created under our Upper Basin Compact in 1948. This shows our deliveries at just below Lake Powell, just below the Glen Canyon Dam. The compact, so this is important to understand, our reading of the compact up in the upper basin is that we have an obligation to not deplete the river below a flow of 75 million acre feet over 10 years, right? So that's that bottom line there, the dark red, is the 75 million over 10. And on the bottom axis, on the horizontal axis, you're gonna see years, right? From 2010 to 2035. On the vertical axis, you're gonna see the running 10-year average, right? That's so the volume of water we've delivered. And you'll note that through about 2020, 2021, we've been remarkably high. We were above 90 million acre feet. And that has a lot to do with how those 2007 interim guidelines called for releases out of Lake Powell at 9 million acre feet. So it was keeping it relatively steady. There were even some wet years where a balancing release was made, and so it really got up there. But that rolling 10-year average drops off the wet years eventually. And during this drier years, we've seen lower releases, which, by the way, those of us in the upper basin have called for because we need to preserve the levels in Lake Powell. So we've seen lower releases, and it drops down. You can see that in about 2011, it drops down to where we are today, which is about 86,000 acre feet, 86 million acre feet over the last 10 years. But we're coming to an inflection point in the guidelines in terms of where these deliveries might occur. Now, you heard DK talking about it. So we think in the compact that we only owe 75 million over 10. The lower basin says, no, we also owe half of the Mexican treaty obligation. They oftentimes forget the part of the compact that says if there's not a surplus. And our point is there's been a surplus in the river for decades, and you guys in the lower basin have been taking it. But that's a point that it has great uncertainty in the law, right? Well, I might think that, our Attorney General's office in our state might think that. The Supreme Court hasn't ruled on what obligation we have. So the question is, if at 82.5, I can tell you, if we don't have an agreement coming out of these interim guidelines discussions and the deliveries drop below 82.5, we've heard from the lower basin states that they're likely to initiate litigation in the Supreme Court, right? So what's the likelihood of that happening? That's something we all need to understand for the risks that we're facing. Well, here's what happens if it's releases out of Lake Powell drop down to 7 million acre feet a year, which, by the way, right now is permitted under the interim guidelines. 7 million acre feet per year put us in that red line, violating the 82.5 threshold before the end of 2026. It also drops below the 75 million over 10 below at approximately 2029. That's not very far from now, right? So if we experience continued extreme drought, that's something that a future we might have. Now, Russ Shoemaker very clearly said we don't know what we're going to have, so we have some good ideas, but not a clear picture. Well, another option is we stay where DK just pointed out, which this year and next year we're delivering about 7.5 million acre feet, 7.48 out of the Lake Powell. Well, that puts us in passing that 82.5 million threshold in the end of 2026 and proceeding downward from there. Luckily, we don't violate what we think is our obligation at 75 million over 10. But then, even if we're releasing 8.23 million acre feet, which DK alluded to as something called the minimum objective release, we still end up violating in the foreseeable future or that threshold at 82.5 million. So those are three very possible futures. And what it means is, at a minimum, we're going to have conflict unless we can reach a collaborative consensus agreement with the lower basin states about how and what the future looks like. And I think it's really critical for all of our water users and our communities to understand that. Because if the fear of conflict, a fear of just the mere filing of Supreme Court litigation by the states will cause actions by our water users throughout our state to plan for a future, right? If we think we're going to be short of water, if we think someday a court might determine that we violated the compact and that we owe water, and our water users in our state are therefore going to have to be curtailed by our state engineer, who happens to be here in the audience. Thank you, Jason, for being here. Jason has the very unhappy job of figuring out how he's going to curtail that water if we are told by the Supreme Court we're violating the compact. So the question is, what do water users do in anticipation of that, right? And I think that that's a real good question. And the problem is today, unlike in other basins, and you'll hear from some in other basins where rules have been developed to deal with compact curtailment. To date, our state has not implemented or adopted compact curtailment rules. And what that does is, there are good reasons for that. It's hard to do, it creates conflict, it's human resources that are needed. But there are some really good reasons to adopt those rules, to go through that painful process, because the future is not far away where we're potentially dealing with curtailment. And I want to say something. I don't believe we're violating the compact today, and I don't think we're going to be violating the compact necessarily if the river drops, if the deliveries below Glen Canyon drop. But what I can tell you is we're going to have litigation, and we're also going to have front range water providers who are all junior to the compact needing to secure their water resources to be able to provide water to their population. We're going to have West Slope communities, many of whom have elected officials here, needing to do the same. And where are they going to get water? Because a lot of our cities, east and west, have post-compact water that is vulnerable to curtailment. Where do they get the water to survive a curtailment? They get it from pre-compact agriculture. That's here on the West Slope. That's the water owned by many of you, right? So we've got a plan for that future, and I think the best thing our state can do is, while continuing to make a very good case that we're not the cause of this and that climate change is causing it, we need to be prepared in the event it occurs. In other words, plan for the worst, hope for the best, right? So the River District, at our last meeting, had the pleasure of meeting with State Engineer Ullman, and at that meeting, we asked him, would you please get moving with compact curtailment rules? I'm going to repeat that today for our elected officials here in the audience. We would ask you to help the state have the right funds, have the right personnel, and get moving with our compact curtailment rules, not as a sign of weakness in the interstate negotiations at all, but as a sign that we're smart, that we're helping our water users and our communities plan for our future. And we really need our state to create that future so that we know the rules of the game, so that we can cooperate within the state and figure out how to do it. Because if we don't have those rules, what we end up with is economic uncertainty, we end up with cultural uncertainty, right? We end up with literally the divide between East and West just becoming exacerbated and really ugly. And so how do we prevent that? Let's get the rules of the playing field. Let's understand where we're in, and then let's find the solutions. But it's hard to find solutions if you don't have the answers. Enough of that. I'm going to talk about a few things. What are we doing here in Western Colorado to approach water scarcity and the changing dynamics? And I got to say, what it is, and the best way forward for all of us in the entire state, is collaboration. It's cooperation. It's very important to understand that we can and will, if we get together and work together, we can find solutions that benefit everybody. You may have read a little bit about the Shoshone Preservation Campaign, right? Those water rights that sit in Glenwood Canyon are some of the oldest water rights on the Colorado River. They're non-consumptive, which means they take water out and put it all right back in after they make power. They control or command the Colorado River. They date back to the early 1900s, and every diversion, West Slope or East Slope, above them, and I say that benefits the West Slope or East Slope, above that canyon, have all planned on Shoshone being there. Reservoirs have been built by the federal government and by private entities to provide water during that call, to meet that call. that Shoshone Power Plant is responsible for literally keeping the flow of the Colorado River alive during hot, dry years. Its call is on every single year. Sometimes in really wet years, it's only on for a month. Sometimes it's on for 11 months out of the year. It is absolutely critical to the future of the river in western Colorado from an ecological perspective. You're going to hear a lot about this on a later panel. Ecological perspective, environmental perspective, economic, recreational, and agricultural, urban. All of us rely upon the flows created by Shoshone. We were fortunate because we have a partnership with everybody on this list. The state of Colorado, our 5 main stem counties, no matter how different the politics are in those counties, they've all come together. You look at that list, and many of our supporters, our partners, are here. This isn't a river district effort. This is a West Slope-wide effort to secure our future in water. And what are we trying to do? We're taking this historic right, we're buying it from Xcel. We're hoping that they continue to produce power, but the age and a number of other factors make it almost impossible for them to do so in the future. And so we're going to go through a water court process and turn this into an alternate use, an in-stream flow right that keeps the same date and the same volume of historic operations on the river. And I'll touch on that a little bit more. But in that way, that will continue in perpetuity to protect the Colorado River and all of the values that we depend upon as a state. We depend on these partners. They are absolutely essential to get this deal done. But we also have an amazing list of supporters. We're putting together an application right now to the federal government, and we literally have over 56 letters of support from entities throughout the state, throughout the basin, that say this is a really good project, right? It's amazing. It is a effort that crosses all political divides, all geographic divides, all interest groups, right? We have recreational groups coming together with ag groups, coming together with the urban folks, coming together with our industrial people. It is really a wonderful process, and you'll hear more about it. Raquel's about to throw me out, so I'm going to keep going. But I will just say that's one example, and it's a really important example of what collaboration can get us, partnerships can get us. And I want to stop and just mention on Shoshone, look, what we're trying to do is preserve the status quo. That plant has a 120-year history of operation on the river. It is a complex thing to rebuild that historic use record and figure out exactly what the right flow is that mimics the historic hydrology. I can tell you one thing, I know it isn't last year because that plant was down for 15 months straight. That's not representative of the historic operations, right? So what is the historic operation? We've got to figure that out. We believe through proper discussions, proper collaboration with our state and with our water users on the West Slope who have very significant interest to be protected under this, as well as our water users on the Front Range, we will arrive at the right historic use analysis and we will be able to protect the importance of those flows. But the state and our water users and even the Front Range should hear our commitment to protecting the status quo, not using it to get more water for the West Slope and depriving our Front Range entities of water. That is not the goal with this project. Can we keep going, please? I'm not done. I know that you want to turn me off, but that's not going to happen. So there's one more aspect of, thank you. One more aspect that I want to talk about in terms of collaboration that I think is really critical, and that is our community funding partnership program, right? Some people might think of it as a grant program, and it's not. It's a program by which we, through the benefit of our voters in Western Colorado, have been able to develop a fund, a taxpayer-funded fund, that supports our water users in adapting to the changes that are being brought about by a hotter, drier climate and less water. And so we are constantly funding amazing projects throughout our basin. This project has been up and running for just over 3.5 years. We've already committed $21.9 million to 120 projects. We have leveraged, and this is probably the most important fact, we brought into the Colorado River District another $89 million in outside funds from the feds, the state, and a number of other sources to bring and help our local water users adapt. And I want to point out that these efforts, along with a number of other things that our district does and the state of Colorado does, things that we partner together on, we are constantly looking and working on helping our water users reduce their consumption while maintaining the quality of life, right? So going back to those programs about water transfers or water marketing or how we help be part of the solution. You often hear in the press generated in the lower basin that the upper basin is not doing anything, that we expect the entire burden to fall upon the lower basin. That is not true. We see the future, we're living in the future, and these last 20 years are reflective of where we're headed, and maybe it will be worse in the future. We have to adapt, and our water users in every sector are doing that. And our state and us together with our partners, our local partners, are actively engaged in water conservation efforts. And I think it's absolutely critical to understand that we are doing our best to live within the means of the river. And I hope that you will enjoy the conference. And now I actually am going to shut up. So thank you so much.
Along the banks of the mighty Colorado River sits a small brown building. This is the historic Shoshone Hydropower Plant. Though it may seem small and unassuming, Shoshone is anything but. It is a sentinel, a guardian of the river.
The Shoshone Hydropower Plant houses one of the oldest water rights on the Colorado River.
For more than a century, Shoshone has generated power for local communities while also safeguarding flows in the upper Colorado River.
It's really the foundation of how we all divert and utilize water, enjoy water for recreation, non-consumptive purposes. It is that cornerstone of how we use water supply in the Colorado River.
Shoshone's water rights are non-consumptive, meaning every drop used to produce electricity returns to the river and continues flowing downstream.
Because the Shoshone right is senior, it pulls all that water down several miles through in really important recreational reaches. It provides certainty for agricultural producers up here. It ensures that water continues to flow to the state line.
Protection of these flows would preserve many of the values we hold dear: clean drinking water, productive agriculture, world-class recreation, and a healthy environment. As water becomes increasingly scarce in the West, securing these rights is essential to Colorado's water future.
This would be the largest water right to protect. I don't even think it's fair to say that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is probably a once-ever opportunity.
You know, when the proposition came to us, should we invest in Shoshone water rights? We're investing in them simply because this river is that important. It's an investment in our future, in our kids' future.
And unlikely coalitions come together to protect these flows: ranchers and kayakers, environmentalists, and small business owners. Shoshone's impact reaches far beyond the western slope. If it went away, the economic and environmental impacts would be immediate and profound.
It's enough water to keep fish alive, to keep ranches functioning, to keep the river healthy, and it's a critically important resource, this river right here, for not just the West Slope, not just people in Grant County, but for the entire state of Colorado.
We're not trying to change anything. In fact, we're just trying to preserve what's here.
We are taking steps to protect the Colorado River, the future of water use on the western slope, and the future of water in the western half of the United States.
It's going to take partnership with each other, supporting each other, and making sure that we've got each other's back. The River District needs our support as they're working through the funding, getting approval at Water Court, and the other steps that it's going to take to get this done.
Whether we live on the Front Range or the West Slope, our fortunes are tied. Our futures are linked. When the Colorado River thrives, we all thrive.
Thank you so much. We're going to move forward here with a little bit more discussion about the Shoshone water rights. If we can go back just to the regular slideshow. So as Andy mentioned, these water rights have been a priority of the River District, not just recently, not just even in the last 20 years, but in some of the original documents when the River District was founded, it was identified what a critical role the Shoshone water rights play in the operations in the Western Slope and in protecting the flows of the Colorado River. And I think, excuse me, that importance to all of our way of life is why it is that we've had such a huge swell of support from all of these different sectors. In the beginning of our event this morning, Representative Catlin mentioned that the multi-generational problems that we are facing require multi-generational solutions. And the permanent protection of the Shoshone flows is a multi-generational solution. By connecting it firmly to in-stream flow water rights, making sure that we can keep the historic flow that we're used to seeing coming down through the upper reaches of the Colorado River, down through Glenwood Canyon, and all the way out to the state line, we're guaranteeing that the communities and the ecosystems, the agriculture, the recreation that thrive and depend on it can continue to grow. And we're not going to see less challenges. If we can switch over to slides, that'd be useful. There we go. Thanks. Great. We're not going to see less challenges going forward. We heard from our state climatologist what we can expect to see as temperatures rise and aridity. We see dry soils, and we know that maintaining these flows is not going to get easier, and so it is that much more important. Just for those of you who may not be totally familiar with where it is we're talking about, this is a kind of hard to read map with some small words from the reservoir labels, but just focus on the star in the middle. You can see far to the right and up in the corner are the headwaters in Grand County, down through the central area, and Shoshone is right in the middle of that. The water that it calls waters all of those rivers above and then again sends it out to the state line, passing through the 15-mile reach as well. And its position, its seniority, its size make it a truly unique water right. And that's why we've been putting so much into doing what we can to protect it. So what I'm going to do now is introduce our panelists, and they're going to share their unique perspectives on how their industry, their life, their perspective connects to the continued flows and the historic flows in the upper Colorado. So first, I'm just going to run through everybody's name and title, and then we'll kind of take a few minutes to hear from them so that you all don't need to keep hearing from me. This is David Payne. He's the Ute Water Assistant General Manager here in Grand Junction. Merritt Linke, he's our Grand County Commissioner and a rancher. Bart Miller, Western Resource Advocates Healthy Rivers Director. And Ken Murphy, Adventure Outdoors President in Glenwood Springs and on the tourism board for the state as well. So David, I'll turn it over to you to talk a little bit about what this means for municipal water.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Lindsay, and thank you all for being here and for the River District for allowing me the opportunity to represent a drinking water provider perspective on our shared support of the benefits and importance of preserving the Shoshone water right. While drinking water providers all have different treatment regimes, the benefits and impacts are universal amongst us. Included in this West Slope group that have complete or at least partial inclusion of the Colorado River in their source water portfolios is of course Ute Water Conservancy District, our friends at Clifton Water District, indirectly through interconnects in our distribution systems, of course the City of Grand Junction and Palisade, but then upstream the City of Rifle, the town of Silt, and Glenwood Springs has a diversion on the Roaring Fork just before the confluence with the Colorado River. So important to drinking water utilities. Preservation of the historic flows associated with the Shoshone Call are paramount from a water quality perspective. While kind of cliche, dilution is the solution to pollution. There is a very real principle in describing the dilution benefits of pollutants from upstream uses and impacts from geology within the basin. For an example, if you had a choice, each of you, would you want your family's drinking water that potentially contains a contaminant to be at 0.1 parts per million, 1 part per million, 10 part per million, or 100 parts per million? And that's the critical importance of dilution. Maintaining the historic dilution factor from high quality, first use, top of the watershed water quality from headwaters reservoirs that the Shoshone Call provides is directly responsible for lowering levels of the 100+ contaminants that drinking water providers have to maintain at or below their maximum contaminant levels under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Whether it be synthetic organic chemicals like herbicides or pesticides, or volatile organic chemicals related to upstream industry, to hardness ions like calcium that spot your dishware, to salts like chlorides or sulfates that while they're not regulated, they create aesthetic water quality issues associated with taste and odor. So dilution from the reservoir releases at the headwaters of the Colorado River above .0 that the Shoshone Call provides are critical to avoid future water quality impacts if stream flows were to be reduced. The drinking water world is kind of entering a part per trillion treatment era. The most current example of this is the discussion surrounding PFAS chemicals or perfluorinated compounds, specifically PFOS and PFOA. But there are other regulatory considerations on the horizon. Microplastics and nanoplastics being less than a micron or 1/1,000,000th of a meter, and pharmaceuticals and personal care products, things like endocrine disrupting compounds and hormones and antibodies, or antibiotics and detergents and cosmetics. When you throw in the impacts of a warming climate that we've been talking about, such as aridification to reduce snow melt runoff, aquatic invasive species like zebra mussels, an increasing occurrence of harmful algal blooms associated with cyanobacteria toxins, you begin to realize the critical role that maintaining historical stream flows in the main stem of the Colorado in the Grand Valley are in protecting our drinking water, in large part as a direct result of the Shoshone water right. Preservation of the Shoshone water right and the dilution benefits of headwater reservoirs released as base flows are paramount to avoid future water quality impacts to our drinking water supplies. UWater also works very closely with our Grand Valley irrigation entities, and preservation of the Shoshone Call helps to keep them whole throughout the irrigation throughout the irrigation season. This is critical to Grand Valley drinking water providers as Grand Valley water users and GVIC and Orchard Mesa Irrigation and Palisade Irrigation and Mesa County Irrigation District are providing that irrigation water to our customers that they otherwise would have to use our treated drinking water. This allows us to obviously to have a very low per capita usage by our customers. If we did not have their service, our per capita demand would potentially double during the summer months. That increases the demand on our traditional Grand Mesa supplies. It increases the usage of secondary supplies like the Colorado River, and it increases the realization to our customers of our punitive increasing block rate structure for those of them that decide to irrigate with our water. For West Slope drinking water providers, development of a sustainable source water portfolio relies heavily on the reliable historic preservation and protection of the Shoshone water right, and the flows in the Colorado River it provides to our communities, to this community. In closing, just kind of a drinking water perspective statement, the less impact, reduced flows there is to a source of supply, watershed, river, or reservoir, the less potential there will be for a contaminant to exist in finished drinking water that could compromise public health. So thank you.
Thank you. That was great. I think it's important to recognize here on the slide that Andy showed with those really small list of names, the first slide was a list of names of organizations and entities that have contributed financially to support what we're doing here to protect the Shoshone water rights. And Ute Water was one of the very first organizations. They committed $2 million towards this project, knowing the impact that it has on their constituents in the future of this valley. And so far, just Western Slope entities and organizations have committed almost $16 million towards the $99 million purchase price. And then the second slide, of course, that he showed was letters of support that we've gotten from many different organizations. Another perspective that I just wanted to ask about here, so Commissioner Linke, you're in Grand County and your family's been ranching for many generations. And I was wondering if you could explain, what do you see in the value of protecting the Shoshone water rights for ranching communities and families such as yours?
Thank you. Yes, it is on. So thank you, Lindsay, for putting this all together. And just for background a little bit, yes, I'm a part of a fourth generation ranch family. My kids and my nieces and nephews would be fifth generation. My great-grandpa homesteaded there in 1883, so we've been there around a long time. And of course, just a little bit of context for Grand County ag is it's not like the peaches that we get down in this country. We get one crop of hay, and that's it. We feed it to the cows or we sell it. And the water for that hay crop is critical because that's the only chance that you get to get feed for your cows. So I know there's a little bit more that's all, because everything is connected to everything in terms of how water works and all the other implicated factors. And as Lindsay mentioned, I am a Grand County Commissioner, and Grand County, along with the other counties and entities that have contributed to this, have been working on this project for a long time. And it seems like it's gotten almost to the finish line and it stops. Almost to the finish line and it stops. Well, we got somewhere this time. And I think we need to make sure that we keep going because it is huge benefits for lots of things besides ag. So Grand County is one of the contributors that you saw on the slide, and we actually just this week finalized a letter of support, which I have here, and it's part of the ones that you've got. So a little bit more about Grand County, and if you look on the map, we're the furthest east West Slope County. We're the headwaters of the Colorado. And because of that geographic anomaly or location, we're the most heavily diverted in terms of trans-mountain diversions of any county in the state, because it's really easy to poke a hole through the mountain with the Adams Tunnel or the Moffett Tunnel, or even the 120-year-old Grand Ditch, which just is a big ditch in Rocky Mountain National Park that was done over 120 years ago with mostly hand labor that diverted water into the Pooter. And again, I credit those people for the foresight. And those original projects were mostly done for ag use because we knew that on the east slope, where our elevation is 4,000 or 5,000 feet, different than Grand County, which where I live, is about 8,000, over 8,000 feet. So you can grow more things. So that makes sense to divert some water to where you could get 2 or 3 crops of alfalfa or a crop of corn or something, which we don't grow in Grand County. So that makes sense. That's all changed now, and I'm not going to get into all the politics of that. But as far as Grand County is concerned now, and the benefits for ag use is kind of, I'm trying to think of a really simple analogy so that you can understand it. But in a trans-mountain diversion, when that water goes through the Adams Tunnel or the Moffett Tunnel, that's 100% consumptive use in terms of that basin. That means that water is not in Grand County anymore. It's not in Garfield County. It's not in Mesa County. It's east. So that part is actually 100% gone. Whereas compared to a flood irrigated hayfield, which is pretty much all we have in Grand County, there's some pivots and some gated pipe, but a huge amount of that water returns to the river as it soaks through the aquifer, and we know that we get some flows in the fall that we don't get if we didn't have those diversions. So there's a huge benefit that's just aside from growing the hay crop that helps us kind of as a sort of a movable storage, and it puts that water back in the river in the fall and keeps it from drying out. So that's the benefit there. And then in terms of just a direct benefit, and hopefully I can explain this as an example. When the Shoshone call is on, either above or below the dam in the middle of Glenwood Canyon, if that call is on, that means there's water in the river, and let's say that I have maybe just a 20 CFS water right to divert out to irrigate my hayfield. If that call wasn't on and that river was almost dry and that water was going east, how would I get that water? Even though I had a senior water right. Or if I did get it, I might dry up the entire river, which has actually happened in Grand County. It's actually happened where ditches came on and the river actually was dry. That's not a good thing. It's not a good thing for recreation. It's not a good thing for fish. But if that Shoshone call is on, our ag water, that 20 CFS or whatever I'm diverting out of my ditch, actually floats on top of that 1,400 or whatever the Shoshone is calling and allows me to get it down my ditch and irrigate my hay crop, and it's going to return back to the river, a lot of it, and still solve that problem of, yes, I got my water right, which might be senior, and it got my hay crop irrigated, and it didn't dry up the river, it didn't kill the fish, it didn't kill the ecosystem. So there's huge, I guess, connected implications of how beneficial that this water right is to not just ag, but all the sideline benefits of ag. A lot of these ag guys have some fishing businesses on the side, so they understand those implications also. So I think I will stop there. I could probably rattle on for a while, but I will stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Linke. That was great, and I think you teed up kind of our next conversation, the connection between the sustained flows of the Colorado River and the health of the ecosystems that depend on it. Now, we're not planning to enlarge the right in any way. We're obviously going to mimic historical use, but we've heard so much about the increase in pressure. The cost of water itself is definitely not going to go down anytime soon, which means more and more potentially out-of-state interests are going to be looking at these water rights, and making sure that it continues to flow west is not just essential for communities, but for the ecosystem and a healthy river. I mean, that's why people visit the state, even for the next speaker to tee him up after this. But before we get there, Bart Miller, I was wondering if you could share some of the insights about what those sustained flows do for the ecosystems that depend on them. And here's the clicker if you want it.
Yeah, thanks. So Bart Miller, I work at Western Resource Advocates. We're a regional conservation group. The main purpose of our organization is actually to do on-the-ground solutions to climate change. So we do a lot of work in the clean energy sector, but we also do a lot of work protecting rivers, because rivers are facing the impacts of climate and drought. And so I just want to touch on some of the benefits we see and why I'm a big fan of the Shoshone water right acquisition. I co-authored an op-ed with partners at the Nature Conservancy. It showed up in the Grand Junction Sentinel just earlier this week, and it was nice to see the editorial board following on just a day or two later. That was mostly focusing on the funding aspect, the need to capture federal funds while they're available, because there's already been some state funds. There's quite a bit of local contribution from folks all up and down the Colorado River drainage. So that's fantastic. The federal funding is important because there's going to be this opportunity right now, really in the next, for some of the projects, the next month applications are due. It's one that may never exist again. And there are a lot of projects out there that are going to be worthy of federal funding, but the Shoshone acquisition is certainly one of them. So I have like 3 basic reasons to support the Shoshone acquisition. And one is this effort to protect the historical flow regime is evidence that we're all facing the impacts of drought. Drought has hit rivers just as it's hit farmers and ranchers and communities. And some of the ways that shows up, Russ showed us earlier today about the snow and the runoff and how things have changed. The impact of that is increasing temperatures in those low flow periods, sometimes messing up with the oxygen levels, water quality generally, and things like invasive fish. They actually do better in those low flows and warmer temperatures than some of the others. So there's been a degradation of habitat. What happens in drought years and low flow times is there's not as much water to flush out the cobbles that fish use for spawning. there's not as much of the ability to move from place to place in the river, right? If you get really low, you're stuck in pools. And so the habitat is really important. And the history of use, generally, there's a lot of water that comes out for different types of uses already, agricultural uses, municipal uses, mining, and it makes life pretty hard for this guy. This is a Colorado pike minnow, a very long-lived fish, but there's only about 3,000 or 4,000 of them left in the Colorado River Basin. There's 4 species altogether of warm water fish that are found nowhere else in the world, and they've had a hard time, and they'll continue to have a hard time, and I think Shoshone acquisition will actually help their prospects for surviving. If you can flip to the next slide, I think another good reason to talk about the Shoshone. Oh, I have that, sorry. I'll take care of that, thank you very much. Another reason, this is a map much like the one that Lindsay showed, the Shoshone water right is really smack in the middle of the basin. It is the center of things. As you noted, Front Range takes about 500,000 acre feet a year. It goes through the tunnels and is completely used, it completely affects the basin because it never comes back. And then all throughout the basin itself, right, we have a lot of uses for ditches and communities. And so the river is pretty well tapped, but this you can see the implication of the Shoshone water right is that it has a lot of impact both above and below. And so that's really important. I just have one more slide. I know I spiced it up with slides. One more slide that I can do myself is that in the lower part, the 15-mile reach that was marked on the map, that's that section of river in the Colorado just before it reaches the Gunnison. This is a graphic on the left that shows just last summer, during the late summer months, the flows there in the lower part of the Colorado get pretty low, just in the few hundred cubic feet per second. And already, that's a reflection of the fact that we take a lot of water out for other uses. There's efforts afoot that are already innovations to try to add water back. It's important to note, again, this Shoshone water right is not adding water back. We're trying to maintain the very bottom, that red line. We don't want to take the floor away even further. That'll make it even harder to add water back through leases like Waters Lease and other things that help benefit that flow. So this is just to show that there are pretty low flows already, and that I think it's important to work on that. And if I want to go backwards, is it the red one? Okay. And then the third, I think, an equally important piece is that the Shoshone water right is really central to a lot of our planning and management that involves, I'm thinking about the Colorado Cooperative Agreement from several years ago, the Basin Implementation Plan. The Shoshone water right is noted and really central for both of those. And then last but not least, the Endangered Fish Recovery Program, of which I've been a part for the last couple decades. All 3 of those efforts are really trying to balance uses. We recognize that there's a lot of use that's out of stream, but there's a lot of important uses that are in stream as well, including recreation, which we'll hear about, but also the environment. And that recovery program for endangered fish, which has federal partners, state partners, water users, the Nature Conservancy and Western Resource Advocates, has been around for 30 years. And even though this is not a project of the recovery program does rely on the fact that Shoshone's there, and it helps with the base flows that we see in the 15-mile reach. And so that's important too. I'll wrap up by saying, when I was putting some thoughts together and I was on a campus and I thought about college and I happened to be an English major back in college, and friends say, "You speak that very well." I was thinking about, there's a line from a Yeats poem about the center cannot hold, the mere anarchy will be loosed upon the world when things fall apart. And so Shoshone is actually the center that we can hold on to. We can avoid some really challenging, even more challenging situations if we work on it now. So we have the chance, through acquiring the Shoshone water right, to continue to mitigate the stress on fish, protect water quality, and support fish, wildlife, communities, farming and ranching, and outdoor rec. So thanks.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that perspective. And again, that kind of leads into our next speaker here. Ken Murphy is president of the Adventure Outdoors Company in Glenwood, Springs, but he's also the chair of the Colorado Tourism Board, right?
Yes.
So he sees the value that sustained water flows bring to communities, not just along the Colorado River, but across the state. And I was hoping you could speak a little bit from those two perspectives, statewide and then your personal connection through your business.
Yeah, I'll start with the personal connection. I arrived here 30 years ago in this state from a place where an umbrella is more important than sunscreen, from Ireland. So water is not so much of an issue. And started a career in the rafting business. And the rafting business at that stage was like an 8-week career. If you think about where it is now, we started off in bucket boats for any rafters that are out there. And the most important guest on your boat was the person who had the 5-gallon bucket to empty the water out of the raft. Here we are sitting 30 years later and sort of blessed to have a career in outdoor rec. The outdoor rec has sort of grown. If you think about where we are, the latest numbers from the CTO or economic from the state would be, it's about a $13 billion industry to the state with about 130,000 direct jobs. For Glenwood Springs alone, we're looking for the rafting industry, it's worth about $25 million to our community. That's direct economic impact. And outdoor rec in general, it's ranging from about 1,000 direct jobs to our valley. So how important is outdoor rec? Very. Tourism in general, people want to come to the Western Slope, not just for rafting, but biking along Glenwood Canyon, visiting Hanging Lake, and the water, the river, it's all encompassing outdoor rec. So this isn't just a rafting question. This is a tourism question and the value of tourism to the Western Slope. If you look at outdoor rec and how it's evolved in our communities, we now see Silt, Rifle, further on downstream, investing in boat ramps, investing in infrastructure for the river. So the flows are so important for outdoor rec and for tourism in general.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think there's been just so much growth on the Western Slope, especially of communities that have come to depend on recreation industries. Coming from a variety of backgrounds, ranching, mining, and otherwise, with that direct economic impact and those job creation opportunities depend on certainty. Anyone who's been brave enough to start and own and operate their own business understands that long-term investments and planning, even just hiring someone, being able to tell them how many months you're going to work. Is it 8 weeks or is it 3 months? And I used to work for some companies in Glenwood as well, and just knowing those sustained flows through the canyon in the later fall draw in a tremendous amount of tourism as well. So I think we have time for just a really brief question, and I think that it would just be helpful to take one quick snapshot of maybe where it is you see your community in 10 years, or what would be maybe the loss if the flows were to diminish, if we see these increased pressures from climate change, earlier runoff, hotter summers. Just one quick snapshot of what would be the loss in 10 years to your unique perspective if these flows were to diminish in a significant way.
Obviously, it would be significant. There would be probably water quality impacts. Remember, we're not just talking about the Shoshone preservation, but we're also talking about a changing climate, a warming climate, and the impacts that's going to have on source water quality and supply. I can see us struggling to fill reservoirs with earlier runoff, having those reservoir volumes meet the need for the remainder of the year. As you draw down reservoirs, you're going to have to rely on secondary source waters, which I hate to use that term, but they are secondary in so much as they're not your primary source of supply with the best water quality that you have available to your customers. So secondary source waters, and the expense that will associate with them is in treatment technologies added to your existing facilities. So all of us are going to have to look at the ability to not only treat the water so that it meets or exceeds all the requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act, but also that it's pleasing to all of you to consume. And so that's going to be our challenge, and that will come at a large price tag, more than likely for some, for advanced technologies to remove some of the contaminants associated with future regulation.
So that's a great question. And as I said earlier, everything is connected to everything. And that's really important, I think, and to answer this question, to understand what that means. So going forward to answer that question, I think the implications 10 years down the road or maybe further is that probably background is to understand that ownership of a ranch is a lot of times different than the operation of that ranch. And the reason I'm saying that is because land, especially in Grand Canyon and most of the West Slope, is incredibly expensive, and the operations of a ranch don't generally pay for it. I don't think anyone, especially in our end, on the upper high elevation with you get the one hay crop, doesn't pay to own land, whether it's selling for $8,000 to $10,000 an acre. And you can generate about $200 an acre from a hay crop. So it doesn't really, the math really doesn't work out. So it's two different things. Operation of a ranch and ownership of ranch are two different things. So getting back to answering the question, if those operations go out of business and the owner of the ranch, or maybe it's the same family. Our own families had those questions. The thing would be to sell out. Why wouldn't you, in terms of just the math, why wouldn't you sell out for that $10,000 an acre and not ranch anymore? It's a lot of work. And I know firsthand what that looks like in terms of what buy and dry looks like. Some of the leases that I have, cattle on even today, are on buy and dry lands. And it's a little different when you, in one particular area, is a hay field that used to put up 300 tons of hay. Okay, do that times the math at 150 tons or dollars per ton. And now I can barely run 100 head of cattle on it just for a summer at about $30 a head per month. So it's a little bit different math, probably about a third or a fourth of what it generates. So I know that's probably more than you wanted to know about, but I guess to answer the question, and that's how it's connected to everything. Because I know that there's value for the tourism and recreation industry to see viable ranching operations that have a beautiful hayfield. In fact, a biker just the other day was riding down one of the many trails in Grand County. He said how he loves to see those open hayfields and see how they progress, and the baling and the stacking and the beautiful hay meadow that looks like after the hay's cut. They love to see that. As opposed to, let's say a ranch family is tired of this, so they sell out. Now that hayfield is full of condos. What would you rather look at if you were a biker going by? Or if you were a rafter going by, what would you rather look at? So that's one of the implications, and that's why we have to keep this water available so that these ranching operations can stay viable, because these things are all connected to everything else. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if I look 10 years down the road, kind of the with and without, unfortunately, without the Shoshone water right, I am concerned about what happens to the environment, not just the endangered fish in the lower part of the Colorado, but generally, that might be a very different world if the plant is out of commission and additional diversions happen upstream. You could have a very different situation. Those summer low flow dry periods could be even worse. And going to your point, I think it's all connected in the sense that we rely fundamentally on the baseline of what's in the river, what's in our watersheds, what's in our wetlands, and those flows. I mean, the flows in the stream enable diversions to happen. And I think with the endangered fish program specifically, my biggest concern is if that program were to go away, if the fish were doing even worse than they are today, that would mean each individual water right holder would have to do its own Endangered Species Act compliance. The program exists today because it avoids having that happen. The program, through all the work it does, keeps those fish alive and is ESA coverage for literally thousands of water users, and not just West Slope, Front Range too. Those Front Range communities that pull water out of the Colorado are also covered by that endangered fish program. So at some level, we've tied our fate and our future to the environment, and that's appropriate because it really is a foundational part of being able to live here in the West.
For me personally, as a business owner, stability, future. I sit here now with 130 employees seasonally and about 10 full-time year-round employees. So that allows me, with this purchase agreement, is to invest in their future, my future, and grow the company with that stability and extending our seasons, because that's where the flow is. We have the flows in the June and Julys, but we're all seeing how outdoor rec seasons are expanding. Nobody rafted 30 years ago in April. You know, constantly, if you drive the I-70 corridor now, you see fishermen out there in January. You see hundreds on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day in Glenwood Canyon boating. So again, it's the stability and future of outdoor rec.
Well, thank you all so much. If we can give our panelists a round of applause. We're going to take a 10-minute break to get up and stretch our legs, and thank you all so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
This was really good.
Okay, everybody, if you could find your way back to your seats, we're going to get started again here in just a minute. Okay, everybody, please find your seats. We're going to go ahead and get started. If you could go ahead and please find your seats, that'd be great.
All right, everybody. Calling everybody to attention, my name is Zane Kessler. I am the Director of Government Relations for the Colorado River District. I have the pleasure of serving the district, and in doing so, I spend a lot of time with our elected officials at the state, local, county, and federal levels. One of the ways that the River District advocates on behalf of our water users and works to represent and protect their interests at the federal level is both through direct engagement with our federal delegation, but also importantly through partnerships with organizations that share mission alignment with us. The district has been actively involved in a handful of said organizations for a number of years now, one of which is the Family Farm Alliance. Family Farm Alliance represents 16 states in the American West, specifically advocating for irrigated agriculture. And I'm here to introduce somebody that I've done a lot of work with over my tenure at the district, Dan Keppen. Dan is the executive director of the Family Farm Alliance. As I said, Family Farm Alliance advocates on behalf of irrigated ag in 16 Western states. Dan has 35 years of experience in Western water resource engineering and policy matters. He is often found with his hands in water issues throughout the Colorado River Basin, from here on the western slope all the way down to the lower basin. Dan resides in Klamath Falls with his family. He's also very active on water issues in the Klamath. So without further ado, I want to invite Dan up to provide a keynote today on the value of irrigated agriculture, and something he has done many times throughout the West, but talking about the important values and the positive externalities that irrigated agriculture provides to our communities here. So, Dan. Thank you, sir. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah. Okay, I need to get my screen going here. Okay, thanks. Okay. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. I'd really like to thank the River District and Zane for this opportunity to join you this morning. And I also want to give a shout out to Lindsay. She did a great job helping me and all the other speakers sort of get situated and teed up for today. So I was approached by the River District last summer with this invitation. And the idea was they wanted me to talk a little bit about the importance of Western irrigated agriculture, and then maybe also focus on things like the importance of alfalfa, hay, forage production at the local, regional, and national levels as far as economies go. I actually am going to step back a little bit and kind of provide more of a big picture view, especially in light of what's going on right now on the national stage. I mean, people are talking about food prices right now. Food security is all over the place like it hasn't been in a while. And so my presentation today, if I can, again, I will focus on the importance of Western irrigated agriculture, but I'm going to step back and talk about some of these recent developments and talk about the importance of Western irrigated agriculture in the context of what's going on in our country and the world right now in terms of food security, global hunger, and those sort of things. I'll definitely talk about forage production because it's been in the news quite a bit lately. There's been, frankly, a lot of demonization of agriculture and alfalfa production in particular. So I'll talk a little bit about that as well, but really sort of want to talk about big picture implications and kind of give you a sense of what's happening nationally and in the world and how important Western irrigated agriculture is to solve some of these looming problems. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with our organization, the Family Farm Alliance, was created about 30 years ago. We're an advocacy group, grassroots, nonprofit, and it was created by some producers from the San Joaquin Valley in California and Arizona who wanted to create an organization that would allow producers to get directly in front of policymakers and lawmakers in Washington, D.C. So as the group started to expand, we now represent 16 Western states. Our board of directors expanded too, and so Don Schwint, who's here from Cortez, Colorado, was the first board member outside of that core group that was added and invited to come in and serve on the board. We have another director on our board of 14, and it's Jim Yan. Some of you may know him up from the South Platte. You have to be an owner or have an interest in a ranch or a farm to serve on our board of directors. It's actually in our bylaws. We also have an advisory committee consisting of professionals, folks like irrigation district managers, engineers, attorneys, association heads. Over 50 of those people represent almost every state in the Western United States. And so, as Zane mentioned, we have 9 advisory committee members from Colorado, including Zane and Andy Miller from the River District. Our mission statement is all about protecting and enhancing water supplies for Western irrigated agriculture. So we work in Washington, D.C. on those federal issues that have an impact on our collective West-wide membership. So whoever's in the White House, we work with the executive branch, those agencies, mostly the Bureau of Reclamation, but also USDA, EPA, Corps of Engineers. And then we work very closely with Congress in a bipartisan way. I think we're viewed as real problem solvers in Washington, D.C., and we've been asked to testify 99 times since 2005 on water and ag issues. So it's interesting. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have in agriculture is getting people to understand where their food comes from. I mean, seriously, it's getting more and more difficult as we have sort of this urban-rural divide happening in our country right now. But this is a picture of Paul Orm. He's our new board president. He was invited to participate in a roundtable discussion with Ag Secretary Tom Vilsack last week in Phoenix. And that's Paul in the picture, holding the microphone, talking to the secretary and the mayor of Phoenix. And during that meeting, Paul said that the first thing the secretary said was that the United States is the only country in the world that can feed itself. And I think that's pretty remarkable. And in my view, I think it's partially due to the redundancy that we have in this country. So say, for example, you have an area in Florida that's hit by a hurricane. It takes out a big swath of the citrus crop. You've got redundancy in other areas like Texas, Arizona, California, where those citrus producers can step in and sort of fill the void. Western irrigated agriculture is a huge part of that equation. And part of it is because you can grow anything out west in certain areas, including California. I think just about every crop grown in the United States is grown in California. It's the nation's most productive state in terms of agriculture. Yuma, Arizona provides 90% of the nation's leafy greens like lettuce and spinach during winter months. That's a national security issue right there. Colorado, I think, is in the top 10 of producers for a whole variety of crops and livestock too, cattle and calves, sheep and lambs, wool, alfalfa, onions, peaches, apples, many more. So I think if you go to each one of these states in the West, you'll see they have a unique story to tell about certain unique types of crops and livestock that are grown that contribute to this overall diversity and redundancy. Right now, irrigated ag is a huge economic driver in the West, particularly in rural communities. And I think there's a growing appreciation right now of the environmental and open space attributes that irrigated agriculture provides. You know, in the West, we have a huge federal presence, lots of federal land ownership. Most of the private land surrounding those public lands, in many cases, is ranch lands that actually provide important buffers from all the development that's happening right now. And another thing is, in many parts of the Western United States, the wetlands that are still there are created in part due to irrigated agriculture. Lots of parts of the West where irrigated agriculture provides great environmental benefits as well. In the Sacramento Valley, there's tremendous rice production. I used to work for some of those districts there. That rice habitat actually provides surrogate habitat and food for waterfowl that use the Pacific flyway and other species. In the Klamath Basin where I live, The cereal grains that are grown adjacent to the national wildlife refuges are seen by wildlife experts as just as important as the refuges themselves. And there was a witness from a California Waterfowl Alliance that testified at a hearing a couple years ago, and he said, if you took the wildlife-friendly ag out of the equation in the Klamath Basin, 50% of the food supply for the Pacific flyway birds would be out of the equation as well. And there's a really interesting study that CSU did in northern Colorado that basically says that 92% of the wetlands that they identified in northern Colorado are tied directly to irrigated agriculture. So it's not just all about food, it's environmental values too. For many years, our country helped feed the world, and we're going to continue to need to do that. Every year, the United Nations Food and Ag Organization puts out this study. It's basically an assessment of where we're at hunger-wise in the world. And the last report just came out about 2 months ago. It showed that 733 million people around the planet went hungry last year. That's 1 out of 11 people. And it's only going to get more challenging in the future. Our population estimates for the year 2050 are 9.3 billion people on the planet. To meet that food demand associated with that population growth, we're going to have to increase food production by 60%. Every year, Virginia Tech puts out the Global Agricultural Productivity Growth. We call this the GAP curve or the GAP report. And basically what it does, again, is it shows the food demand requirement that's estimated for the year 2050 based on population estimates. And then where are we going to be in 2050 based on current trends of global food production? We're going in the wrong direction. And that gap between those two lines equates to famine and hunger on a very large scale. And right now, we're having a hard time even feeding ourselves with our own food. In 2019, for the first time in 50 years, the US ag system actually ran a trade deficit where we're importing more product than exporting. This year, that trade deficit is going to be $32 billion. That's a record. It's up twice as much as last year, which set the previous record. So that's just a little concerning. And the primary reason why we're seeing this is because of the amount of cheap food, fruits and vegetables, I should say, coming in from Mexico. Overall, in this country right now, imports account for almost 39% of the US supply of fresh vegetables, 61% of fresh fruit. Of that amount coming in, 69% of the vegetables are coming from Mexico, 51% of the fruits are coming from Mexico. It's a complicated issue. You can't say, here's the silver bullet to solve this problem, but talking to my associates in California, they believe it's the water restrictions in California right now that are redirecting water away from agriculture and towards the environment primarily. The high cost of doing business as a farmer in California, really tough labor and a lot of regulatory things they have to deal with. And then 30 years of trade policy that's pushed domestic food production south of the border. So have you noticed food's a little more expensive these days? In 2005, Americans paid 6.2% of their disposable income on food and non-alcoholic beverages. So that means for every $1,000 of disposable income you have, people are only paying $62 for food. That's what drives a consumer-driven economy. When you're spending $62, you have all these other dollars per thousand that you can spend on repairing your house or buying a new car, buying a new house, sending your kids to school, all indications of a healthy consumer-driven economy. Meanwhile, at that time, the rest of the world on average was paying about 10.2%. In some countries, it was up to 30%. So can you imagine, for every $1,000 of disposable income you have, you're paying $300 on food. That has an impact on things. Right now, that average or that percentage has gone up to 11.2, almost twice what it was in 2005. And that percentage alone has gone up by over 10% just in the last year. So food prices are now an election issue. You've probably seen that. Just 2 months ago, a survey was conducted, and it found that the most important issue for 25% of voters in this country was inflation and the high price of food and gas. And the whole issue sort of got a lot of attention right before the Democratic National Convention in Chicago when candidate Kamala Harris said, well, these high prices are due in part to corporate price gouging. Of course, somebody else had something to say to that. He said, no, this is all coming from your administration's policies. Regardless of which side you agree with on that, we see this whole issue as a teachable moment. I mean, American people are talking about food and how expensive it is and how important it is to have affordable, safe food supply coming from our own country. So in the last few years, we've seen the highest grocery store price boost since 1980. The folks that I work with, we kind of see three general drivers behind that. One was Putin's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, which decreased and destabilized worldwide ag commodity production and availability. When that war first broke out, all the shipping out of the Black Sea was just severely disrupted, which impacted world grain exports out of that area. Plus, that area also produces lots of fertilizer, and they have ingredients that other countries can use to make fertilizer. So it impacted the supply chain for fertilizer all over the place, which leads us to the second reason for high food prices, and that's farmers are paying a ton for input costs right now, which I'll talk about shortly. And then we still continue to struggle with the energy and supply chain crises that we inherited from the pandemic. So in the last 4 years, we've seen a 28% increase in farmers' input costs. That's over $100 billion, record-setting. The inputs that are affected the most here in the last few years have been the price of fertilizer. That shows how the fertilizer prices spiked just a couple years ago. Fuel, labor, machinery costs have all gone up. The costs are supposed to come down a bit this year, but we're still going to have the third highest input costs in history, second behind just what happened in the last 2 years. So high input prices are for the farmers are translating into higher grocery bills. So rising costs restrict American farmers' ability to compete against global competition, which threatens our food security and brings higher costs to consumers. The drought had an impact too. This is one ugly image. This is a November 22nd, 2022 U.S. Drought Monitor map for the Western United States. Those are the wrong kind of colors that you don't really want to see. That's about as the peak of the drought was then. Then we got this miracle winter of 2022, spring of 2022, where all these atmospheric storm events came in off from the Pacific. And at one point, the drought was actually completely wiped out in California for a short period of time. But it's back. July in California was the highest temperatures in the record of the state. Washington and Oregon had the second highest July temperatures in the record of those states. And I got to say, our members are throughout the West. The drought was rough on a lot of our folks in just about every state. A couple years ago in California, 695,000 acres of some of the best farmland in the world were fallowed. North Unit Irrigation District, which is in Central Oregon, kind of in the Bend area, 60% of that farmland was idled. The Klamath Project, which is right across the street from where I live in Southern Oregon, one year we got 0% surface allocation from the Bureau of Reclamation. Another year, 15% allocation. This year, 65% allocation, even though we had tremendous amount of snow and a cold winter. What's frustrating in all those areas is the nexus with the federal government means that in addition to the challenges these farmers are facing from Mother Nature, they've got regulations coming from the government that are compounding the problem. We call it regulatory drought. And usually it's associated with projects that have a federal nexus like the Bureau of Reclamation, who have requirements and obligations to meet federal environmental laws like the Endangered Species Act. So I'll give you an example. In the Klamath Project, they're focusing sort of on single species management. The reservoir that serves the Klamath Project is a big lake. There's 2 endangered species of suckers in that lake. Fish and Wildlife Service says in order to protect those fish, you got to artificially keep the reservoir high. Meanwhile, downstream in California, there's coho that are listed on the Endangered Species Act, which is salmon. And down there, they're saying in order to avoid jeopardizing these salmon species, we got to send more water downstream from that same reservoir. So when you overlay those 2 regulatory requirements on top of a dry year, the farmers get little to no water. The national wildlife refuges in the basin get even less. And what's very frustrating is there's no correlation that's been established that shows this water that's been reallocated to meet these targeted species is actually benefiting the species. They continue to decline. So enough of the doom and gloom. Some good news came out of the drought, and that's the unprecedented political and public attention paid to our needs in the West. I think the drought really underscored four things that we've been advocating for at Family Farm Alliance for a long time. One, what I just talked about, the inflexible nature of federal water management. Two, those communities in the West where people were working together, tribes, conservation groups, the states, the water users working together, seemed to weather the drought better. So places like the Yakima Basin in Washington, we always use that as sort of a template for success, did okay. Klamath, Central Valley, those areas are sort of marked by conflict and litigation, didn't do so well. Third thing, the drought underscored the fact that our federal forests are in horrible shape. We got to do something to clean those things up, which are important to all of us. That's our headwaters for most of the parts of the West. And then finally, the drought underscored the fact that our water infrastructure is old and it's insufficient to meet current demands. And Congress really stepped up in that regard. In 2021, the bipartisan infrastructure law included $8.3 billion for the Bureau of Reclamation for infrastructure fixes across the West. Next year, the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, $4 billion for Western drought with a focus on the Colorado River Basin. So those are the good things that happened because of the drought. We got more money now to deal with water challenges than I've ever seen in my life. So meanwhile, while the drought's happening, we've got these negotiations occurring to figure out what we're going to do after 2026 on operating guidelines for the Colorado River. There was quite a bit of pressure just a couple years ago on districts and producers to come up with some ideas to take short-term actions to reduce water use by 2 to 4 million acre feet to avoid Lake Mead from getting down to dead pool, which would have catastrophic effects across the Southwest. So we saw a lot of pressure to further reduce ag water use, lots of talk about fallowing or retiring alfalfa. So this is sort of typical coverage back in 2021, 22. Every week, something would come out in the papers, or there would be some scientific study coming from some academic institution just honing in on agriculture and forage, what a waste of water it is, how bad it is to be growing that stuff in the West. And frankly, our membership, we have lots of alfalfa producers in Family Farm Alliance and other organizations in the West. And we decided to push back. So our organization worked with the California Farm Water Coalition and put out a white paper called Alfalfa 101 in 2021. The alfalfa industry got a hold of it and invited me to write a paper and present it at the World Alfalfa Congress in San Diego. So I got that on my resume now. So we started to push back and try to tell the rest of the story that we felt like the media, many in the media, weren't really capturing. And a lot of it had to do with sort of the focus on alfalfa, how much water it's using, but the rest of the story wasn't being told. It's not like these farmers are the end users of the water. They're growing this product that cows use. If you like hamburgers and you like steak and you like yogurt and you like milk and ice cream, you better like alfalfa because that's what the cows eat. And the people that are eating those products aren't the farmers, it's the people living in the urban areas. So just trying to reset that whole conversation a little bit. And then also we try to talk about the benefits, environmental benefits of alfalfa and how important it is to the economic base of a lot of these rural communities. Alfalfa is sort of that rotational crop that is hugely important and flexible. And then we also talked about ways that alfalfa can play a role in water management without taking it out of production. And it's interesting right now, there's some field studies that are being done in the lower basin where they're looking at a GMO alfalfa that actually uses less water. There's precision applied irrigation going on some of these test trials that are showing major reductions in alfalfa water consumption and actually better yields. So it'll be interesting to see how this stuff is applied as we get done with these tests. So anyways, we start pushing back and we start getting some recognition about, the rest of the story not being told. Is anybody familiar with the Land Desk? It's a Colorado. Yeah, I actually enjoy it. They get into the weeds on water and land issues. It's pretty good read. But they wrote a story about all this negative attention being placed on alfalfa, and in it they mentioned me. They said, a lot of that talk irks the Family Farm Alliance's Dan Keppen, noted alfalfa file. So that seems kind of not like a very good label, but But honestly, I think they may be onto something. I'm one of these people, I'll drive around after alfalfa's been cut, I will roll down my window, I'll step out and just smell it. I mean, it's like rural America, I love it. And I even got out of my car about a year ago. I was in Klamath Falls, and there was a ranch woman from California and right in front of me, and I stopped and got out and took a picture of her license plate. It says, "Hey, mama." So the land desk may be onto something. There's a lot of discussion happening about the whole Alfalfa 101 effort. And at our conference in Reno back in February, one of our members from Washington State had these hats made. They say, "Make alfalfa great again." And on the back of the one that he got me, it says "Alfalfa File." But we're actually going to market these things. We're mass producing them, and we're going to kind of get them out there as a branding tool for Family Farmland. So if you're interested and want one of these hats, they're selling like hotcakes in the Yakima Basin right now for some reason. So just let me know. And then this spring, we just released Alfalfa 101. It's a website, it's a resource we got out there. So if folks want to hear the other side of the story, you know, the benefits of alfalfa, all of the certain papers that are out there that talk about it, feel free to go and check it out. We also, you know, our board of directors expressed a lot of frustration with the fact that we have these regulations that are impacting farmers and ranchers. Nobody wants to talk about it in the media. So they said, why don't we go ahead and tell the story ourselves, even if we have to pay for it. So working with the California Farm Water Alliance and the Klamath Water Use Association, we raised $140,000 in about 5 days, ran a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal, black and white, very simple ad, but it had a QR code at the bottom that you could click on to go to a landing page, and it talks about all the crazy stuff that I'm talking about right now. Those ads cost like $95,000, even for a nonprofit, just so you know. But we had money left over, and we ran a social media campaign that was focused on major urban areas the following summer. And so far, 7.3 million people have seen this thing. 220,000 people have gone to the landing page and spent an average of 4 minutes. So there are things that you can do to try to get the word out. We're not going to take credit for the fact that people are starting to talk about this stuff now. I think it's the economy that's forcing people to talk about it. But we are starting to see more folks in the media talk about food security and how important it is to have affordable, safe food. And we see this as an opportunity, again, to just demonstrate that there's never been a more important time than now to have American farms producing at capacity. Maybe you feel that way now based on some of the things I just talked about. You just can't take Western ag and move it somewhere else. And if you do try to take ag out of the equation, it has impacts to families and communities and the environment. I saw it myself in the Klamath Basin when our water supplies were curtailed in 2001. So I feel like when you're policymakers, when they're looking at these big decisions like the post-2026 operating guidelines on the Colorado River, yeah, we got to look at population growth in the future and make sure the cities are taken care of. Yeah, we got to make sure there's enough water for the environment. Climate change has to be dealt with. But the issue of food security and our ability to produce food as a country has to be weighed in with the same sort of priority in our view. And so that's what we advocate for. I'll close things out. I don't know how many of you knew Pat O'Toole. He was a past president of the Family Farm Alliance, rancher up in Wyoming, former legislator in Wyoming state capital. Pat had a stroke in just a couple days before our conference in February, passed away a couple days afterwards here in Grand Junction, as a matter of fact, in a hospice. The response to Pat's passing was just mind-blowing. He was a force. He was an advocate for agriculture, but he's also an amazing conservationist. And if any of you have ever been up to Ladder Ranch, you can see for yourself the great things they did for the environment. When he passed, the governor of Wyoming had flags flown at half-staff in Carbon County and Cheyenne. The 4 senators from Wyoming and Colorado got up on the floor of the Senate and gave a 25-minute tribute to him, just because he was such an inspirational person. I spoke at his memorial service. Almost 500 people showed up in July in Wyoming, including 2 other speakers, the 2 senators from Wyoming. The governor of Wyoming spoke. Pat's wife, Sharon, handed out ties that Pat used to wear when he testified before Congress, and I got one of them. This is David Palumbo, who's a deputy commissioner of Reclamation. He had testified before Appropriations Committee, I think, 2 days after the memorial service, and he's wearing Pat's tie at the hearing, which I thought was pretty cool. Anyways, I'm in Grand Junction. Hard not to think about Pat right now. And Pat, we actually set up a scholarship that will allow young people to get their expenses paid to attend our conference every year. We started in June, there's already $18,000 in there, so pretty cool testament to him. If you're interested in contributing, you can go to our website. So sorry to put a lower basin spokesperson up on my last slide, but this is Henry Martinez, who used to be the past manager of Imperial Irrigation District. And this quote, I think, applies up and down the basin. I don't care where you're at if you're an advocate for agriculture. You got to keep listening to the farmers because ultimately you don't want to get to the point of creating a food crisis to solve a water crisis. And I'll close with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. We've got a couple extra minutes and we have a few questions from the audience. The first question, what role do you see infrastructure investment playing in solving water issues for family farmers? And are there any specific projects or types of infrastructure that you believe could make a big difference?
Well, that's a great question. Of course, I mentioned the 4 things that the drought underscored, and it really underscored the need for us to modernize and expand our infrastructure in the West. Our organization was part of a coalition, a small steering committee, the National Water Resources Association, Association of California Water Agencies, Western Growers, and California Farm Bureau. We sort of teed up an initiative in early 2021 because we knew there was going to be a big stimulus package moving through Congress. We knew infrastructure was going to be part of it. We put together a justified list of the dollars that were needed for a whole range of infrastructure, and we included things like desal and water reuse so we could get the urbans on board. Ultimately, we got 230 organizations that signed on to that. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee adopted our proposal into their version of the bipartisan infrastructure law, and $8.3 billion in there for Bureau of Reclamation money right now. So there's no silver bullet when it comes to solving water problems. We think a suite of watershed, or a suite of investments in infrastructure is needed. So it's supply enhancements, it's demand management, it's desal, lots of different things. And for the first time in my life, I mean, we're seeing a once-in-a-generation investment on water infrastructure because of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Thank you. Next question. Is there any effort to replace alfalfa with a more drought-resistant crop?
Well, as I said, there's some things underway right now where folks are looking at new varieties of alfalfa, GMO, which makes some people nervous. But what I'm hearing is these new GMO alfalfa types consume less water. You know, farmers don't really like it when people try to tell them to grow things that use less water. I think they would rather take measures to make the water more efficient their own ways. What drives what farmers choose to grow or produce is the markets themselves. So I think folks, you know, our view is there's a lot of water savings that can be accomplished through infrastructure. There's water savings that can be accomplished through inflexibility, allowing more transfers of water, temporary transfers, that sort of thing. So I know there's always talk about trying to replace alfalfa with other crops, but you better find something that's going to replace it because a lot of the livestock in our dairy industry right now rely on it. I think folks would be open to it, but there's other things that we can look at too.
Great, thank you. Last question, easy one. Do you have those hats for sale here today?
Well, actually, Don's here right now. I just put out a board request. We got a proposal from a guy that's going to make them, and I'm waiting to get sign off. But they'll be ready, I think, in November. So you can go to our website, and they'll be available then. So thanks. I hope to see a bunch of them next time I'm here.
Definitely. Thanks, Dan.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Check, check. Hi. All right, our next conversation or panel is called Generational Fields, Water Curtailment and the Future of Agriculture. Invite my panelists, my co-panelists, the Honorable Mark Catlin, the Honorable Cleve Simpson, and the Honorable Robert Scott up here. Heavy on the Honorable. Wherever you want. I'll come close. Here's one. All right. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Dan. I did want to just a little color commentary on something Dan brought up about the high cost and consequences of importing fruit. And on your tables today, you have fruit from the North Fork Valley of the Gunnison. Tom Alvey, a longtime board member for the Colorado River District, generously provides fruit to this seminar every year. And it's one of my pleasures to take the long way to Grand Junction over McClure Pass and pick up about 5 crates of apples every year. But just a little bit of West Slope produce, local produce, water or food and water security on the table in front of you. So, yeah. So we've been charged with talking about issues related to curtailment. And I'll start off by talking about there are 2 types of curtailment. There's natural curtailment, wherein the natural environment, Mother Nature, doesn't provide enough for all of the necessary uses. And then there's legal curtailment. And I'm no attorney, but I'm pretty sure that one usually follows the other. So I want to talk to we've got Senator Cleve Simpson here, who's from the San Luis Valley. He's in a basin, the Rio Grande Basin, that is under legal curtailment. He's a producer, he's a legislator. I think he's got a lot he can share with us there. We've also got Mark Catlin, who is an operator, also a legislator here on the Western Slope, and I think has a lot to share about what natural curtailment looks like. And then Robert Scotta, really appreciate you being here. Also a producer from the other side of the divide, but now works for the Colorado Department of Agriculture, which represents all water users and all agricultural users in the state. So let's start off with you, Cleve. Hoping maybe you can just first start by sharing with us the history of curtailment and stories on the impacts to local farmers, the economies that rely on that agricultural production, and those communities that have been built up around agriculture in your neck of the woods.
Certainly. I'll start off by I am a professed alphaphile as well. Thanks for the invitation, Zane, and the River District. A pleasure to be here with you all today. And I'll put it in context for you. This morning on the Rio Grande, the calling priority is an 1881 priority. That priority is being curtailed for compact purposes, compact administration. So that's the context. And now the history was, water rights were developed in the Rio Grande Basin in Division III starting in 1850. And like many other basins in the state, by 1900, the basin was over appropriated. We were already more applications for water than there was generally water available. Our compact was a result of a 10-year joint investigation study of, Andy touched on lots of points this morning, the usable water, what was the terminology? The equitable apportionment of the usable waters of the Rio Grande. So the Rio Grande's in a compact with Colorado, New Mexico, and Texas. That 10-year joint investigation happened from 1926 until 36, and the compact was signed in 1939. So quick touch point, that water right this morning that's being curtailed is 1880, the compact is 1939. But you could curtail all the water rights on the Rio Grande after 1939 and never meet our compact obligation, hence where we're at today. So the compact was constructed, again, through that 10-year joint investigation study that said, look, if Colorado, if you keep doing what you've been doing through that study period, you should be fine. And the natural curtailment and return flows will meet your compact obligation. A couple things happened after 1936, a significant drought in the 50s, but more importantly for us in our basin, and we parallel some things that happened on the South Platte as well, is the build out of an electrical distribution system and invention of vertical turbine pump technology, and we started pumping groundwater. we really overran the rabbit, as my attorney, David Robbins, would tell me to say. We started impacting our ability to meet our compact obligations. And by 1972, the division said, wait a minute, something is horribly wrong here, because from that period of 1939 to 1969, the state of Colorado was significantly in deficit in our compact delivery system. So, and our compact is not a 10-year rolling average, it's a 1-year delivery based on a schedule for both the Rio Grande and the Conneaut system together. And so by 1969, we were, Andy touched on it, we were headed to the US Supreme Court. Texas and New Mexico were suing Colorado. We came to a stipulated agreement that said, going forward from 69 forward, the state of Colorado will administer the river for compact purposes, curtailment. And from that point forward, we've lived in that space of curtailment. And it runs this really broad spectrum because we're trying to do this on an annual basis and not a 10-year rolling average. I've watched curtailments, and we have a presumptive irrigation season. So we're in 100% curtailment from January 1st through April the 1st. And then the division engineer tries to go through this calculation and this prediction of how much flow do we think we're gonna have annually in the Rio Grande and the Conneaut, and then how much do we need to curtail during the irrigation season, because then again, starting in November 1st, we're in 100% curtailment. So all those flows go to the state line. So a challenge trying to predict how much snow you have. This ties into Russ's comments earlier this morning. You might have 100% snowpack, but you only end up with 70% runoff. And a pretty challenging set of circumstances for the division engineer to go, here's the predicted flow. He makes an estimate and goes, all right, we're gonna curtail, we're gonna administer for compact purposes and hold back 25%. I watched that range change over time within the irrigation season from 0% curtailment early in the season, and then things happen or don't happen, we don't get monsoon flows, and watch the administration of that go to 100% on the Conneaut. I've seen that in the last 10 years. So pretty challenging, and the impacts, as you could imagine, particularly in 1969, producers were not used to that concept of, I don't get my full priority. They were certainly in tune with the natural curtailment, but it's an adaptability that we all just had to come to terms with, because there just wasn't an alternative, because we were legally obligated to do that. And then it just gets more complex as you go forward, and now we're in this period of lack of supply. The pressures are just, they just mount and grow exponentially in the Rio Grande Basin in particular. Our entire economy, culture, and communities are built around irrigated agriculture.
It sounds complicated. Mark, I'm hoping I can go to you next and talk about your multi-generational family producer here on the Western Slope in Montrose County. Talk to us a little bit about natural curtailment and specifically how that has impacted you and your operations, but also the community that you operate within.
No, I'm on the low end here. Well, in Montrose, we have the Gunnison Tunnel, which is, we are a Bureau Reclamation project, the Uncompahgre Valley water users. But 60% of the water comes from the Gunnison side, 40% comes down the Uncompahgre. And very seldom do we get 100% water throughout the whole season. So, we go on what we call percentages, which will cut the head gates on every farm in 10% increments. So from the upper end of the valley to the lower end of the valley, everybody shares in that shortage. And, when it gets to the point, when Mother Nature doesn't deliver it to you, you have to figure out, what am I going to do next? Some of the new irrigation techniques are allowing guys to, grow 100% of crop on their place. But for every 10% that goes down, there's going to be a whole lot more days, or a lot more hours spent out there tending to your irrigation. Some of the old timers say, well, when we're short, we do a better job of irrigating. But I've been in on that, and that's probably not true because it's a whole lot more work. So what ends up happening to us is as that starts to tail off, we start looking back upstream. So we have curtailed our neighbors up above us because of the water right at the tunnel. But, you know, you start to find out what that does to Christmas. It changes a whole bunch of things. But Mother Nature not supplying it has been something that these growers in my community have dealt with always. We've never really been 100% any time that I know of. You know, we go further out in the season, but what it ends up doing is that the next year you have to think about, am I going to farm that rockier ground that I've got, some of the less productive land, or do I leave it lay idle and then be able to irrigate the good ground? When it was laid out, it was built in order to have grain on every farm, and if you have 10% of your place in grain, when it ripens up, you don't irrigate it anymore. You can take that back to the ground that's growing corn, beans, onions, those type of things. So it's a management problem, but as prices have gone away, you know, the value of crops, you end up having to farm everything. And that's probably the hardest thing for these guys today, is that they're planning on having shortage of water. And that's one of the things I think that's causing us problems, is a lot of the next generation are saying, look, I can't deal with that. So it's putting a strain on agriculture in the western slope in ways, and I would imagine that's true in Cortez, in Montrose, up on the north end of the state. I think we're all looking at that thinking, well, what's next? So it does really, it carves away at the backbone of these communities, because more and more people are saying, I don't want to stay as a farmer. And they decide they're going to do something else. And then you have to figure out, are you going to sell it to the young neighbor, or what are you going to do with it? So there's a lot of shifting going on right now.
Thanks, Mark. Robert, I'm hoping you can talk to us maybe a little bit about the broader experience of irrigated ag in other parts of the state, and specifically in your role at the Department of Agriculture. What's the state doing to support communities impacted by these, I call them changes in hydrological conditions, but call it what it is, reduced water supply and a hotter, drier future that we're in today?
Yeah, thanks, Zane. That's a great question. And I think I have some slides to kind of explain some of this and what's going on statewide, if those could be brought up. But what Senator Simpson said as well, our farm was in Brighton, in Brighton, Colorado. And did any of you read my bio in the book? Right? I really am just a farmer, right? Okay. I want you to know that. That's what I feel like I'm most proud of is just being a farmer. Raise your hand if you're a farmer or rancher. Let's see how many people are in that audience. Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. But in the South Platte Basin in 2006, when our wells were found that we didn't have adequate augmentation plans, about over 440 groundwater wells were shut off. And this was in May, after many of us already had crops in the ground and growing. And so it was a big transition for us. We really had to transition away from the dependence on those groundwater supplies and then just focus in on our surface water supplies, which, like Rep. Catlin said, are just, you know, so variable. What was nice about groundwater, it was simple. You push the button, it's on, and you've got great quality water. But surface water supplies really dependent on the snowpack and the conditions that are going on. Any slides yet?
It seems like they're working on it for us.
Okay, great. So what we're going to see is, and I've had the great opportunity, the state legislature, thank you, in 2023 created this brand new position in the Department of Ag called the Ag Water Policy Advisor. So I'm housed in the Department of Ag. And really, Commissioner Greenberg has given me a pretty wide berth right now to determine what is the best role for this new position. Right now, I'm spending a lot of time traveling the state, going to Water Conservancy, Conservation District Board meetings, came to a River District Board meeting, really listening to the concerns out there. I could easily put up just one slide that says we're short of water, right? But it's interesting how in each basin and each sub-basin, they're manifesting themselves into particular issues. depending on the infrastructure that's in place, depending on the uses and the people in the valley. So I don't think it's, I think as the esteemed members up here on the panel would agree, it's oftentimes when we're looking towards solutions, we really have to be careful that those solutions may help one entity, but maybe really will help or will hurt another. Because again, the problems that we're facing are so unique to the basins that we're in. So the first slide, if it comes up, is going to show that the USDA Ag Census over the last 25-year reporting period from 1997 to 2022, we've seen a reduction. And the Ag Census, let's be clear on this, the Ag Census is self-reporting and it's only done once every 5 years. So this is a snapshot in time over that 5-year period. But if you look at that, and I've graphed these numbers, over that 25-year period, Colorado has seen a reduction in the amount of irrigated acres by over 1 million acres. And in some contexts, that's 32%. So you can see that downward trend. That's a 32% reduction in irrigated acres in Colorado. That's pretty scary to me. That's really reflecting the challenges that we're facing, not only with climate change, but with the increased demands on water because of population growth. Next slide, please. I took the time, this is county data. So the top line, the green line, is actually on the east slope of Colorado. The blue line is the river district counties, and then the whatever color that is on the bottom line, that's the southwestern district. And I didn't realize you actually share some districts between the river district and southwestern. So those numbers, there's some combined numbers in there because I just took the whole county. So I think there's a couple counties that overlap. But you can really see, and this is where I really want to make the point, and I give the river district a lot of credit, is you've got a great opportunity on the west slope now to be thinking about what you want your future to look like. So many of the areas like the Rio Grande, the Republican, and the South Platte, where we are so over appropriated at this point, we're challenged. I mean, we're really facing we don't have a lot of choices right now because and you have the great opportunity to be forward thinking in this area. I didn't post this, I should have. Montrose County is one of the counties that's decreasing irrigated acres along the west slope. It kind of gets averaged out in that. You don't see that in here, but it's really interesting that Montrose County is one of the declining irrigated acres. Next slide, please. And then this, Dan Keppen talked about the increasing cost of food right now. It's gone up to 11.2% of our disposable income. But what really is scary and what's really challenging, it goes to what Representative Catlin said, is that according to the USDA Economic Research Service, for every dollar that you spend on food, every dollar that anybody spends on food, only 7.9 cents makes it back to farm production. I mean, that's where it all starts, is the farmer. And yet only 7.9 cents is actually making it back to the farmer. And trying to keep up with those increasing input costs is just too challenging. And like Representative Catlin said, too many of the younger people are saying, you know what, it's time to walk away because of those challenges are just too hard to overcome. So part of my role at the Department of Ag and part of my thinking as we move forward and I think Commissioner Limke, I wanted to visit with you about this. I know Commissioner Felt has done this in Chaffee County, is that do we need to start thinking about paying farmers for their, what I call eco services, for those open spaces that they're providing some supplemental income if those farming environments are important to us. Because we're going to need to find some way to motivate that next generation of farmers to stay on the farm.
Thanks, Robert. That's incredibly insightful.
Oh, one more
yeah,
slide.
Please.
One more slide, please. Next slide. And so the T-shirt I'm wearing actually says this: without the farmer, you'd be hungry, naked, and sober. And sober is the one that usually gets people's attention. And I'm going to give one to Rep. Cat and one to Senator Simpson.
Thanks, Robert. Just a little recap of. There you go. What I heard from the three of you in that last round of kind of introductory remarks is one, legal curtailment is complicated, and it's not something you want. The uncertainty that comes with that makes it really hard for agricultural producers and the communities that rely on that production to have any certainty. What I heard from Mark Catlin, and I think back to honestly one of my first hearings with you at the State House was on a bill related to deficit reduction. And I remember Rep. Catlin saying, we irrigate on a deficit all the time. What are you guys talking about? But the natural curtailment, it does have impacts. And I think Robert's points really brought that home, that both natural and legal curtailment have resulted in a significant reduction of irrigated acres statewide. I want to go back to to Senator Simpson next and ask, what do you wish you or your parents, or maybe even your grandparents, had known decades ago? Are there lessons that you want to share with us here on the Western Slope? If you could place yourself back in time.
Yeah, good question, Zane. Like if you could turn the clock back, what would we think about or do different? And look, for us, nobody's fault, but we didn't have a full appreciation for the entirety of the system for us in the Rio Grande Basin. That meant the groundwater system and the aquifers and really unfettered access for 30 years to drill wells and pump groundwater, that we didn't have a full appreciation for the legal implications or the technical or engineering implications, which really put us in that cycle of where we were. So in today's world, I think I would equate that to like Russ's presentation this morning, and having a great connection and an appreciation for the environment and the climate and how much variability there is or uncertainty in that going forward as we think about what the future looks like. And the other one is for us is about kind of missed opportunities maybe. That joint investigation study from 26 to 36 actually identified the opportunity for a state line reservoir. But it never ever came to fruition or gained traction. There was another opportunity identified for the Wagon Wheel Gap Reservoir. There was a creation of the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District, but there was never, well, everybody's touched on it. It's hard to be a farmer. Economically, it's just challenging. Where in the world were those farmers in 1940 going to come up with enough money to do their cost share to build another reservoir on the Rio Grande? But, in retrospect, thinking about missed opportunities, I guess, Zane, is really something to try to focus on going forward, and a full appreciation for, again, the complexities you talked about it. We've been in this compact administration curtailment really since 1969, and we live it every day during the irrigation season. So routinely talk to folks when I was on the IBCC about you want to model or understand what curtailment and compact administration looks like. Come spend a little time down in the Rio Grande, and you can see examples of both the natural curtailment and then the legal one as well.
Thank you. Back to Representative Catlin, I think you can appreciate that the threat or even the concept of legal curtailment within the Colorado River Basin has required conversation and changed operations and other, I guess, approaches within the Colorado River Basin. What do you see that agricultural producers are doing forward thinking to try and prevent that legal curtailment from coming our way?
Well, in my area, there's a number of things that are starting to come around, and that's drip irrigation. Some of these kind of things where you can deliver the water right to the plant that needs it. The costs of that, you got to be a pretty well-heeled farmer in order to start experimenting with that. There are some guys in my country that are doing that, and it raises a great crop, believe me, because it's right there. You give it the drink when it needs a drink. We're still irrigating a lot like they were when Caesar was a baby. flood irrigation. But one of the things about our flood irrigation is that those return flows keep everybody in that valley going. You know, the incoming water is enough to probably irrigate about 30,000 acres. But after it gets used and reused, we're in the 75,000 acre range. So when they talk about efficiencies, sometimes they miss those kind of things. So I think what some of my growers are doing is underground pipe, concrete ditches. They're modernizing their delivery systems on their place. You know, NRCS and those kind of places are helping them do it, but there is a willingness and an eagerness to go about doing this. Because one of the other things is the only place that we can, as growers, can save any money in this day and age is on labor. Some of these systemized irrigations allow you to cut back on labor. We get a push sometimes for pivots, and the way our system is laid out, it's going to take a lot of engineering to figure out how we would go to just simply pivot. But there's not a person farming today that's not thinking about the future and looking to find ways to implement some of these things that will allow them to use less water to maintain the acreage that they've got. And there's not one of the people I know that are not thinking about the future.
I think that's a great segue to my next question for Robert is, you know, any of these conversations around conservation, efficiency, cutbacks are going to require more work on producers' backs. We already ask a lot of our producers. What's the state doing to, and in your experience, how can we better assist producers so that that's not a burden that they carry solely? What can the state, what can we at the River District do to help producers that are being asked to increase efficiency?
Great question, Zane. And I think back to the district, you're already doing that with, it's not your grant program, but what is your community
funding partnership?
Community funding partnership. I mean, that's a great example. And then also, you know, the CWCB support. I think agriculture is going to need to look to different partnerships in the future, you know, with working with entities. For example, on priorities for CWCB funding has to be kind of multi-use. So it can't be just replacing a head gate, it has to be multi-use for some of those. So, and we can see benefits, those multi-use benefits with those partnerships. At the Department of Ag, we have the soil health program helping farmers, and the legislature this past session passed some tax incentives for people that are going to participate in those programs, and looking for new ways to do that, because you're right, that the burden on agriculture is really great. And I think but on the same sense, it's also very exciting. I talked to Dr. Perry Cabot this morning about some of the work that he's doing, you know, how we can maybe incorporate AI to help us make better decisions on our irrigation patterns. And on the labor side, I've seen the laser robot that's out there to help us reduce the amount of labor that we need on our farms. All of those are costing more. And so again, finding those ways to support agriculture. And one of the biggest ways, I hope, because with like what Dan said, I think the diversity of agriculture production, that's so important that we keep that in place. And in Colorado, where our production costs are a little higher, it's going to be up to all of you to convince everybody that we should be supporting local, that we should be buying Colorado apples, Colorado potatoes, Colorado fruits and vegetables. That's so important to keep the producers here in operation.
Thanks, Robert. I think just an open question for the panel. I think a lot about the secondary economics or the externalities that lie beyond the farm, either in a legal curtailment scenario or a natural curtailment scenario or a voluntary curtailment scenario. When a small rural community, an agricultural community that relies on that production, the economics of agriculture, loses irrigated acreage, be it permanently or temporarily, those impacts don't fall squarely on the acreage that is lost. It's the the seed store, it's the co-op, it's the tractor dealer, it's the insurance agent on Main Street. How have you seen that in your own communities? And what would your advice, this is a bit of a curveball question for you all, it wasn't on the sheet, but how do we protect against that? How do we protect agricultural communities in the face of curtailment?
Pretty challenging question, Zane. And for me, in my basin in particular, not just, it's really a water security issue. It's about lack of supply and increasing demand, and trying to prepare ourselves for what the future looks like. And particularly for us, because our whole economy, culture, and communities are built around irrigated agriculture. And I can tell you from a high level, we irrigate in that basin about 500,000 acres. It's a function of how much surface water there is, but just characterize it as 500,000 acres. And whether it's, the legal obligation in curtailment and or the natural piece of this, you can layer in another aspect on for us was a self-imposed, but a statutory requirement to create and maintain sustainable aquifer systems in Division 3. It's just complicated, and to the point earlier about how interconnected some of these conversations are. But if the next 20 years look like the last 20 years, and we don't take some proactive approaches and do things about irrigation efficiencies and maybe different crops, Mother Nature's going to dictate this, but we could easily lose 100,000 irrigated acres in my basin. It's just unimaginable to think what happens to the school districts, to the fire districts, to the local taxing entities, to the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, much like the Colorado, we rely exclusively on those property taxes. And to watch that happen to my community and not be thoughtful, don't bury your head in the sand, and be thoughtful and think about and engage with the community and think about different paths forward. And I do think we are working on some efficiency improvements. We've largely converted to predominant center pivot sprinkler systems, but even in the center pivot sprinkler system world, there are continuing improvements around efficiencies and or different crops. It's a little challenging for us. We're at 8,000 foot of elevation and subject to a killing frost any month out of the year, and we have had them. So there's only a handful of different crops we can grow. But again, just that awareness and sensitivity that you can't just expect to keep doing business like you've done this is a conversation I have with my son, he's 33 years old, that we just recognize, I don't think I can keep doing this the way my dad did and my grandpa did and my great grandpa did. It's just a different set of circumstances, and the quote paradigm shift is real.
Excellent response. Thank you.
I think one of the things that worries me, and you mentioned it, secondary implications, if we don't plant the crop, then that economic activity doesn't go down Main Street, and that cascades right on through. So, the idea that you would set aside 25 or 30% of the farm ground in any community and not irrigate it, and the individual gets paid for it, what happens to the communities? Those are some of the things that worry me, because, we would probably be the guy who's leasing the water, he'll get paid. But then I don't have to go and buy feed, seed, all of the things that go along with that piece of ground. So that economic activity doesn't get to Main Street. So, we're going to have to think about it as communities. Some folks are trying to figure out, well, you can't sell your farm ground to anybody but a farmer. Well, it's a nice idea, but cuts your 401k in half. And that's really one of the things we're talking about. Everybody that's in ag today, the biggest part of their 401k is the ground that they've got equity in. So if the county or the people of the community think that's important enough, then maybe they should start looking at how they're going to end up owning that. Either by passing a tax. The big cities over there, when I go to Denver, they've all got open space that was a ranch. I guess if they think that's a good enough reason, then they need to make arrangements to be able to buy that property. They end up being the landlord, and we continue to farm it. But it's still harvest that matters. So it doesn't matter who owns it. If you can't make a living off of it, there's nobody going to want to rent it. So I worry about us trying to save water, because are we just simply putting off the inevitable? That we're going to have to do something different in these valleys. And, you know, Montrose, it was mentioned by Robert, Montrose is suffering from growth. I mean, we've been found. There's houses coming out of places I thought I'd never see a house, you know, and I wouldn't want mine there. But, you know, so I don't know if we're going to replace ag with something else. But the other thing I wanted to mention real quickly is in the valley that I live in, we have gone through numerous priority crops. You know, we were a potato producing area, then that didn't work. You know, the prices dropped because all we were raising was reds. Then we went into sugar beets and Coors barley, and they were great. They made a lot of money. They helped keep us in farming. Today, Olathe sweet corn and other varieties of sweet corn are the billboard crop. But there's not nearly as many acres of that as there were with sugar beets and those kind of things. And we've looked at trying to bring them back, but you have to dedicate so much land to them that we couldn't find it. So ag shifting. You can tell it, you can feel it. What we're going to look like worries me.
Yeah, change is always very difficult. And one thing I wanted to make a comment, another thing that Dan Kempen said was about feeling comfortable that we have a redundancy in our food supply. But what that also has done is it's made food cheap because we've overproduced. We have the capability of overproducing. When we were growing vegetables, it was a shame because the only year that we saw a profit was when another farmer had a disaster and it raised the prices. So in a free market system, we overproduce so that we can all have cheap food. And so it is going back to what Representative Catlin said about what other markets are there? What other ways that we can develop a market to get the return to farmers? And that's a tough question. It's one that we're really trying to search for, and why I was saying that maybe as Representative Catlin said, maybe the community needs to decide that we need to support agriculture in other ways, not just from what they can earn a living from. And one of my soapboxes too is that if a farm family finds that they do want to sell their water and land, whether it's for 401 retirement or whatever, that at least we put it out in the open so that everybody knows, so that the community could have the opportunity to say, hey, that's for sale. We think that's an important piece of the agriculture heritage here. Let's as a community purchase that land. So that's one of my soapboxes in order to try to keep that in place in communities.
Thank you, Robert. I'm getting the signal that we're out of time. I do want to, when I called you up, I noted you all as honorable. And I get to work with these guys at the state capitol far too many days a year. But I want to note something. I say this when I'm out in the field. We are really, really lucky in both Western Colorado, but in Colorado as a whole, to have a group of dedicated legislators and public servants that work together on water. These two guys happen to be of the same party, but there is no party when it comes to water. And I find, and I've been so impressed by that, working with the two of you and with you, Robert, at the Capitol, that when we have major challenges, and water is a major challenge, we come together. Mark Catlin works as much with Julie McCluskey as he does many in his own party. The same is true of Senator Simpson, and CDA is there to help support the conversation. I think you guys have done an excellent job trying to find those solutions to incredibly difficult, incredibly complicated and uncertain issues. And so I want to say thank you, and I meant it when I called you all honorable. So thank you. Great job, guys. Forgot my last assignment. Lunch. Lunch is in the other room. You can go in, grab a plate, come back to your table, and we'll get started with the next keynote here in just a bit. But thank you all, and yeah, enjoy the lunch, and we'll see you back here in a minute. Thank you.
I hope everybody is enjoying their lunch. We're going to start with our next speaker here shortly. If you could work your way back to your seats, we'll get going momentarily. Thanks.
Is this a fair description? Received the Ellen Malloy Desert Writers Award?
Yep.
And do you still serve as Southern Utah reporter?
You need to take it to update, or
Because we're about to start and it needs to be the right deck.
Zach's on that?
Yes.
So I should wait for a minute.
We can switch over after Zach. I mean, he can still run. Sorry.
My question is Zach's presentation on that?
It is, but it hasn't changed. So the one that they have right now, we're still going. You can call up.
Can I give you this?
Yep. Hey, sorry. This is just the updated slideshow for the afternoon part. It's afternoon part 1 DK instead of the afternoon part 1.
Okay, I hope everyone is enjoying lunch. Thanks for finding your way back to your seats. We're going to get started again with our afternoon programming. And it's my honor to introduce our next guest and speaker. Zach Podmore is an award-winning author and journalist with over a decade of experience covering water and conservation issues in the Western U.S. He's the author of Confluence and, more recently, Life After Deadpool, and the recipient of the Ellen Malloy Desert Writers Award, and was the 2023 Writer in Residence at the Entrada Institute. And he recently served as a Southern Utah reporter for the Salt Lake Tribune and lives in Bluff, Utah. Help me welcome Zach.
How's everybody doing? Thanks for that intro. Thanks for the River District for welcoming a lowly journalist to the stage here. And thanks for sharing your lunch with me. I've worked, as Matt mentioned, as a reporter for the Salt Lake Tribune for a number of years. And when I was working on stories, I called a lot of the people who have been on the stage this morning to ask for their expertise in trying to figure out some of these different stories. And I hope I stay within the realm of reality more or less as I'm up here trying to share what I've been working on for the last few years, which is a book about what's happened in Glen Canyon over the last 24 years since Lake Powell was last full in 1999. So we'll get into that if we can pull up the first slide here. Should I? I'm running my own slideshow here. All right, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so this book just came out a few weeks ago from Torrey House Press. And I didn't want to get into the kind of familiar history with the controversy around Glen Canyon too much. You know, this kind of encounters with the arch-druid John McPhee story we have of David Brower in the Sierra Club fighting with Floyd Dominy and, you know, beautiful canyon versus reservoir. All that stuff obviously played out the way it did. But what I started to realize when I was working on this book is that there's a really interesting story that's unfolded, ecologically speaking, with the sediment in Lake Powell over the last 24 years. So I tried to dig in, meeting with different experts who are studying the recovering reservoir bed and the changing reservoir bed in Lake Powell to some of those issues. This is a story that obviously revolves around the Glen Canyon Dam, which creates Lake Powell. But I start the book by talking about another reservoir that was in Glen Canyon from the year 1100 AD. A group of ancestral Puebloan farmers climbed a bank on the eastern shores of the Colorado River, right below a seep that was coming out of a hanging garden on the cliff wall there, a seep that was kind of just draining into the soil and disappearing. And they built this tank that was 27 feet long, 10 feet deep, capable of holding around 10,000 gallons of water. They made it watertight, super thick, 5-foot thick walls. And they put one little opening at the bottom of this tank, a little drain. And as the spring slowly filled the tank, presumably when it was time to irrigate, a diver would plunge to the bottom of the pool and pull the plug from this little drain, and water would flow out of the tank into this canal system that ran for a half-mile down slope. It had head gates on it, a lot of different ways to divert the water onto bean and corn and squash fields. And it was a really amazing piece of agriculture happening in Glen Canyon 900 years ago. And I start the book by talking about this tank to recognize that people have been in the Glen Canyon region for countless generations, but also to make kind of a provocative point, which I will read for you now. I won't do a ton of reading, don't worry. Like the indigenous farmers' ancient stone tank, the Glen Canyon Dam is an impressive feat of engineering. Around 300 feet thick at its base and with a curving 25-foot thick crest that extends for nearly 1/3 of a mile, the Glen Canyon Dam was, at the time of its construction, one of the highest concrete arch dams in the world, and it is large enough to tower over the Great Pyramid of Giza. Before it started to silt in, Lake Powell boasted a storage capacity of 27 million acre-feet, and it was capable of holding back over 2 years' worth of the Colorado River's average annual flow. The 186-mile-long reservoir oozes across maps of southern Utah like a Rorschachian ink stain, filling over 100 side canyons to form a houseboat paradise that draws millions of annual visitors. The dam's hydroelectric plant can generate 7,000 gigawatt hours, at least back in its heyday, each year, enough power to light nearly 600,000 homes. But had the builders of the much smaller reservoir on the riverside dune in the 12th century witnessed the flooding of their handiwork by Lake Powell far in the future, they likely would have noticed that the Glen Canyon Dam had a serious design flaw. The Bureau of Reclamation's best minds forgot to install something that the builders of the spring-fed tank had considered key: a drain at the bottom. So this is a little flippant, a little provocative, but the design of the Glen Canyon Dam is an issue in this story we're trying to tell about what's happening in the Colorado River system as a whole, what we heard about this morning, with the changing climate and the declining reservoir levels in Lake Powell. And it's something that's going to, I believe, play have an increased role in the future water management in the Colorado River system. So as the Glen Canyon Dam was being constructed, as many of you know, there were 2 tunnels that were drilled through the sandstone cliffs around the dam site, diverting the Colorado River around a cofferdam that allowed the concrete to be poured. After the dam was finished, those tunnels were filled with reinforced concrete. And right now, there are only 3 ways to release water through the Glen Canyon Dam. There are the spillways at the very top, which were used in 1983, as I'm sure many of you know, or if you've read the Emerald Mile, when Lake Powell was struggling from having too much water in it, and those spillways were getting damaged from the high water release in 1983. Then there's the hydropower penstocks in the middle of the dam. The main way water is released, the place where water turns the turbines and produces our hydropower. And then there's a set of tunnels below that called the river outlet works that aren't used very often, but they're the lowest outlets on the dam currently. And those river outlet works are still hundreds of feet above the historic river elevation of the Colorado River. So when we talk about dead pool, as many people are familiar with, that's talking about the disaster scenario of Lake Powell falling to the level of those lowest outlets and having no easy way to release water into the Grand Canyon downstream and to fill Lake Mead and get water down to the 27 million people in the lower basin who rely on Colorado River water. At Dead Pool, Lake Powell would still stretch 100 miles upstream into Glen Canyon. And there'd be millions of acre feet of water trapped in Lake Powell with no way to actively release them. So that's a situation we of course want to avoid, and which people in this room have been working to make sure we avoid, which I'm grateful for. But it's an important part of what's happening with the drought we've been seeing since the year 2000 in the Colorado River Basin. Last spring, before the runoff, we were just 30 feet above minimum power pool. So we were really dangerously close to getting to this minimum power pool level where hydropower generation would stop. And the river outlet works, those lowest tunnels, were used for just a few days last year during a high flow experiment, and they were damaged in those 3 days. They've since been repaired, but there's concern about letting Lake Powell drop below the minimum power pool level just for the integrity of the dam, because there's no redundancy in the system below that point. So there's kind of three major ways to think about what Lake Powell is and does, at least ways that I conceived of it before I started this book. The first is a really important piece of the plumbing system in the Colorado River Basin. The Glen Canyon Dam is, of course, located just a little bit upstream from Lee's Ferry, where the political dividing line is between the upper and lower basins, as it was drawn under the Colorado River Compact of 1922. And it's been a major asset for upper basin states like where we are in Colorado to be able to store water during wet years and release it during drier years, producing hydropower too, and providing the houseboat paradise that I mentioned. I mean, so many people love to recreate on Lake Powell. They had over 4 million, close to 5 million visitors last year in Glen Canyon National Recreation Area. It's an amazing place to go out and explore. So there's kind of the viewpoint of Lake Powell as part of this plumbing and political system that gets water downstream. There's the recreational benefits of Glen Canyon National Recreation Area. And then the third way that Lake Powell is often talked about in some circles is as environmental travesty, right? There was a lot of controversy around the construction of the Glen Canyon Dam in the 1950s and 60s. And we had people like Edward Abbey and Katie Lee here, wanting a future where the dam looked like that. Whenever I start talking about Lake Powell, I start drying out, so. That, to admit my bias here, that's what I'm doing as a journalist in the book. I was probably exposed most to that third kind of viewpoint growing up. I did a lot of river trips with my family. My parents are both teachers, and we went out on multi-day river trips in Utah and elsewhere every summer, and often heard about the river trip we'd never get to do, which was Glen Canyon. I first saw Lake Powell in 2011 when my friend Will and I here, we graduated from college. We decided we wanted to go on the longest river trip possible. So we went up to the Wind River Mountains in Wyoming, to the source of the Green River, started following a creek that came out of this was October, a little creek that came out of this lake. We got in pack rafts, started paddling downstream, eventually had enough water to get into sea kayaks, continued through Echo Park here, Gates Lador, Deso Gray, Labyrinth Stillwater, Cataract Canyon, and eventually made it down to Lake Powell. I tell the story in the book. We got there, we'd kind of gotten in this habit of we were paddling after dark every night to make our miles. And we never had much trouble finding a beach to camp on once it was dark. But we went through Cataract Canyon, and it hit Lake Powell, and it got dark. And we were just in this canal of sediment that had been deposited in Lake Powell, and there's no easy way to get out to find a campsite. So we ended up paddling through half the night, found a place to exit eventually, and fell into the mud. And there was ice on our kayaks. It was late November. We're covered in this slime, and I wasn't too happy with the idea of Lake Powell at that particular moment because I didn't have a houseboat, and I'd just been, on the river for hundreds of miles, and that kind of shaped my view over the next 7 days as we paddled into the wind across Lake Powell, trying to get to the Grand Canyon downstream. We went through the Grand Canyon and across Lake Mead and through all the little reservoirs on the Arizona-California border until we hit the border with Mexico, where, as you know, the last remnants of the Colorado River are diverted into a canal system. We got back in our pack rafts and floated for 5 days through the canals. Everyone down there, people who were working on the canals were cool with it. They all asked if we were fishing. No one told us to get out. And we made it to this point where the last bit of water ended in the canals. And then we hiked down to the Gulf of California, looking a little rougher than we did when we set out a few months before that. And, I was, wilderness guy, whatever. Looking back on that trip, this is kind of the image in my mind I had of what Lake Powell was for someone who liked to run rivers. Again, I've looked into the windows of houseboats longingly from the seat of the kayak, and can see very much why it's such a good destination for a different form of travel. But I thought until I could afford a houseboat, I didn't really need to spend a lot of time on Lake Powell. But that changed really dramatically 10 years later when I'd become a journalist working for the Salt Lake Tribune. I did a trip down Cataract Canyon with the Returning Rapids Project, which is based in Moab, which is facilitating science in the bed of Lake Powell. There were 25 scientists on this trip. We spent a week going down Cataract, and I heard from all these scientists that there were really interesting things happening. Lake Powell just hit record low levels in 2021 when this trip took place, and it continued to drop for a couple of years after that. There were people studying what was happening with the fish, with the sediment, with the ecology in the side canyons. And I realized there was enough going on and enough people that I'd met on that trip and elsewhere in my reporting that I could turn that into a book. So I break down some of these issues into this wholly original concept I came up with here. It's called The Bad, the Ugly, and the Good. I'm going to use that for my movie, so I've trademarked it. I didn't steal it from anywhere else. So we'll use that to go through the talk here. The bad, as we heard about this morning, climate change. I'm going to come out and say it. It's not great. We heard a more detailed story of this, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. But basically, the Southwest has gotten hotter and drier compared to the previous century. Here's a simplified version of the graph that DK showed earlier, but we have this blue line showing the really wet years in the 80s, the good years in the 90s, and then declining flows since then. On average, the Colorado River has runoff into the basin has been reduced by around 20% compared to the previous century. Meanwhile, that red line shows consumptive uses and losses throughout the basin. This is from a graph from Jack Schmidt, Utah State University. And that line has stayed pretty flat until we had some cuts very recently. So we have declining flows, declining supply, steady demand, and that's been possible. And I should say that, as was mentioned earlier, that the lower basin uses most of that water. Us up here in the upper basin, we use about half as much water as the lower basin states, even though under the Colorado River Compact, that was supposed to be equitable. So that's a big issue in this red line as well. But it's been possible to continue using almost as much water as we've been accustomed to using for so long, because we have these massive storage reservoirs in Lake Powell and Lake Mead, the two largest reservoirs in the country. And as we all know, those have declined significantly up until the spring of last year when Lake Powell was around 20% full. It went back up to 40% full after that good runoff. But as DK mentioned, we're still less than half full in both these reservoirs. Working for the Salt Lake Tribune during this time in 2022, the records were being broken, and we started to hear a lot more sense of an urgency around addressing this imbalance in the water budget. It was mentioned earlier that there were calls to cut between 2 and 4 million acre feet of water use throughout the basin. That's 15 to 30% of total water use. Huge amount of water. As Andy was talking about, this involves a trade-off of values of figuring out where you're going to get that, whose water you're going to reduce first and who's going to be impacted. It's incredibly complex and difficult. Another side of this story was that the Bureau of Reclamation, for the first time ever that I'm aware of, started studying what it would take to modify the Glen Canyon Dam to produce hydropower at lower levels than is currently possible, and potentially to release water at lower levels on Lake Powell than is currently possible with the design of the Glen Canyon Dam. So there is, I don't need to tell a lot of you who might have been in some of those discussions, but this is not a scenario where the design of the dam starts to impact us that's 20 years off in the future. We were really close to having significant impacts start to come down on us, and we got bailed out by a couple of good snowpack years. On Lake Powell itself, we're all familiar with what was going on out there with the flow levels going down pretty rapidly. Next stop on our tour is the Ugly. I didn't come up with this name, the Domini Formation. This is geologists who are studying the sediment that's trapped in Lake Powell. It's the somewhat official name that's been given to the sediment. Instead of saying sediments captured within Lake Powell, the Domini Formation is what kind of everyone who's studying these issues uses as shorthand. Yeah, don't come at me for that. I didn't come up with it, but it's of course named after Floyd Domini, the commissioner of the Bureau of Reclamation during the 1960s. And if you've ever floated through Cataract Canyon and gone through the big drops and crossed over the high water mark of Lake Powell, you're familiar with what the Domini Formation looks like. It's these 150-foot, 200-foot tall banks of sediment that are really affect the experience in Lower Cataract Canyon. And they're taking a while to erode. These are areas that probably haven't been covered by Lake Powell since the 90s, and there's still a ton of sediment out there. I was trying to think of a way for the book to talk about just how much sediment has been trapped in Lake Powell since 1963 when it started to fill. And there's a study from the USGS in the 80s that found that 37,000 acre feet of water storage capacity was replaced by sediment each year as the dam was for the first few decades of the dam's existence. An acre foot, of course, acre of land filled 1 foot deep with water, an acre foot of mud, same idea. So here's one way to visualize how much sediment is in Lake Powell. The sheer quantity of silt that has settled to the bottom of Lake Powell is so enormous it's difficult to comprehend, even if you've seen the Domini Formation banks of Lower Cataract Canyon firsthand. To get a sense of scale, picture this: an acre of land, an area slightly smaller than a football field, at sea level. Pile mud onto that acre and keep piling until it towers 37,000 feet in the air. Grab an oxygen tank, you'll need it, and climb to the top. You'll be 8,000 feet above the summit of Mount Everest, high enough to look down on commercial airliners droning below at full cruising altitude. That's how much silt the Colorado and San Juan rivers were funneling into Lake Powell every single year. The rates slowed slightly since the 80s, but still somewhat close to that. On Lake Powell's 60th birthday in 2023, the 37,000-foot tower of mud would cover not one, but close to 60 acres of land. If faith moves mountains, reservoirs collect them. So this is definitely, a part of the story. But the sediment is not evenly distributed throughout Glen Canyon. The vast majority of it is trapped in the upper reaches of the reservoir bed. And you can kind of see how this works if you follow the San Juan River, in this case, down below Clay Hills. You portage around this waterfall that's formed in Domini Formation sediment in the 90s, and continue downstream to where the river starts to look, kind of like a river again. There's lower Domini Formation banks here than in Cataract Canyon, but it's sediment that you see covered in willows on either side of the river. The ecology is pretty dominated by native species here. These are cottonwood trees that have grown up since this area was last covered in 2011, and they're 40, 50 feet tall, mostly willows beneath them. A lot of beaver activity in this area. And then you continue downstream into the Domini Formation, where areas have been exposed for less time. And my friend Wade here in the photo, people always ask, what was the deal? Why does he have that bag on the back of his boat? Well, I just gave a book talk at a bookstore the other night. Wade was there, so I had to talk about how he had his Dutch oven in this bag, his ukulele, like 18 rolls of Pillsbury biscuits and cinnamon rolls that he would cook in his Dutch oven every morning, a bunch of other stuff, and he couldn't even close this massive bag. And plus he has his kayak completely packed. So I was paddling behind him, just glad he wasn't flipping over and swimming in front of me, because I was worried about that the whole time. But you can see the water's already getting muddier here. So you have the natural sediment load in the San Juan, and then as it flows through the Lake Powell sediments, it picks up more dirt as it goes and gets muddier and muddier. You go through these channels that kind of calve off into Mudberg Islands that rapids can form and disappear really quickly. It's a wild landscape to paddle through. There's cracks and crevasses. It kind of reminds me of, well, you got to be careful where you step out there too, or you'll have a bad day like Wade did. It kind of reminds me, this landscape, of what a glacier looks like, and that's what Mike Dehoff at the Returning Rapids Project uses to describe what the sediment is doing. It's kind of moving somewhat like a glacier downstream each day, sometimes at a rate of 100 feet per day into Glen Canyon. As the water flows atop the sediment layers, hundreds of feet, or over 100 feet in most cases, above the historic riverbed, and then hits Lake Powell, deposits that sediment, and then the glacier kind of creeps forward. And as you get right above the where Lake Powell was in 2022 in this case, the channel spreads way out. And then before even the current stops, you can see the sediment dropping to the bottom of the reservoir. And then within a few miles, it's the Lake Powell we all know and love, really clear waters. So all that sediment getting trapped up high, where the river meets the lake for the most part. There's very little sediment in the heart of Glen Canyon itself. This graphic kind of shows what that process looks like. The Glen Canyon Dam was built. The reservoir started to fill. A little bit of sediment was deposited along the riverbed. But then when the reservoir was mostly full in the 80s and 90s, the vast majority of sediment got stuck at the top. And then as it's dropped over the last 20-some years, those mud glaciers have started to push forward into Glen Canyon. You can see what this looks like from satellites as well. This is a 12-mile section of river from 2019 to 2022. And you can see the sediment moving downstream, pushing laterally out into the side canyons and filling almost 12 miles in those years. So our last stop in our trifecta, the good, the rebirth of Glen Canyon. We're talking ecologically speaking here. There's been a lot of good news in what's happened in the side canyons of Glen Canyon over the last 20-some years. And you can really see what the changes, how the changes progress as you go up pretty much any of the side canyons in Glen Canyon. You start by paddling through these forests of ghost cottonwood trees that were drowned as Lake Powell started to full. fill. There's very little decomposition that's happened on these trunks. You can see the life jacket on the top of one of those trees that was a marker for obstacles for boaters back when the water level was higher than that. You pull your kayak over at the end of the reservoir, start walking upstream. If the reservoir was dropping, as it was in 2022 when this photo was taken, you start walking through areas that have only been exposed for a few weeks or a few months. There's kind of tumbleweed growing back, little tamarisk trees. You pass all sorts of fascinating trash. You can see this Budweiser can. Somebody appears to have shotgunned it many decades ago. And that may have led to this situation. We don't know, but there's a lot of stories to be found in the trash of Lake Powell. And then you get into areas that have been exposed for a few years, continuously, 5 years. You have a kind of a mix of invasive and native species. You have wildlife moving back in, beavers coming into the canyons and damming them again, supporting clusters of willows. And the trend in all these canyons, according to Seth Ahrens, who is pictured here, who's an ecologist, who's doing plant surveys in a bunch of tributaries to Glen Canyon, is that after 10, 15, 20 years, the native species, the cottonwoods, the willows, the wildflowers, all the rest of it, are really outcompeting the invasive species. So you get further up into these canyons and you see 50, 60-foot tall cottonwood trees, and you see very little tamarisk and tumbleweed and that sort of thing. And this is, happened just on its own. There's not really an active management plan going on. There's no tamarisk removal in these side canyons. There's no planting of cottonwood trees, but it's really come back on its own, and it's very promising, ecologically speaking. There's places that were completely packed with sediment when they first were revealed from dropping Lake Powell that have cleared out really quickly. A lot of these side canyons are full of sand instead of that mud, and they wash out in just a couple of monsoon storms. Places that you'd never know are underwater for 50 years. Bathtub ring has been erased in a lot of these places. Sometimes somebody leaves you a message on the wall that shows just how much sediment has been removed. This picture was taken in 2022, and you can see that 2020 at the top there. So that's how much sediment washed out in 2 years in this canyon. And then eventually you end up walking on bedrock again. And then the higher up into the canyon you get, the longer the areas had to recover and the healthier the landscape is. A trick to find the high water mark, because it's not always obvious, is looking for the lichen line. The lichen's the last thing to come back. And then you get above the high water mark of Lake Powell and into the areas that were never flooded. There's a lot of cultural resources that were drowned for a long time that have reemerged. The steps here. Petroglyphs, pottery. The archaeologists have found baskets and sandals from ancestral Puebloan people that were underwater for 50 years that, just like that cottonwood bark, survived intact and has been, didn't decompose surprisingly under Lake Powell. Historic inscriptions, this one from the 1890s. And places that used to see a lot of visitation, like Defiance House here, when you could houseboat right up to it, are now miles from the lake and require quite a long hike through brush to get there. And every time I went out there while writing this book, I didn't see any other footprints. So it's really difficult issue for land managers, right? Because the impacts are changing so wildly every time Lake Powell goes up or down 10 feet. People are camping in different places. Maybe cultural resources are getting impacted one day and not another day. And it's really difficult to manage from that perspective. There are arches that used to be able to take your jet ski through that are now out of the water. Natural bridges. And even that bathtub ring is starting to disappear slowly. You can see the streaks coming down across it. There's a lot of other stuff in the book. I talk about like I said at the beginning, I didn't want to go into the kind of environmental debates too much from the 50s and 60s around Glen Canyon Dam, but I wanted to explore pieces of the history that I wasn't exposed to as much growing up. So there's a chapter with the economist from the University of Utah here, Marshall Steinbaum, who helped me understand kind of the New Deal economics that allowed for the Glen Canyon Dam to be built, and WAPA, which sells the power now, federal agency. And then there's a few chapters on the history of the Navajo Nation and its relationship with Glen Canyon National Recreation Area. The historic border of the Navajo Nation used to be the center line of the Colorado and San Juan rivers. It's now above the high water mark in Lake Powell. There's kind of a movement underway to discuss maybe altering that boundary in some way to allow more economic development from the Navajo Nation. Actually onto Lake Powell or onto the returning river sections of Lake Powell. And there's also a discussion from Dan McCool, who's a professor of political science and an expert on tribal water law, of what the future of the 30 Native American nations in the Colorado River Basin could play in, as we heard a little bit about earlier, water leasing opportunities, and just making sure that the obligations are met to indigenous nations. I live in southern Utah, right on the border of the Utah-Navajo Strip. There was a water rights settlement just a couple years ago for 80,000 acre feet. Thank you. And that settlement allows leasing within the boundaries of the state of Utah to other entities. So, there's only 5,000 people on the Utah-Navajo Strip. A lot of them need running water, so that was the first priority identified by the Navajo government is to provide running water to those households. But maybe 80,000 acre feet won't be used right on the San Juan River there, where the Navajo Nation is, but maybe there's opportunities for revenue to lease water throughout the state as well. And this has happened with the CRIT in Arizona as well, and you could see these trends adding more flexibility during extreme drought years, right? So we've covered a lot of ground here. We have these mud glaciers that are grinding downstream. We have a river with less water in it than it used to have. We have this ecological rebirth happening in Glen Canyon, uncertain future for Lake Powell. We heard earlier that it's really hard to predict, even though we know the globe is getting hotter. It's hard to say what that will mean for water levels. But I wanted to talk, just to close out here, a little bit about the opportunities that are presented by this crisis at Lake Powell to perhaps do things differently than we've done them in the past, or at least to consider different responses to the crisis in an extreme back-to-back-to-back drought year scenario. So for a long time, when the Glen Canyon Dam was functioning as intended, cranking out hydropower, providing a bunch of water storage for the upper basin, there was kind of a natural alliance with the houseboat community because both of those things were working in tandem. And there was really no reason to take people like Katie Lee here seriously, who were saying, we got to get rid of that dam because she loved Glen Canyon so much before it was flooded by Lake Powell. But I think if the design of the Glen Canyon Dam starts to present major barriers to water deliveries throughout the lower basin, that maybe we don't need the dynamite or anything like that, of course, but maybe there's some of the ideas of what's happening in Glen Canyon and what could be done with modifying the Glen Canyon Dam, which the Bureau of Reclamation is already studying to some extent, could be taken more seriously as a way to provide more flexibility and adaptability in managing these big reservoirs we have in the Colorado River system. If all the water from Lake Powell were moved to Lake Mead today, Lake Mead would still be less than 3/4 full, I think. And that's obviously would take a lot of work to make something like that happen. My question for all of you who are much more involved with these issues than I am, is there a deal that the upper basin could get out of potential modification to the Glen Canyon Dam if it was absolutely necessary in an extreme drought scenario that would be good for the upper and lower basins? So maybe instead of measuring deliveries from the upper to lower basins at Lee's Ferry, below the Glen Canyon Dam where they're currently measured, maybe 2 accounts could be created within Lake Mead that would allow for an upper basin pool and a lower basin pool. Instead of physically moving water downstream, they could be, the water could be moved like numbers on a spreadsheet. I don't know how feasible that is. That's something that people I've interviewed in the book have proposed. And I know these issues are incredibly complicated. There are so many different users who are interested in water for a variety of reasons, as we've heard today. And it's always trade-offs, as Andy was saying. It's a question of values and trade-offs. And do we need to prop up Lake Powell and dry up farms? How do you balance those things if you have to decide between one or the other? It's difficult, and I respect all of you for getting that hard work done. But I hope that the changes that have happened in Glen Canyon, which give us a window into the future of what these areas would look like if they're not flooded again, at least play some small role in those discussions, because it is remarkable how we have such a huge sample here of a landscape that was uniformly impacted by flooding. And now we have a record of what 24 years of recovery look like, and it'll likely be a longer record before Lake Powell fills again. So we have a really good idea of what, how the landscape, how nature responds when it's given a chance to heal. And I think it's really interesting from a research perspective and from a management perspective to try to consider those issues. So thank you all so much for listening to my spiel. If you're not entirely, sick of me, I'll be out there selling books if you want to buy one. But thank you very much. I might have time for a question or two if anyone has them.
Thank you, Zach. And we appreciate the insights and imagery. We do have a couple of questions from the audience. We'll start off. As a journalist and filmmaker, what are some of the biggest challenges or pushbacks you've faced in telling this complex story of the Colorado River Basin?
Oh, the book just came out a couple of weeks ago, so I haven't had too much interactions with the public. Not many people have read it yet. But I think, there's just so much history and legal precedent and emotions wrapped up around what Lake Powell is. It's provided water and as part of the Colorado River Compact. It's provided, memories for generations of people who love recreating on Lake Powell. It has this whole history of kind of, being seen as an environmental mistake from certain segments of the conservation community. And so it really depends who you're talking to, of what kind of responses you'll get about what Lake Powell is, what values people see from it, and what they want it to become in the future. So I think, there's a wide variety of opinions, and I tried to include as many of those as possible in the book. I didn't want to make it, outright propaganda for any one view or another. But looking forward to hearing more from folks as it gets out in the world and they read it.
Great. Thank you, Zach. We appreciate your thoughtful insights and powerful imagery, and thanks for being here.
Cool. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, come on up then. You weren't going to do this yet, but come on up then. I was going to introduce you one at a time.
Okay.
Yeah, hang out. So, All right, we're going to jump into the next segment, which is audience engagement, to help us understand what you know. And so if you can hit up the QR code and let us know on a scale of 1 to 4, how familiar are you with the operational guidelines for coordinating releases from Lakes Powell and Meade, and the process to modify them, because that's what this next panel is going to be talking about. And so get on your phones and let us know the answer to those, because it'd be very helpful. It's a complex set of guidelines that we're dealing with. But in the meantime, I'm going to get started, since we still have a lot to cover. And we're going to continue talking about water supply security, our favorite subject, our water supply security for 40 million people, 30 tribes, 2 countries, and the future there too. And so as we step into the unknowns of the future, we really need to be constantly reminded of where we've been, right? We don't want to keep making the same mistakes. And we've certainly been here before. 2007, when the guidelines were created, was not that long ago. And, today we're sort of back to the future in a sense, right? We're being challenged to now replace those interim guidelines. They were set for 25 years, and we're coming to the end of that period, and to come up with something else that's going to be durable, sustainable, for a system that's characterized by huge variability that we've seen and talked about all day. But even since 2007, our supply and demand challenges have grown. So in fact, less than 18 months ago, before the runoff of 2023, I'm sure folks will remember, we were facing an immediate emergency with Lake Powell dropping to record low levels. Zach just showed us graphically that the bathtub ring at that time had grown to 200 feet high. And, we were in real jeopardy of not being able to generate hydropower. Reclamation was making emergency releases from the upstream reservoirs. Here in the Gunnison, we know Blue Mesa released 36,000 acre feet extra water to prop up Lake Powell, Flaming Gorge. It was definitely fingernail biting time or more. And so today, things have improved a little bit, but we're still being encouraged to change how we behave and how we do business. Reclamation's Commissioner, Camille Touton, we know, had that urgent call of action in the summer of '22. It was eerily similar, folks may not remember, but in the summer of 2005, then Secretary of Interior Gail Norton also challenged the states in a similar way to come up with a new approach, and that led us to the 2007 interim guidelines. And so this sort of federal call and state water use response is becoming quite familiar. It should be quite familiar to all of us. But there's some good news today to share a little bit, depending on how you look at it. If you're Zach and you want the reservoir to go down, stay down, that's one thing, maybe. Or if you want it to come up, we've had a few good inflow years through a series of fortunate events, quite a significant volume of reduced water use. And so we're at about half full, right? In fact, Reclamation is reporting now that, by the end of the year, end of next year, almost 3 million acre feet of additional water will be left in Lake Mead due to compensated conservation in Lower Basin. That's a lot of water, a lot of money that's been spent for that voluntary conservation, right? But with that said, it's past time to come up with some other ways to make this more durable. And we don't have the money to continue to pay people to change behavior. We're going to have to do this in a different way. And so it's past time really, to have this honest adult conversation, this discussion, and ask questions that have really no easy answers. We need to work diligently to not repeat history. And so under the NEPA requirements, this is a public process. It demands that we shine the light on these difficult issues, and we're doing that now, and our panel is going to talk about this. And to my mind, before we get into that, I want to suggest that we look at these issues differently. And if we could bring up my next slide, which is not the results, but my cool AI image that I created to illustrate that, it's easy for an optimist to say the cup is half full, or the pessimist to say the reservoir is half empty, which, but maybe it's time now to get the realist in the room and get this conversation going, to turn that glass on its side and to think differently. For the new different, as I said earlier today, and to think in a totally different new paradigm. So to that end, we've assembled an amazing panel of experts to continue this adult conversation, which has been going on in boardrooms and fields and offices well beyond the 250,000 square miles of the natural basin of the Colorado River, to Washington, D.C., to other countries even. And so to do this, I'm going to invite our respected speakers up one at a time. I didn't let them know that I was going to do it this way, but each will make some introductory comments, and then we'll have a conversation here together. So I apologize for dropping that bomb here at the end, but to start us off, it'll be Russ Callejo, and Russ comes to us from Boulder, Colorado. And each of our distinguished speakers, their bios are in our program, so please take a look at that. But I want to just tell a little story here for each of our speakers as they come up. Russ and I got to meet in about 2005 or 6, just before we got to work on the 2007 interim guidelines, and we got to work together to develop this, and he's had so many jobs since that point. It's hard to believe in about 25 years. He's grown his way up through a deputy regional directorship, and now he is the director project manager, which the title I don't think really speaks to his skill set, but project manager for the process to replace, well, he'll say this better, but basically the NEPA process, which is the National Environmental Policy Act requirements for the replacement of the 2007 guidelines. So I'm trying to get you to come up here, Russ, and I'm going to hand the mic over to him, and then we're going to pass it on to our other speakers one at a time, and then we'll speak together. So thanks. Be right back.
All right, thanks, DK. That great introduction. Maybe something that's not in the pamphlet here in my bio was why I'm here. I was the Deputy Regional Director in the California Great Basin for the Bureau of Reclamation, responsible for the operations of the Central Valley Project. For folks familiar with that project, there's a little bit of controversy there with the Bay Delta in California. There's a little bit of complexity with that project as well. But I spent about 7 years out there in California. Prior to that, the bulk of my career with reclamation has been working really close to coast on Colorado River issues. So I really, cut my teeth in the operational aspects of Colorado River. Like DK mentioned in 05, 06, being part of the modeling team, the technical analysis team, doing all the modeling work that went into the 07 guidelines. When the opportunity came to come full circle and do a career achievement, a full circle career goal of mine, is to develop the next set of guidelines. and to be part of that leadership team, to move from the technical work, use all the tools that I've collected in the tool bag over the course of my 25, almost 6 years with reclamation, and put that into this project. So this is really my heart and soul that's coming out in this project. It is a capstone event for my career, but really for my personal as well as professional life. This, I also happen to be a proud member of a ranching family in southeast Kansas. It's multi-generational. My brother-in-law represents the 5th generation. My kids and my nieces and nephew represent the 6th, who have interest in ranching. And we farm as well just to feed the cattle. And, you know, it's not, we don't irrigate. We happen to be on the other side of that 100th meridian. We do get some rain, but it's not enough. I bring that up today to let you know that I understand this water business from a lot of perspectives. I understand over the last 20 years being associated with the ranch, my part is small, but I have a part that I'm proud of. And I understand from those 20 years, not only working reclamation water issues, but understanding my family issues with water. There's not a day goes by, there's not a conversation that we have, whether it's at my father-in-law's house or in my house, about the water, what's, you know, he checks his rain gauge all the time. Oh, we got 2/10 today. That guy up 2 sections up. He got an inch and a quarter. I really think that his rain gauge is associated with his phone. Talk about a great man. But the point is, water in rural America, it really boils down to, and it's been said already today, community and then family. So for me, this job that I'm doing is about family, and there's no better motivation than that. So that's me. This is not about me, but I thought it might be important that you get to know a little bit about the government guy who's working on your behalf to get this done. A lot of times we're labeled as bureaucrats. I absolutely hate that word because I work with some really talented professionals. And it's good to know a little bit about where your food comes from, right? That's what we say in the agricultural business. Learn where your food comes from. You should also know a little bit about who's working for you in your government. So enough about me. It's about post-2026, very catchy name. I'm going to just hit briefly on the what, the how, and the when. DK hit a lot on it already. I'll just repeat some of it. Repetition is the way we remember. So first, the what we're doing, and a little bit of the why. So the current operational guidelines for Lake Powell and Lake Mead expire in 2026. Those are primarily the interim guidelines that were adopted in 2007. Minute 323 with the country of Mexico pursuant to the 1944 Water Treaty. That was adopted in 2017. And finally, the drought contingency plans for the Colorado River Basin, both upper and lower, adopted in 2019. So our task is a multi-year process pursuant to the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, to develop successor domestic guidelines, so just within the U.S. The process with Mexico is in parallel. It is done at the lead of the International Boundary and Water Commission. The plan is for it to culminate at the same time that the post-2026 process does in 2026. So these domestic guidelines that I'm responsible for are going to be prepared in advance of the 2027 annual operating plan. We call that the AOP. The AOP is something that's finalized in the August timeframe of the previous year. So the 2027 AOP will be finalized in August of 2026. It's less than 2 years away. So that's the what. So next is the how. Well, it really goes beyond the nuts and bolts of the NEPA process. It's bringing something different to the table. We're trying to develop guidelines that provide for the sustainable management of the Colorado River system under a wide range of potential futures. The one thing we were guilty of back in 2007 is we didn't think broad enough with respect to how bad it could get. We didn't know that we were in the start of the millennium drought. We didn't know that we were going to see inflows that we had not seen before, certainly not at the time of 1922 when the compact was developed and water was apportioned in the basin. So I assure you, this time we are considering a wide range of inflows, potential inflows, way lower than we've seen in the past, way lower than 2002. So our challenge is to design a operation of Powell and Meade, the engines of the basin, with that in mind, with a future affected by a changing climate that could have inflows, unprecedentedly low inflows. If it was easy, it'd already be done. Spoiler alert. This is not easy. It's complex. Millions across the world, as DK, their eyes are watching this, their interests are in this, their families are affected by this. So we take it extremely seriously, and we're doing our level best to bring in the state of the art with respect to technical analysis into this process. But that's half of it. The other half, and maybe more important, is partnerships. Trying to build consensus. Again, if that was easy, it'd be done. So many different interests in this basin, so many different points of view, all important. How do we balance that? How do we build a consensus that's acceptable? We're not all going to get what we want, but can we get a little bit and move forward together rather than through a path of litigation? Again, going back to the Central Valley Project, I may be the only one in this room who's operated a project under a court order. It's not where you want to be. It is very difficult. You do not get, you think you go into a lawsuit understanding your position is rock solid and you're going to get exactly what you want out of the deal, and you get maybe the exact opposite. Nobody wins. This litigation on this river for these guidelines, that would be perhaps decades. Only people who get rich, the proverbial legal teams. So we've got a very big challenge. And the last thing we want to do is get into litigation. So we're focused on building consensus and with the extensive stakeholder engagement. Lastly, the when, the timeline. We're in it right now. We kicked off the process officially. We've been thinking about this for years. But we kicked off the process officially back in June of 23 with a notice of intent to prepare an environmental impact statement. That's just a fancy way of saying we're on the clock. And the environmental impact statement, it's not just about disclosing potential impacts of an operation. It's really the forum, the venue where the great ideas from across the basin and beyond get integrated into, evaluated, and in the end, a preferred alternative. Again, it's not going to be what everybody wants to see in it, but hopefully it's got enough so that we can move forward together. It'll be interim in nature. The first 2007 guidelines were interim. They expire. We expect this next one to be interim, not permanent. That gives us operating experience moving forward to make adjustments. And we will make adjustments for these guidelines based on our operating experience since 2007. Kicked it off in June. We're currently in the alternatives development phase of that process. Anyone familiar with environmental impact statements understand that this is really the bread and butter. Getting that broad range of reasonable alternatives for which to analyze a broad range of operations and a broad range of potential impacts, not just to species, not just to air quality, but to communities, socioeconomics, environmental justice, Indian trust assets. Those are all analyzed as part of this. And so The process will wrap up with a record of decision in the summer timeframe of 2026, again, less than 2 years away. There'll be a draft environmental impact statement and a final environmental impact statement between now and then, for which the public will have opportunity to comment. Our transparency doesn't stop there. We hold public webinars. We have a website that's up to date. We are trying to go, NEPA has requirements for public participation. We're going above and beyond every single one. We're not just meeting the moment, we're exceeding it. So it's something I'm very proud of, and I intend to continue, always open to suggestions. But in the end, it's about new operational guidelines domestically in the summer of '26. I think I'll stop there, DK. I went over the 5 to 7 minutes. Sorry about that.
Well, thanks, Russ, setting the stage for us. Next, I would honor to call up the Vice Chair of the Tribal Council for the Southern Ute Tribal Nation, Lorelei Cloud. But before she comes up, I just want to say a few things. Although I haven't had a whole lot of time with the Vice Chair, I have been lucky enough to spend a little bit of time and got to know her a little bit, but only recently got to learn a little bit more about this amazing woman that I want to share with you, because she was recently awarded the Next Wave Leadership Award by WECO, which is Water Education Colorado. And I now know that her resume includes motorcycle riding and that she was a former boxing coach. And today she told me that, not only was she a boxing coach, her specialty was footwork. And I thought, well, that makes sense, because now we all know how she's become so successful, bobbing and weaving through the many issues and challenges facing her sovereign nation. So really glad to be able to welcome Vice Chair Cloud to give us her thoughts on the issues of the day.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for embarrassing me, DK. Again, my name is Lorelei Cloud. I am from the Mwach and Kopota bands of Utes. And this is, the land you're standing on is Ute country. This is originally our homeland, and so I want to make sure that I acknowledge that. But I do have a lot to cover in a short amount of time. And so I would just like to basically really talk about the Colorado River Basin. It's a big subject, quite honestly. How do you advance this? Okay. So I'm going to give you a little bit of history of the indigenous peoples and some of the situations, or I guess the events that we've had to deal with in over 200 years since colonization. In looking at the Colorado River negotiations, historically, tribes have been unrepresented. And these, right now, they're unprecedented times, because we have 30 tribes in the Colorado River Basin. And you have to remember, each one of these tribes, they're unique tribal nations. They are sovereign entities, which means most of their laws and what they govern trump state laws. And so they're right up there with the federal government when you talk about sovereign nations. And so when we talk about the Colorado River and the inequities that tribes have dealt with, you can see from this list of historical events, the different situations that my tribe has dealt with, and getting our Colorado River Compact water to be taken seriously. It was this summer on June 2nd, we celebrated 100 years of indigenous people being citizens in the United States. 2 years before that, we celebrated the Colorado River Compact. So we're 100 years behind on the conversations and being included in the Colorado River conversations. And so that really impacts how we move forward. And so when you look at this, this list of history, you see that there's so many new things that happened in the last 2 years. honestly, and really that's not a lot of time when you think about everything that has happened in negotiations. You had the interim guidelines of 2007 and so on. And so just recently, again, in the past years, tribes have finally started to have some type of inclusion. And really what we want to have is tribes to be included in all these conversations and for these conversations to be normalized. And we're still working on that process today. And so one of the key issues as we move forward in the negotiations of the Colorado River Basin is how tribes have a formal seat in the negotiations, because again, tribes were not included in the compact. And so how do we change that mechanism? How do we change that methodology into getting tribes to be included in those conversations? So that it's not just a struggle that we're dealing with now, but it's something that's normalized for our future generations. For my tribe, we know that we've been here in the Rocky Mountain region since time immemorial. And so we've seen a lot happen. And we also need to understand that Colorado state history is also my history. But also my history, Ute history, is also part of the state of Colorado. And my history hasn't been told. And I don't know if most of you or any of you know a lot about who the Ute people are and the struggles that we had even when our reservation was created. For my reservation, it was established in 1868. And so according to the Winters Doctrine, my tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, because our reservations were established at the same time, we have the most senior water rights. And I think we have the most senior water rights in the Colorado River Basin. And so that plays an important part of why tribes should be included in the conversations. Because in 2014, the 10 Tribes Partnership and the Bureau of Reclamation started producing, gathering data for the tribal water study. And in 2019, that was formalized, and it was actually formalized when I was a chairman of the 10 Tribes Partnership. And what it finally showed in black and white what we already knew. 10 out of those 30 tribes had 20 to 30% of the entire river system. But we were not included in any of those conversations when it came to management. So it was another inequity of what the tribes have been dealing with. And so as we continue to move forward, my tribe, you can go to the next slide. Or this one? Oh. The green button. There we go. We started to finally move things a little bit differently. So the Upper Basin tribes are the Ute Indian tribe in Utah, and they're also part of the Ute Nation, but along with the Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute, we call ourselves Ute Nation. Hickory Apache Nation, they're in New Mexico. Navajo Nation, they're a little bit unique because they're both in the Upper Basin and the Lower Basin. And also, let me see, am I missing one? Yeah, I think the Paiute, Shivowitz bands of Paiutes. We all got together and with our Upper Basin states, and we signed and committed ourselves to an MOU. And in this MOU, we said that no matter who was sitting in any of our seats, that we were going to continue to have these conversations between the tribes and the states. So there's 10 sovereigns in the Upper Basin, and we're having conversations about how we're going to manage the Upper Basin as far as water policy, because still there is not a formal mechanism for tribes to be part of the conversations. This was the first time that the tribes and states ever met. And for 2 years, every 2 months we got together and we had these meetings, and that's why we knew that we needed to make sure that those meetings continued, no matter who was in the leadership seats, so that those meetings continued into the future. And again, it's about normalizing tribes being part of the conversation. Let me see here. So that brings me to my next. Oops, let me go back one. I thought I had one more slide. So I'll leave it here. So when we're talking about inclusion of tribes, this also includes our water. And up until now, tribes in the Upper Basin do not get compensated for our unused tribal water. We have been asking and asking the federal government to create some type of policy so that we can be included in the compensation of our unused tribal water. We know right now that because we haven't been able to use our water because of different policies and the lack of infrastructure, and I can go on with a list of reasons why we haven't been able to put our water to use. We have been talking with the Bureau of Reclamation about how can, again, tribes be compensated. We had something on the table until Wednesday, and that changed. So I'm going to read you something that we put together. Sorry, this is emotional for me, because we worked very hard for a while so that we could get the compensation for our water. So in 1988, after decades of negotiating, the Congress passed the Colorado Ute Indian Water Settlement Act, confirming the Southern Ute tribe's water rights. However, the tribe was unable to use its water resources due to the failure of the federal government to maintain essential infrastructure. The unused water resources flow downstream for the benefit of others, including those in the lower basin. On March 28, 2022, we met with Secretary Holland and voiced our concerns. And during that meeting, it was about our unused tribal water that is flowing downstream and not being accounted for. And downstream users have developed a reliance on the unused tribal water, especially during the ongoing 23-year drought. The tribe also asked for more opportunity for the upper basin to participate in programs similar to the lower basin, identically creating surplus programs. Through that conversation, the conservation programs the reclamation had been funding other water users to be able to receive compensation for reductions in water use. The tribes have not been permitted to participate in this program. Sorry, I just got a little sideways. I got sideways there. So if there is a forbearance program, the tribe should be able to receive compensation to forbear future development and use that water towards water infrastructure and develop our water resources once those forbearance was completed. A forbearance program would reduce the potential conflict between junior priority and senior priority tribal water development. Last, a forbearance program would ensure that unused, undeveloped tribal water in our system helps rivers, animals, plants, and other water users. Through conversations with the Upper Basin states, Reclamation agreed to include tribal forbearance programs under the B2W program, where we were looking forward to announcing and working on a proposal. On September 18th, the state of Colorado informed the Southern Ute tribe that Reclamation has reconsidered its position and will no longer include tribal forbearance program in the B2W program. This decision needs to be reversed. These discussions have gone on long enough, and this matter needs to be finally addressed. The Department of Interior refuses to provide funding to repair its aging infrastructure to enable my tribe to utilize its water and its resources. And then it allowed others to use tribal water resources without compensation to the tribes. Sorry. the Department of Interior is our trustee and has the trust obligation with respect to tribes' quantified resources. So we're tired of broken promises, and enough is enough. We would like to encourage everyone that you reach out to their congressional representatives, Secretary Holland and Commissioner Tootin, to assure that tribal forbearance projects are included in the future. I'm sorry for getting emotional, but we worked really hard on that. And 2 days ago, we got that pulled from us. And so when we talk about this panel having, the title is about, are we recreating, what's it called? I can't remember. But yes, we haven't changed anything. No matter how tribes are trying, we haven't changed anything. This conversation is going to continue, I think, in other forums. I know our state commissioner is also going to be addressing this as well too, and also the other state commissioners in the Upper Basin, because according to our MOU, we had committed to each other. And the conversations we had in the last couple of days, they are standing true to that fact, which I'm very grateful. As you people, we believe that water is the essence of life. And honestly, if we do not work together and we are not treated fairly, we have done nothing for our future. If I can't stand here and tell my grandchildren that I worked hard for them, what am I doing here? What is any of us doing here if we can't tell that to our future children? So yes, we are still making mistakes. But tribes can't do it ourselves. We need everybody to kind of help us here. So I'm putting out a call to action to everybody here to please, if you know of anybody that can help us, please reach out to them. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those heartfelt remarks. It's going to be hard to focus here, but it is part of the challenging discussions and the challenges that we're all facing, that we need to work together to rectify the mistakes of the past and not continue to make them. So we're going to change gears a little bit and come back, though, and continue the conversation. But I want to introduce a really close friend, now the Director Taylor Haas from our board. I've been fortunate to know Taylor for now over 20 years as a colleague and as a close friend. During that time, she's been a source of inspiration as she leads the way in creating collaborative solutions from here in Western Colorado to South Africa, Australia, and beyond, in her role at the Nature Conservancy as Director of Colorado River Program. So please welcome Taylor, or Director Haas, excuse me.
Okay, wow, that was really powerful. And so it's hard to come in after that. And I'm rethinking my title slide here a little bit because sometimes there are mistakes. But as I was preparing for this panel, I came across this quote, and it did seem particularly relevant, that there are no mistakes or failures, there's only lessons. But there's also a corollary quote that I want you all to hold in mind too, and maybe it's even more relevant now based on Lorelei's comments, which is that when we know better, we need to do better. And I think that is really, to me, the theme right now is that we do have a chance to do better. We do have a chance to course correct. When we are working, we know that water management in the West is incredibly complicated and complex. We've got 7 US states, 2 more states in Mexico, 30 tribal nations, and thousands of water users that depend on this river system, including nature itself, including the habitat, the wildlife, everything that makes this part of the world unique. So it is our time to learn and to do better. So one of the lessons I think that I hope we don't lose sight of as we're having all these conversations, and I think it's been pretty well stressed today, is that climate change is water change. Either too much, too little, wrong place, wrong time. This is playing out all over the world every single week. This particular week, we saw Europe deal with 1,000-year floods in Central Europe, and then also dealing with wildfire and extreme drought in places like Portugal. So this is something we're seeing all over the world, and it's not unique to the Colorado River Basin. How it plays out here, though, we heard from Russ this morning, is we have lost 20% of our flows just since the year 2000. So that is what is putting the squeeze on the system for all of us. And we're seeing a 3 to 5% reduction for every degree temperature increase that we're experiencing in this basin. And we saw from Russ and other presentations that this part of the world is heating up faster than anywhere else in the lower 48. But the other thing to think about, and the slide I hope tells that story pretty well, is that the environment is the underpinning of the entire system. This isn't just a ditch, right? This is a living system that we all rely on, and nature is the fabric that underpins it all. So when you think about wetlands, they are your friend. As we are adapting to climate change, we need to remember the role that wetlands play in regulating the system. They act as a sponge to moderate and regulate dry times and floods, so they serve both functions. They also serve as a fire break. You can see from this photo up from the East Troublesome Fire. They serve as a fire break, and then when we're recovering from fires, they help protect water quality. So we need to be investing and thinking about these the benefits that nature plays. Someone said it earlier too, but forests are our biggest reservoirs. And so we need to improve forest health as we move forward and invest. And so as we plan for this incredibly uncertain future, we need to be thinking about how we invest in the environment and make sure that we're including the environment as we craft solutions for the next 20, 50, 60 years and plan for the future generations. Okay, so I'm kind of pivoting us here as to what have we learned, and this list is by no means is exhaustive. But first of all, the 2007 guidelines were not flexible enough, and the future won't look like the past. So you have to think about these two things together, and we did, Russ mentioned the fact that these are, that the last guidelines didn't contemplate how bad things would get. We need to plan for that this time. We need to create more flexibility in the system. We need to ensure that there's a process and a framework that will allow us to adapt real time if things continue to get worse. I'm not particularly worried about the best case scenario. I'm very concerned about the worst case scenario, and we need to make sure we're planning for that. We also need to make sure we're not living in crisis mode in the future. And this last point I made goes to this, but we've spent the last 20 years kind of jumping to adapt, and it takes a lot of energy when we don't have the flexibility in the tools that we have and in the framework that we have. We have to create these special negotiations, which then end up diverting attention from continuing to work in the communities to help us all figure out how to adapt. So I think we need to get away from this crisis mode. I used to also think that we just needed to reduce our water use, right? I mean, not easy, but at least it was somewhat simple. And I think 2020 to 2021 was a real wake-up call for me personally, I live up in Summit County, and seeing how we had such a dry fall. We were experiencing some of the worst fires we had seen in the state's history. And when we came into 2021 runoff, we had a 96% snowpack and a 33% runoff because of those dry soils. So we're experiencing that much, much drier system overall. So we also need to invest in our watershed's health. And I mentioned that earlier, but I think I just want to reiterate that this is not a single solution, which brings me to my next point. These guidelines are not a panacea. We need to have the right level, we need to level set our expectations because they cannot do everything. They're a very narrow piece of the puzzle, very important piece of the puzzle. It's important to kind of understand the operating framework for the upper basin and lower basin, but there's a whole bunch of other things that need to happen, including another minute with Mexico, another agreement with Mexico. We need to help our agricultural producers adapt to a future with less water, and yet allow them and help them continue to grow food and fiber for all of us. We need to help our rivers. We need to honor our promises to tribal nations. The guidelines are not going to fix all those things. So just understand that it is just one piece of the puzzle, and there's a lot of other work that needs to be done in parallel processes. We also have talked about who was not included. And I think, there's many perspectives here. We heard from Lorelei on that perspective. There's other perspectives that have not been included, and we hope that this time we can do better. So another lesson that I think about a lot is we are in this together. Every single thing, what happens in the upper basin impacts the lower basin. What happens in the lower basin impacts the upper basin. What happens in all the different stakeholders, we are tied together. Every single sector, every single sovereign, the environment, everyone is feeling the pinch of this river that is shrinking. There's not a single sector or geography that is not feeling pain from this. And it's important to recognize, because sometimes we tend to point fingers at others. It's somebody else's problem. Somebody else caused this. It's very complicated. It's very complex. But we should be, I hope, focusing on how we can work together. And there are examples of good things that have happened over the course of this region's time frame working on Colorado River issues. We have some amazing agreements in Minute 319 and 323 that Russ referenced. There's clearly work to do when it comes to tribal nations, but there have been good things that have happened over the last 4 to 5 years where the tribes are being more included. Again, there is more work to be done. Environmental NGOs are playing a very different role here than we play, and maybe NGOs play in other parts of the world and other basins. We're on the ground trying to help find the win-win-win solutions. We're trying to bring money to bear on these really important problems and try to help find solutions. And then the upper basin and lower basin are they're taking important steps. The upper basin is working on finding some of the tools that can be used in these parallel processes. The lower basin has committed to a reduction of 1.5 million acre feet. Yes, there is work to be done on both of those and getting to implementation, but things are happening. So let's not lose sight of the fact that we are in this together. And what's the old saying of, hang together or you hang alone. So I think we need to kind of shift back to a model of collaboration. So I want to touch on one last thing is that the conservation community, there's 7 NGOs, they're listed up here, came together to submit an alternative into the 2026 process. We did it for a few reasons, and I'm not going to have time to go into the details, but I wanted to focus maybe on why we did it. First of all, if you want to learn more about it, since I don't have time now to talk about the details, if you just Google Cooperative Conservation Alternative, it will pop right up on various different websites, and you can learn more about it. We have 2-pagers on each of these elements within the alternative that can be, I hope they will be informative to you. They've got graphics, and we'll do a much better job than I will in a minute and a half. So What I wanted to focus on, though, is why did we do this? For one, we really wanted to broaden the conversation. We need more creative ideas on the table, not just Lake Powell and Lake Mead. We wanted to think more broadly. We wanted the Bureau of Reclamation to think about different kinds of solutions that could be factored in. And some of the goals and interests that we were trying to incorporate were things like stabilizing water storage, which would be, and ecosystems throughout the river basin. We wanted to make mitigation and environmental stewardship part of operations and thinking about how we plan for the future. We wanted to incentivize conservation throughout the basin and be able to use that conserved water creatively to serve all sorts of purposes, including protecting the environment. We wanted to preserve and maintain the opportunities for another good agreement with Mexico that includes environmental protection, as we have in the past. And finally, we wanted to pursue parallel activities and processes that can help all of us build resilience in this basin. So we have learned a lot. We're still learning. But I really believe, I think you have to be an optimist in this business, but I do think we can do better, and this is our time to be able to improve how we do things. So thanks.
Well, I think I failed miserably as a moderator. We have just a few minutes, and we wanted to have a conversation. And before we do, I was wondering if we can get the audience engagement results up there. We didn't get a chance to really look at that, to find out what you all know about the task at hand, which is to replace the interim guidelines with another set of maybe interim guidelines. And, the conversation is, what did we learn and what should we do differently? Can we do it all in one process? Is it going to take us different, the sideways look at new processes? And so there's a whole lot there. We covered a little bit, and we won't be able to cover it all here. But I wanted to just pass the mic down and get sort of another take, a quick take. Here's our results. It looks like we have a reasonable familiarity of the process and that operational triggers exist that change the operations. And so that's good news. So we're going to speak to that sector of the audience, of course, with these kind of questions. But what do you think we should do, notwithstanding the issues that we just learned about, and how do we take the next step together? I'll hand you that. Okay, I'll hand it to Taylor.
Okay, I know I was just talking, but Russ told us he also didn't want to go first when we get into these questions. So I think there's a lot we can be doing. I mean, there are good things going on in the basin right now. I tend to look outside of the interim guidelines most days because the process of that feels a little bit stuck at the moment, or a lot stuck, in terms of how do we manage the system differently. And the Bureau and the states have their hands full when it comes to trying to figure out how to manage Lake Powell and Lake Mead. It's super complicated, and there are, both sides are pretty entrenched at the moment. So as a organization that, as a nonprofit working outside of those processes, we're not in the negotiating room, but what we focus on is what can we do? Where do we have agency? And we have a lot of agency. We're working with agriculture throughout the basin, trying to meet agriculture where they are to find ways for them to reduce water and, again, continue to thrive and grow food and fiber for all of us, but also find a way for them to use less water, because that is the future, unfortunately. We're working in river management. We're working to improve wetlands, and we're trying to improve science to help with forest management. And we're working to bring money to the ground. I would say one thing, we're thinking a lot about different tools. Time will tell which ones of these will get picked up. But one thing that I think a lot about is how do we have once in a generational funding right now coming in from the federal government. And yes, that comes with complications at times, but on the other hand, it's way easier to solve some of these problems with money than without money. We don't have water, so it's better to have some money to help kind of soften that blow, but how do we invest that money in a way that helps improve resilience in the long run? So that's an area where I think we can spend, something maybe we can all agree on is that we can be trying to improve the long-term funding to adapt to the crisis that we're facing.
So a lot of thoughts, try to put them together here coherently. I think for the project that I'm responsible for, we are absolutely doing things differently than we did in '07 to get better. We have a long way to go, but we are absolutely trying to be more inclusive, to be more transparent, to listen to more voices, to incorporate more perspectives, to do a breadth of analysis, because in the end, what the document does, Taylor pointed this out, the document isn't a panacea. It's not the end all, it is a start. It provides the environmental compliance for whatever we can dream. And really that's that's broad range of alternatives. The key there is we have things we analyze in that document, get environmental compliance for, and then make a decision within that space. So we are attempting to push boundaries in all directions, on the low and the high end. I give the Conservation Cooperative a lot of credit when we've been working very closely with you to develop modeling assumptions for that proposal that we received. We've had several meetings with the NGO community doing just that, trying to refine those modeling assumptions so that we can have that analysis be part of our document. It's huge. We worked together in '07, but we're taking that to the next level here. We also have, working with tribal folks who have submitted proposals to work on those aspects to bring into that broad range as well. Specifically, we have a tribal work group set up where we're working specifically on a conservation mechanism that could be bolted on, for lack of a better word, to any alternative that's selected. So again, trying to do better and engage our partners to study that broad range, get coverage for it, so that when something innovative is permitted, it's full speed ahead.
So I want to go off of what Taylor said earlier, that there are some good things happening in the basin. So please, I also want to focus on that too. But for tribes and the tribal perspective, there's still a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Tribes can't be the victim to the overuse and the over-allocation of the river basin. So like for my tribe, and actually a couple of other tribes in the basin, for mine particularly, we have a situation where on my reservation we have an infrastructure that was put into place in the early 1800s by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They're an arm of the federal government, just like the Bureau of Reclamation. And so there is a trust responsibility there to uphold that to the tribes. It's the BIA's infrastructure, but they haven't maintained that system since the 1960s. So there's no way for me to be able to put all of my water to work. So that's why I have unused water going back into the system that is not accounted for. Yet, I can't get compensated for that unused water. And so there has to be some kind of equity between tribal water and everybody else's water. There has to be equity between nature and human. But what are we going to do about it? So I'm going to leave that question for you all. Thank you.
I think that's a really good place to leave this panel. We didn't really anticipate being able to answer all the questions, but we did want to put those questions out for you all to consider and take home with you. There's a lot that we all need to do together going forward. So thank you for listening. We are ready for a break, a well-deserved break. So please get a drink, stretch your legs, and seek out our experts to continue the conversation.
Thanks, DK. We will be back in our seats and starting again at 2:45. Okay, everybody. We are going to get started here in 3 minutes. If you could please find your seats. We're going to have speakers on the stage in 3 minutes. Thank you.
You're on it with this mic. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, no worries, man. Andy knows. Huh? He knows he's up. Is that where you're headed?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Thanks. You did good. What'd you pick?
Water bottle.
Good. Those are awesome.
Yeah, well insulated.
It is.
Yeah. Heavy.
It's a self-defense mechanism
I was going to say,
as well.
try. Whacking.
Get that in a pizza cutter and you're all set.
Sounds like you watched some strange movies. Yeah. Okay.
I just didn't get enough sleep last night. Never mind. I gotta catch Taylor at some point for her interview and see if Lorelai wants to do one.
Okay. Can we have people please take your seats? Please take your seats. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If I could get your attention, please, if you all could come back in, sit down. Before we move on to the next speaker, I do just want to make one interesting point, because I touched on water markets earlier in my presentation. It appears that the Bureau of Reclamation has informed the tribes that it will not pay for their unused water in the system to defer their development. The Bureau of Reclamation, however, is currently paying lower basin water users to not use those very same molecules of water. The tribal unused water goes downstream and is consumed by lower basin water users. Those water users are in fact being paid today to not use the Southern Utes water. So I'd like everybody to think about that whole concept in terms of value and the values our federal government displays when it makes decisions like that. Moving on to something better, maybe, something lighter. We have the executive director of the Colorado Water Conservation Board here today. The Colorado Water Conservation Board was formed by our legislature the same year, and in fact, I think the same week, the Colorado River District was formed. They're a statewide policy agency. Lauren gets the pleasure of dealing with all of our state's rivers and all of our state's population who depend upon those rivers. But I think here in the Colorado River Basin, the CWCB has been a tremendous partner in helping our water users develop their water, adapt to conserving their water. Many of our community funding partnership programs, our funds are matched with the state, the CWCB's funds. One of our projects that you heard quite a bit about this morning, Shoshone, the state has committed through the CWCB and their projects bill $20 million to the acquisition of those water rights. More importantly, their in-stream flow section that Lauren oversees, along with the rest of the folks at the CWCB. The in-stream flow section staff have been working incredibly hard with our staff to tee up that in-stream flow agreement, the first kind of contingency in our effort to acquire those water rights. And so it is clear that we do better together. We work cooperatively with the CWCB and we're able to accomplish a whole lot. Lauren has a tremendous background in natural resources, interestingly also finance, and did some work interfacing with our legislature on behalf of the Department of Natural Resources. So Lauren has an excellent background. She's, I think, a year plus into this new position, but she's doing an excellent job, and I'd like you to join me in welcoming Lauren Riss to the podium. Thank you.
I guess the benefit of going later in the day is that everyone's already covered what I was going to talk about, so I can maybe save a bit of time. I do appreciate the invitation. It's really great to be here. As Andy said, I've been the director of the CWCB for about a year, and prior to that, I was the deputy director under Becky Mitchell. So I've been with the state for a while, but I'm just really honored to be in this new role. I still say it's new, even though I've been here a year. So I'm going to cover a bit about what our agency has been up to in the last year, including a number of our programs and funding opportunities that we have available, and the various ways that we're communicating with you all and with the River District on the West Slope. But first, before I get started, I hate to just assume that everybody knows what the CWCB does. Andy said a little bit about that. What I really like to point out is that we're not regulatory. We don't administer water rights. That's Jason Ullman's job, so you can ask Jason the hard questions about that. I like to think of the CWCB as being the cheerleaders for having tough conversations, for bringing people together. We provide support to the basin roundtables around the state of Colorado. And of course, we have a lot of funding opportunities for folks around the state for various types of water supply projects, stream restoration projects, provide technical assistance. So that's really how we make our friends, is through our grant and loan programs, and I'll talk more about those. And the other thing that I just wanted to mention, really the best thing about my job is the people that I get to work with. And first and foremost, that includes our board of directors that's appointed by the governor and the amazing CWCB staff. We have a couple of board members here, maybe. I thought I saw John McClough. There he is. So Director McClough represents the Gunnison Basin. He was just appointed this last year. I like to say he was our recycled board member. He served on the CWCB in 2009 for about 9 years and just really wanted to come back. So we were so lucky to have John. We also reappointed Barbara Vasquez. I forgot I have slides. We reappointed Barbara Vasquez from the North Platte, and then newly appointed Brad Wind from the South Platte, who took over from Robert Cicada, who you heard from earlier, who left us to go for the Department of Ag. But we have Brad Wind and are grateful to have him as well. And then other representatives on the West Slope that serve on our board include Paul Bruchet. Of course, everybody knows and loves Paul Bruchet, doing really cutting edge work on the Colorado in Kremling. We also have Jackie Brown from the Yampa White Basin. And then, of course, Lorelei, who we just heard from in the previous panel, represents the Southwest Basin and is the first tribal representative to sit on the CWCB. So really just a phenomenal board of directors. I also wanted to take just a minute and recognize some CWCB staff that we have here. We have Emily Zemak, who's sitting in the back. She works in our interstate and federal section, along with Clint Carney, who's a relatively new hire from CSU, who's our federal policy specialist on Colorado River issues. We also have Ashley Garrison in the room, and she works on our water plan. There she is. She works on our water plan grant program. More about that later. And then we also have Felicia Martinez, who is in a new position that works to provide program support for our Colorado River team. So really great people. We have had just a really busy year. I have a number of QR codes embedded in the slides, so get your phones ready for more information. You can scan those as I continue talking. But one of the things I did want to start out by highlighting over this last year was the projects bill that the governor signed in May. This is an annual bill that moves its way through the legislature and provides a tremendous amount of funding to projects all around Colorado. This year's package was record-breaking, or nearly record-breaking. It was $220 million. And that included funding for water plan grants, our turf replacement program, which has been very popular, water forecasting, drought planning, and more. And as Andy mentioned, also part of that bill was $20 million that went towards, to the River District towards the purchase of the Shoshone water right to provide security for administration of the Colorado River going forward. Part of that bill included funding for water plan grants, which included $23.3 million. And for the first time ever, that was notable because it included exclusively funding from Prop DD. That's the funding that comes from sports betting revenues and did not require any supplementary funds from the general fund, the construction fund, or severance taxes. So that's really a self-sustaining program now. For the first round of applications to our water plan grant program this fiscal year, we received 41 applications to the board, who just approved, this last week actually, we had a meeting in Alamosa, just approved $9.3 million in grant awards to projects across the state. And we've really had record demand for that program since its inception. I'll talk a little bit about that as we go forward. We also celebrated this past year the 50th anniversary of our in-stream flow program, which Andy also mentioned. That's the tool that we'll use to protect the Shoshone water right. We heard from Russ Schumacher this morning from CSU and the Colorado Climate Center. We collaborated on that report, and we're excited to be part of the third edition of the Climate Change in Colorado report, which provided a lot of really quality analysis and data, most of which is really hard to swallow, but that will be really important in guiding our decisions in the future. And that was just some of the accomplishments over the last year. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into some of those. So most of you in this room are probably very familiar with the water plan. It was released in January of 2023, and we've been really hard at work implementing those actions in the plan since then. We've advanced over 14% in 1 year, which is not too bad. And we are working on a 2-year progress report that will come out early next year. One of my goals personally, is to be really clear and to be held accountable for what we said we were going to do in the water plan. It's really an innovative approach to water planning that focuses on local collaboration and really a shared sense of ownership in advancing Colorado's water security plans. It outlines 50 actions that the state has committed to, the CWCB, alongside a number of our sister agencies, including the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Public Health and Environment, the Department of Local Affairs, Department of Agriculture, and others. And then also it outlines 50 partner actions that we really need various entities around the state to collaborate in order to achieve those actions. One thing about the CWCB, we don't own or operate water projects, and so we really rely on our partners around the state to be involved in the process. The partner actions, you can click the QR code there to learn a little bit more, but they include a variety of categories that, not coincidentally, correspond to our water plan grant funding categories. Those were really informed by the basin implementation plans. These are the strategy planning documents that were developed by each of the basin roundtables and really identify the challenges and opportunities faced in each basin to meet the water supply, agricultural and environmental gaps into the future. And notably, 50% of the projects that were identified in those basin implementation plans have multiple benefits. And that is one of the criteria for our water plan grant program. The 2-year progress report that I mentioned previously will include some highlights of projects that we've seen move forward under the water plan. And not all of these involve shovels and concrete. There are a lot of projects that are really important to moving forward that are action plans and efforts to engage local communities in an outreach capacity. I want to formally invite you all to the C9 Summit, which will be held October 1st and 2nd in Crested Butte. This is really an opportunity to provide connection and cross-basin communication, including bringing our board of directors together with the Basin Roundtable representatives, the Interbasin Compact Commission, and stakeholders around the state. We really look forward to having some really good conversations around water resilience, adaptation, policy development, education awareness, and really how we can move forward in a collaborative fashion together. There will be tours on the morning of the 1st, and then a full day of conversation on October 2nd. To register, you can go to engagecwcb.org. You have about a week left. I believe registration closes on the 28th, but I hope to see a number of you there. This will be our 2nd annual. We held the first C9 Summit about a year ago. Okay, we've already covered this topic, I think, in a number of different panels prior to me, but I can't give an update on the work CWCB is doing without touching on the Colorado River. So Yeah, here we go. It does continue to be one of CWCB's priorities. The Colorado River team at the Department of Natural Resources, which includes Commissioner Becky Mitchell, who's the state's lead negotiator for the Colorado River post-2026 negotiations that our previous panel discussed. We've also added several new positions at the CWCB to really ensure that we have the very best negotiating position going forward. And also some positions were added at the Division of Water Resources as well that are focusing on Colorado River technical modeling challenges. Earlier this year, the upper division states of Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming submitted an alternative, you heard a bit about this, for the operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead that's designed to be responsive to the hydrologic conditions, to rebuild storage, to protect water users, and our future. The Bureau of Reclamation, as Russell mentioned, is currently analyzing the submissions that the Bureau received through the NEPA process and is working on developing a range of alternatives. And meanwhile, Becky and her counterparts, the federal government and the Colorado River tribes, continue to meet and discuss the post-2026 guidelines. The Upper Colorado River Commission, or the UCRC, is also working to formalize a way for us to get credit for conserved water. And this has been a really big deal and something we've heard around the state, how important it is to be credited for the water that we save, not have it just flow to the lower basin. A frequently asked question that we get is, what is the Upper Basin doing to support a healthy river system? And no surprise to you all, I'm sure, but there's a strong narrative out there that we're not doing much, that we're just sitting on our hands and putting all of the work on the lower basin to solve this problem. And I'm here to tell you that that really couldn't be further from the truth. You here are on the front lines and are aware of all the sacrifices being made. From the state's perspectives, in investment alone, the CWCB has granted out more than $87 million in water plan grants that promote efficiency, conserve water, and maximize multi-beneficial outcomes. And this is in partnership with all sorts of entities around the state. We don't get the credit alone. Our Colorado Water Loss Prevention Program, which the CWCB runs, has led to training for over 90 utilities across the state and has identified more than 20,000 acre-feet in preventable losses. Our Watershed Restoration Program restores and protects the headwaters of the Colorado River with more than $22 million invested in wildfire and flood resilience and stream stabilization. And on top of all of that, Colorado already lives within the means of the river. We regularly take shortages of over 600,000 acre-feet per year, and that's on average, so sometimes it's more than that. And as Becky Mitchell is fond of saying, we can't use what nature doesn't provide. On total, the Upper Basin shortages average 1.3 million acre-feet a year, and so we use significantly less than our compact apportionment. These investments that we make into the Colorado River headwaters benefits the entire Colorado River, but most importantly, it helps Colorado water users adapt to the variability that we know and expect from the Colorado River. We know that there is a lot happening on the Colorado River, and it's hard sometimes not to get lost in the headlines. But the CWCB team is working really hard to keep information available to our water users through our Commissioner's Corner. And this is a specific section of our CWCB website where we go in and regularly provide updates on what's going on the negotiations and other issues related to the Colorado River. So please feel free to click that and bookmark it. We also have, as part of the Colorado River team that we recently kind of beefed up, we hired Michael Elizabeth Sakis, who is our Colorado River Communications Director. You may recognize her name. She's a former journalist at Colorado Public Radio, and in fact was the host of the podcast Parched. So we're really lucky to have Michael, and she's really been dedicated to providing really transparent information on what's going on. We've also been scheduling regular Colorado River webinars. The next one is October 17th. You can find out more about that and the link to join on our CWCB calendar page. In addition to the communications that we're working on coming out of CWCB and the Department of Natural Resources, we're also working to coordinate across the upper division states to get all of our messaging out more proactively and in a more unified fashion. And we understand that sometimes there are articles that come out that we don't love, and we're never going to be able to prevent that from happening. But what we can do and what we have been doing and what we will continue to improve upon is putting out clear, transparent messaging about Colorado River matters. Relatedly, in addition to supporting the state and interstate water negotiations, CWCB also supports programming that's critical to our water users and environment through the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program. This program supports the recovery of 4 threatened and endangered fish in the Yampa, White, Colorado, and Gunnison River basins, while successfully providing more than 1,500 water projects in Colorado with Endangered Species Act compliance. And this is pretty incredible, but since the existence of the program, no water project in Colorado has ever been involved in litigation over ESA compliance. These fish, the bony tail, humpback chub, razorback sucker, and Colorado pike minnow, have resided in our West Slope rivers for millions of years, and this program's mission is really to ensure their continued existence. We partnered with the West Slope to address a number of pressing issues this year, including funding shortfalls, non-native species, and the delivery of water to critical reaches of the river during times of low flow. And of the highest importance and pretty timely, discussions are ongoing, we've been working with federal legislation that would reauthorize the funding for these programs if passed in 2024. So we're continuing to work with the congressional delegation to really impress upon them the critical nature of supporting these programs at sufficient funding levels, and remain hopeful that they will reauthorize the program in Congress by the end of the year. The other program that I wanted to highlight is our Wildfire Ready Watersheds program. And if you've been within like a 10-mile radius of Chris Sturm at the CWCB, no doubt you've heard all about this. He's done a really amazing job on this program and also just spreading the word about its existence. But for those of you that don't know Chris Sturm, this is really a strategy and program that we developed that provides a proactive approach to address post-wildfire impacts proactively. So the way the program works is we look at water resources, communities, critical infrastructure. They're called values at risk in the program vocabulary, and develop a framework that communities can then plan for wildfires. So we implement mitigation strategies to minimize the impacts before the wildfires occur. So this is being completed on a statewide scale, but is really performed at the local scale through wildfire ready action plans. And these are the local strategy documents that then enable us to better identify how funding can really be put to its maximum use by targeting the areas that will have the most consequence if they're hit by a wildfire. So currently there are 13 wildfire ready action plans in progress in different watersheds around the state. 5 of these are on the West Slope in the Roaring Fork, Upper and Middle Colorado, and the Upper Yampa subbasins. There are 4 plans that are currently under review for funding by the CWCB, all 4 are on the West Slope. And there are 9 CWCB-funded pre-fire mitigation projects that come out of these plans that are in process, and another 3 projects that are under review for funding. We've also been really grateful to host staff from the Colorado River District to attend our various stakeholder meetings and have their support of the program. The River District is providing match funding for the North Fork Gunnison Wildfire Ready Action Plan, which is currently under review. I do want to talk in a little bit more detail about our various funding programs, and notably how we have really been able to partner with the River District and others in really being able to leverage the available funding that we have. One of our major grant efforts, as I've already discussed, is our Water Plan Grant Program. We provide funding, millions of dollars worth of funding for projects in 5 key categories. You can see on the slide there: water storage and supply, conservation and land use, engagement and innovation, and agriculture, and then watershed, health and recreation. The funded projects are wide-ranging and really, I think, significantly impactful to the state, focusing on enhancing water infrastructure, restoring ecosystems, and supporting education and collaboration, boosting conservation and efficiency, and then guiding resilient land use planning. For 23-24, we awarded $25.2 million for 84 water plan grant projects across the state. The grants were awarded for projects in all 9 river basins and in 30 counties across the state. To highlight just a few from the western slope, oops, how do I go back? Okay, well, you'll just have to look at that slide while I talk about water plan grants. For 23-24, we awarded $25.2 million for 84 water plan grants across the state. And these were awarded for projects in all 9 of Colorado's river basins. And in the Colorado Basin, we funded the Mormon Mesa Ditch Improvement Project, which was an infrastructure effort that was quickly implemented and completed to replace an open ditch with high-density piping. And improved the efficiency of water delivery and will allow 13 producers to increase forage yields for both livestock and wildlife. We also, another example on the western slope, funded the Colorado State University Drought Tolerance Vegetable Project, which involves cutting-edge research to develop crops that use less water and then brings those vegetables to local West Slope farmers markets. We do come out with an annual water plan grant report every year that highlights a number of projects around the state. Moving on to the Water Supply Reserve Fund. This program is really the funding that's been set aside for our basin roundtables to recommend funding for projects within the basin that will meet the goals and objectives of their basin implementation plans. Funding can go to technical assistance for permitting, feasibility studies, studies of structural or non-structural, non-consumptive water needs. We also have funding for design and then infrastructure replacement and maintenance projects. To date, since the program began in 2006, there have been 932 WSRF funded projects. There are currently 220 active grants involving nearly $32 million supporting projects all around the state. To date, the program has created over 40,000 acre-feet of new storage, restored 284,000 acres of preserved habitat, and enhanced 658,000 acre-feet of existing storage, and much more. I want to just briefly mention our technical assistance program. This really was in response to the call that we heard from stakeholders around the state that there was really a lack of capacity to access all the federal funding that's available. So this program we created from $5 million we received from the General Assembly out of ARPA funds to really try and bridge that gap. So we provide these grants directly to entities around the state to hire their own in-house resources to identify federal funding that may be available and that they qualify for, and then to do that grant writing. The deliverable out of this grant program is a federal grant application, and we've seen quite a bit of success with that. Grantees have already secured over $1.4 million in funding, and just with the grants we've awarded, there remains the opportunity for over $18.5 million yet to come through that program. Okay, so I did want to just, I guess, acknowledge and talk through some of the collaborative efforts that we've worked on with the River District. I'm going to go ahead and talk through all 26 projects that we've collaborated with the River District on through their grant programs, which have just, I think, really aligned well with our WSRF grant program and our water plan grant program that I just mentioned. So I hope you have another couple hours, because these are all really great projects that I want to tell you about. I'm just kidding. I do want to highlight a couple, though. This is the Maybell diversion structure that we partnered with the River District on. It's the largest irrigation diversion on the Lower Yampa. The River District supported the project with a $500,000 community funding partnership award. And we supported it with several water plan grants totaling $1.4 million. I've been to this project, and I can tell you, it is hard to get to. And so, you know, one of the points of this project was over generations, the water users had to hike in 3 miles to manually operate the head gate. And I will tell you, when I toured this project, I saw no fewer than 3 rattlesnakes. So I assure you that the head gate was very well guarded, but not easy to get to. And so this grant funding, in part, funded a modernization of the headgate structure so that it could be operated remotely. It also provided fish passage and reconstructed a portion of the river to allow boat passage with a wave feature. Our funding, along with the river districts, comprised about 30% of the total project cost, so we were really excited about that. I could go on and on about the other projects that we have funded, but I think I will leave it there as I'm out of time. But I do really appreciate the opportunity to be here. If you have any questions or suggestions for how we might be able to do our outreach better or other topics we might need to engage difficult conversations on, please reach out to me. I'm easy to find. My email is lauren.riss@state.co.us. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Lauren. We have 2 minutes and we have a couple of questions from the audience, if you're willing to stay up there for just a brief moment.
Yeah.
First question, are there any innovative approaches or technologies that the CWCB is exploring to help Colorado meet future water demands?
So we do have, as part of the Colorado River package that hiring package that I mentioned, we just recently brought on a new technical modeler that will work with Brian McPherson, if you're familiar with Brian's work. But I think we're really lucky at the state to have really talented folks on the technical side. They're working on developing the DSS, the decision support systems for Colorado that I think really provide pretty unique, transparent information compared to other Western states. So I think we're really proud and excited about that. And then I mentioned earlier in my talk that we have been putting on water loss trainings, which are being led by Kevin Reedy on staff, that really train utilities to detect leaks in their system, which can be a really important way to make sure that we're maximizing every drop. So I think those are two areas that come to mind.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Lauren. We very much appreciate you being here. My name is Amy Moyer. I am the Director of Strategic Partnerships with the Colorado River District, and I'll be leading us into our next discussion to highlight our community funding partnership, which is a flagship program at the River District where we're able to invest funding and build partnerships across the district. So I'm going to go ahead and invite our next panel to come up, and I'll also do a little bit of an introduction to highlight this program. Here we go. All right. So the Community Funding Partnership was launched by the Colorado River District. You heard a little bit about this from Andy this morning in 2021 after the passage of ballot question 7A in 2020. And this program receives $4.2 million annually each year to invest in water projects that enables our communities to thrive into the future. And the program provides support for projects that meet multiple benefits. And so these are projects that support productive agriculture that you've heard today in many panels that is integral to our communities. It helps us provide funding to upgrade our infrastructure that is often a century old, yet facing the demands of present day. It helps us ensure that our rivers remain healthy and our watersheds and water quality remain pristine and support functioning ecosystems. We're also supporting projects that conserve and increase efficiencies that make our water systems work better. And since 2021, we have funded over 120 projects with $21.9 million in support, which is encouraging our West Slope water users to bring those innovative ideas and solutions to the table. And with those dollars, we are also looking at every opportunity to leverage additional funds at the state, at the federal, and other local sources. And we've been able to leverage over $89 million in funding that goes on the ground within Colorado's Western Slope. So we use our funding as often the first piece of the funding puzzle to unlock these dollars from other sources. And so transitioning to the panel today, we're going to turn to our TAPs. So we've talked a lot about the Colorado River, we've talked about agriculture, we're gonna look at the taps within our homes and businesses. I'm going to introduce a panel to dive in deeper into the water conservation perspective from our towns, cities, and counties. And so the Colorado River District's Community Funding Partnership has invested in a program called Growing Water Smart. This is in partnership with the Sonoran Institute that brings together local leaders to identify solutions that are unique and work for their communities that integrate land use and water planning. And so we bring together these local government teams for a facilitated multi-day workshop to develop these action plans for their communities. And we'll hear from 3 of the communities and participants in a workshop that we held last fall in October to kick this off on the Western Slope. So it's not only looking at water conservation, it's looking at other strategies aimed at watersheds and river health, aimed at stormwater, aimed at really looking at how do we best use our water portfolios and our assets from a local government perspective. So we're continuing this program in 2025. We're partnering with the Southwestern Water Conservation District to lead another cohort next year. So for all of the local governments in the audience, stay tuned for an application process to be part of the next opportunity next year. But we've heard these big picture conversations again. We've heard about the Shoshone water right. I want to zoom in on water conservation at the local level. And so we're looking at the obstacles. We've heard a lot today. There is pressure on our water supplies from multiple angles. Pressures from what our snowpack and our rivers provide, pressures from growth and demand, pressures from increasing natural hazards like wildfire and flood. There's often a traditional disconnect between our land use and water policies. Growth and water have not always been talking. And so the Growing Water Smart program started with that recognition of communities cannot grow and thrive into the future without considering the constraints on our water supply. And third, moving forward with water conservation and those strategies takes capacity. It takes resources, it takes staff, it takes time, and it takes education. But with that comes incredible opportunity. We heard earlier from our climatologists that drought, wildfire, and those extremes are going to increase in frequency and intensity. So we need to look at strategies of how do we build resiliency, how do we build redundancy in our drinking water supplies so that our communities on the West Slope can continue to thrive into the future. We've heard a lot about how do we be forward thinking into the future. And the good thing is there's local and statewide momentum. We're going to hear from the leaders on stage of how they are working with their communities to develop strategies that work. And we're also seeing shifts on a statewide level, looking at policies from the legislature under the Gold Dome that's looking at let's not put in non-functional turf, let's not put in grass that nobody's ever gonna walk on. So there is momentum of looking at strategies that work. And so with that, we're gonna turn towards our panelists and really take a moment to hear from some of our community members that are meeting the moment on developing water conservation strategies for their communities. So we're gonna start with introductions from each of the panelists. So I'm gonna have you introduce yourselves, your role in your community, and talk about what makes your community and water supply situation unique. So I think we're gonna start backwards. We're gonna start with Matt.
Good afternoon. I am Matt Langhorst. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Glenwood Springs. Kind of give you a relative idea of what we are. We're a community of 9,954 according to the federal government. I'm pretty sure it's about 11.5. We use about 1.2 million gallons of water in the wintertime and 3.7 million gallons of water in the summertime per day. You can see quite a discrepancy right there, and that's part of this conversation is what is that wasted water? We have obviously dealt with, you probably heard recently, the Grizzly Creek fire. That fire burned a portion of both of our watersheds. It wasn't a significant portion, but it was the portion adjacent to the bottom of the watersheds and both of our intakes, so it has impacted us quite significantly. And we have been working pretty diligently for the last few years to mitigate those impacts. And we can probably get into that a little bit later on how we did that, but that's me.
All right, Nina, you're next.
Hello, everyone. Wonderful to be with you all today. My name is Nina Waters, and I am one of Summit County's commissioners on our Board of County Commissioners. I am a rafter and that's who was interested in water, and then that snowballed, and then next thing I knew, I was a county commissioner, which is not typically the path of most raft guides, I can say. But really, what we're doing in Summit County, so Summit County is a community that's approximately 31,000 residents, but on any given weekend, we can fluctuate due to our tourism economy up to 175,000. Just visiting our world-class ski resorts, as well as our thriving summer recreation economy that kind of revolves around fishing guides, whitewater, of course, and those just wanting to recreate on our wonderful Lake Dillon, which is owned by Denver Water. And so we have a lot of different dynamics that kind of go into our decision-making when it comes to water use. And then, of course, for us, we are ground zero to the affordable housing crisis here in Colorado. We have more short-term rentals than any other community in the state. And of our available 31,000 housing stock, apparently 70% of that is second homes. So we have a very little amount of available housing available to our residents. And so when we think about how we're going to tackle the affordable housing crisis, we also really, really try to be strategic about how that informs our water and sewer use as well, and the infrastructure that is needed for that. So that's kind of us in a quick little nutshell.
Thanks, Nina, and we'll turn it over to Preston.
Hi, everyone. Preston Neal. I'm from Ridgway, Colorado. I serve as town manager in Ridgway. I've been in the role for 5 years, give or take now. For anyone who doesn't know where Ridgway is, shame on you, but it's about an hour and a half south of here. It's a wonderful community of, give or take, 1,200 people. I think the census says it's a little bit more now. Ridgway is the most engaged community I've ever lived in or been a part of. It's the most water conscious community I've ever lived in or been a part of. I think that's, it's fascinating in and of itself. I think one of the main reasons, of course it's not the only reason, but one of the main reasons that our overall community is so water conscious is its proximity to the San Juan Mountains. During stints of drought, you can look up and see the mountains and what those stints of drought can do compared to more mild and cooler summers. Again, I don't want to, downplay or say that that's the major reason, but I have had residents come to Ridgway Town Hall and attest to that fact. But again, a very engaged community. The town itself, as a local government, is a water purveyor. We have a water system. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of what we're dealing with based on the natural disaster front here, I think, as we get through the questions. But that's a little bit about me and the town of Ridgway.
Great. Well, thank you. We're going to start with what can seem like a simple question of why is municipal water conservation important? But each community has their different pinch points in their water supplies. You've heard a little bit about that in their introductions. And we have folks on our panel from varying levels of governments. We have a county representative, a city, a town. They're at different places, different geographies, different economies within our district. So we're going to kick it off with a question that each of our panelists can answer. That is, why is municipal water conservation important, and why is it necessary for your community? And Matt, maybe we'll start with you and just go down the line.
I probably have the worst answer to that question. We actually have 3 different water sources we can use and a huge amount of water rights. I watch, and our crews watch what the SNOTEL sites tell us every single day during the winter, what the water equivalency is going to be. We kind of look at it as how much water is going to come back down the hill. We've done analysis from 1977, which was the worst year for snow in the Roaring Fork Valley, and said, hey, if this happened again, how much water would come out of the basins that we need it to? And it's always significantly more than we need. Now, that being said, we look at it as, if you don't need it, why waste it? We have turf buyback programs so that we make sure that that discrepancy between that 1.2, 1.3 million and that 3.7 in the summertime comes down, and every year it comes down a little bit. Why is it important to us? I hate producing water and having people spray it on lawns. I want them to use it for internal use. We want them to be as efficient with it as humanly possible so that we're not wasting water and that the Colorado River Basin is not lacking the water that we could be saving for them. So kind of in a bad spot to answer that question because we do have a significant amount of water rights and water coming to us. Our limitations are basically capacity within the system itself. Our plant can produce 2.5 times more water than we actually ever produce. And our water rights are significantly more than that. But I still believe in water conservation, and we push every program we can through CLEAR, and with the Colorado River District helps quite a bit so that we can continue to move proper programs forward, which is code compliancy, bringing codes up to date. For a little nugget, we're actually building, there's a development in the city of Glenwood Springs being built right now, which will increase our population by 10%. Just one development, but if you do the calculations for it with all code compliancies and changes in code for what they can plant now, it will only increase my water usage by 2. Those are the things that make water conservation through municipalities possible, and you'll hear that from down the line here also.
Yeah, so in terms of why it's important, our Ridgeway's overall water supply, water resiliency, efficiency, you name it, I was alluding to it before, has always been at the forefront of, I shouldn't say always, but seems consistently at the forefront for a lot of our residents. That in turn has transitioned over to town leadership by way of our town board, the Ridgeway Town Council, staff, to consistently make efforts to better understand our water supply, check it against new and unanticipated levels of growth, implications of climate change. At a more fundamental level, I think it's important because of how folks want to see our watershed healthy. You can talk all day about sustainability. There's a dozen different terms for sustainability. But I think for Ridgeway, I don't want to speak for everyone in Ridgeway, but there's this fundamental belief that we should be living in a way that does not impede the ability of future generations to live. I hear that pretty frequently, maybe not every day, but pretty frequently around town. So that's why I would say it'd be important. The other thing I'd say is I hear from residents, and so does our town board, about integrating land use and water, which drove Ridgeway to apply. And thankfully, we were selected to attend the Growing Water Smart workshop this last October. We had already been implementing a number of approaches to achieve those goals, and we learned quite a few more by way of that workshop and the action plan that we put in place. So we could all talk all day, but that's a little bit about why it's important to Ridgeway.
So in Summit County, I think water is integral to all of our community's way of life, but very much for Summit County in a couple different ways. First and foremost, like I had mentioned, we have 4 world-class ski resorts in our community. So that means that even in the winter, we have to have a minimum amounts of flows in order to deliver water to create snow on those ski hills. And that's a main vein to our economy. So that's in the winter. But then when you transition over to the summer, I'd mentioned our recreational economy, which is based in fishing, guiding, whitewater exploration, and then also Lake Dillon, which is a huge economic driver with 2 thriving marinas, all of our rentals, all of our taxi cab or water taxis and things like that. So it's really, really integral. And then last but certainly not least, we talk a lot in our board and in our county commissioner about how water is so integral to our community's mental health. Being able to go out and paddle on Lake Dillon or down the river, or being able to take a walk along a stream, that's so important to our residents at their core. In order to be able to return back to work and produce our economy, they have to have a good sense of living, and water is connected to many of our residents in that way. So I think that that's really important, and that's something that we really really took away from our Growing Water Smart program, which was really, when we talk about these bigger conversations and how we're going to improve our citizens' lives, may that be through affordable housing or whatever that is, it's going to, that's going to be impacted by water and how much water we have to further that development or move forward with affordable housing projects. We also have a pretty robust amount. We have over a dozen water providers and sanitation districts in Summit County. So that's quite a few hens in the hen house that we have to coordinate and work together in order to corral and map out what our future development and growth will look like. We brought them all to the table during our Growing Water Smart sessions, and with our water commissioner, who I know is in the audience, Troy Wineland. Hey there, Troy. Oh, there he is. Really bringing all of those stakeholders to the table so that we can help implement that into our comprehensive plan, which was one of our biggest goals and what we're moving forward with, which is integrating water use into that comprehensive plan to help plan out for future development. So all of that is, it's all, I mean, yeah, I could go on, but I won't.
I may let you, Nina, because I want to turn to what is the future going to look like when we're thinking about growth and you're thinking about water conservation strategies. What can we expect? So we're going to talk about what are the most important policies or codes or initiatives that we need to implement in the next few years, and what does that look like for people listening in the audience today? Everybody wants to hear about the water conservation strategies or what might happen to them. So we can work backwards this time and start with you, Nina, in Summit County, what do you see happening in the future from a water conservation perspective? And what does that mean for the homeowner or resident sitting in the audience?
Absolutely. So first, we're all talking about it, turf replacement. So we have moved forward with our own turf replacement program. We are in its first year of its pilot program, putting in a couple demo gardens across the county. I'm really pushing for us to get one at the courthouse. So if anybody knows any Summit County representatives that can help us get that turf replaced, call me. But in addition to that, so that's the first one. And then I had mentioned earlier about that comprehensive plan. So we are looking at implementing the comprehensive plan and kind of intersecting that with water usage. And one of the things that we further, or we took out of the Growing Water Smart program was that we applied for a technical assistance grant. And that's gonna help our planning department to create GIS overlay maps of our various water and sewer districts so that we can, and what is their capacity? Because we can't move forward with good development and thoughtful development and density in that development if we don't know exactly what water we have in the future. Another thing that we're doing is that we use, Summit County is blessed to have some water rights, and we utilize those as bargaining chips to work with some various towns and municipalities within our county to help further development. So we do a little bit of trading and wheeling and dealing in that way in order to further build more affordable housing. So those are some of the things, but I think the most important one is really implementing that into our comprehensive plan, because with current zoning regulations, we have really robust zoning regulations in Summit County, but that still doesn't really impart thoughtful development when it comes to water use. We can't really shape that, but what the comprehensive plan will be doing is starting to help plan for that future growth and development, and that will help kind of enforce what we believe in Summit County is to conserve water.
Preston, what does that look like for the town of Ridgway?
Sure. So same question and everything?
Same question.
So it's really great to have a formal, well, I see it as a little more formal action plan in place that came through the Growing Water Smart workshop. What we need to work on is in Ridgway is integrating it or figuring out how to marry it with our comprehensive plan, our master plan, and our annual strategic plan. I don't think it's going to be too hard. Our master plan is you know, everyone touts, oh, it's really well done. Ridgway's is really well done. We love it. It's really a really wonderful guiding document that we refer to almost daily for various land use items, et cetera. So making sure that they're married and jive going into the future will be hugely important. But riddled in our action plan are projects like a pilot project for turf replacement that we just finished just a few weeks ago in Hartwell Park, our like the crown jewel of Ridgeway. So it's a little high-profile pilot project to replace about 5,500 square feet of turf, give or take. So glad that we checked that one off the list, but we also have things like low-impact development standards, residential turf replacement program, revisiting and enhancing our stormwater regulations. And then the other two are almost go without saying, but consistently and at a high level, revisiting our water and sewer rates to ensure that everything's moving forward in the right way. So I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, thanks, Preston. And Matt, same question, but I'm wondering, since you mentioned the new development in the city of Glenwood Springs that's increasing the population, whether that new development face different regulations, different codes that is emblematic of how the city may be growing in a different way than it has in the past from a water conservation perspective. So what's happening in the city of Glenwood Springs now and that we can expect in the future?
Well, we actually just completed our comprehensive plan update recently, and a lot of times Public Works isn't drawn into those maybe as much as it should be. We had a lot of conversations about how to conserve water. What does that look like in the future? What are our plans for the future on water volume or capacity coming into the city? And basically, I look at it as we can actually move about 9 million gallons of water. What if we did half of that? What if we did another half below that? What is our ability to supply water to the city of Glenwood Springs as our water goes down and down and down with global warming? So they looked at it and said, okay, do we really need landscape islands between parking stalls? Do we really need bluegrass? What are drought resistant materials that can be put in that's not just rock? Okay, you could put rock in, but then you get that heat, the dome associated with it. Okay, let's make sure that there's some vegetation in there. There's going to be a tree that'll cover the rock and a canopy, but it doesn't use a whole lot of water. So what we've been looking at, because if you've ever been to City of Glenwood Springs, my predecessor called it 2 cracks in the earth with rivers running through it, because that's all we are. There's almost no flat land, so you can't grow out. You have to grow up. And that's what we've been seeing, not community supported, but that what we've been seeing is things are going up and getting a little bit larger, more apartment complexes, those kinds of fun things, which is beneficial to the city in itself because it is way more efficient when it comes to water, sewer, electricity, which we run all of those things. Like I said, that's a 10% increase in residents, but it's only about a 2% increase in actual water usage. So we're staying in line with the codes. We're staying in line and making them build to the newest, I will say newest here soon because it's 2023 is coming up, plumbing codes, and that is high efficiency plumbing all the way across the board. Our average use per resident is actually going down and down and down. We recalculate it every 3 to 5 years. And the last time I've been here, since I've been here in 10 years, it's gone down almost 150 gallons per day per resident. So it's a really interesting phenomenon that yes, you can build, but you need to build efficiently and your codes need to support that.
An open question for the group, when you're talking about the strategies that we might see in the future, whether it's codes or turf replacement, what are the biggest obstacles to achieving those, whether it's policies or education or overall sentiment from the community, if anyone wants to respond to that?
I'll give it a go. From Ridgeway's perspective, you know, because we're the smallest community up here, it's capacity limitations. It never feels cool to throw out there that we don't have enough staff or resources to be able to do something. But, and I say this word too much, but fundamentally, it always boils down to the capacity to be able to take things on, advance, you know, the really cool projects that we're talking about, you know, code updates, et cetera. So that's where I'd say capacity.
And I think that, you know, much like Glenwood, and it's that, you know, the thing that I constantly battle with is when is development going to hit that wall? When is enough enough? And so I think that's something that all municipal and local leaders always struggle with, is that, you know, we're constantly thinking about, well, the growth is coming. People are coming to share in this beautiful place that we live, but then how do we have the capacity to serve those? Every new affordable housing development that we move forward with, that means one less drop of water for the current residents that live here. So I think that that's something that we constantly kind of battle with, but obviously, you know, we try to be thoughtful in that by including more density to our projects, building up, because, and too many locals, or at least the longtime locals, much of their chagrin. And so that's something that we focus a lot on. And then I think another one is just when we have a lot of new residents, many coming from the East Coast, or those who have really robust water supply, and then they move to the West, and they just don't have that deep-rooted connection with water like our locals do, or like, you know, those who just really, really value and treasure that. And so I think that's something to try to educate the newcomers who are constantly wanting to live the, you know, Rocky Mountain dream, trying to educate them on, you know, their water use and best practices is something that we're really trying to hammer down on.
Nina, I'm wondering if you can expand just in a questions unique to a few of our panelists. You know, it's my understanding that Summit County has 19 different water providers, has a high number of second homeowners, like you talked about, in short-term rentals, high number of commercial entities. How, from Summit County's perspective, do you build unity around water conservation with some of those unique aspects in your communities?
Well, a lot of whiskey. No, just kidding. Just kidding. No, it's really just, I think that those who find themselves managing all of this work and the water and sewer districts, I think they have a deep compassion for our community. And so they understand every day what it is that they provide to the community. And so we find ourselves not as enemies or as adversaries within Summit County, because we know that we have bigger fish to fry. And you know, and not that I mean that to be adversarial against anyone, because at the end of the day, no matter who we are, no matter what, you know, what letter lives beside our names, you know, on the ballot, whatever. We all need water to survive and to live and to thrive. And so I think that we constantly remember that. We remind ourselves at the beginning of every meeting, we only move at the speed of the speed of trust. And so we have that implicit, you know, trust of one another to be able to provide that super need for our community. And then, I mean, we have Lake Dillon, like I had mentioned, in our community, and that is owned by Denver Water, and that's about 50% of their water supply. And so with that, we know that that's a really important thing to our community, but also the money and the economy that is driven around that water source is so valuable. It brings over $6.5 million into our communities each year with the marinas and everything that's going on the lake. So if we didn't have that, what would that do to our economy? And so we know that it's a symbiotic relationship with, you know, those diverters as well as those who live within the county. And we really try to work well together. And of course, whiskey.
We're getting close to our happy hour, so we can all think those thoughts. Matt and Preston, you both have mentioned dealing with natural disasters. So the city of Glenwood Springs experienced the Grizzly Creek fire in 2020, followed by significant landslides in subsequent years. The town of Ridgway has recently experienced significant impacts to their water systems following extreme rain events just this August. What have you learned from those natural disasters, and how does this enhance a need to build that better connection between water and land use? And Matt, why don't we start with you?
The main thing I learned right off the bat was know all of your neighbors and partners. CWCB has been amazing in that process. Forest Service, you need to know everybody that is pertaining to your watersheds and your water sources, because when something does happen, you have to know who to call and where to start that conversation. What have we kind of learned through the process is that you have to have redundant water sources. You need to understand how your plants actually operate and how old they are and how they're dysfunctional at the same time. We are in a unique situation because we are all source water, basically river water, watersheds. We don't have any wells. So we take either out of the Roaring Fork River or out of our two adjacent creeks, No Name and Grizzly Creek, which are all can be problematic because the fires did occur in those two watersheds. So in some cases, we would have large debris flows. And those debris flows would cause us not to have water. We would have to shut the entire system down. You're thinking, well, there's a third water source in the Roaring Fork. Lucky for us, Lake Christine fire also happened. And when it rains in the Roaring Fork Valley, it rains over Basalt and it rains over Glenwood Springs. So we would have a good 2-hour differential before all of our water sources were basically useless. So we've learned a lot. We've upgraded a ton, but the biggest thing that we've learned is know the partners that are out there and know who to call when something happens so that you have the resources you need basically immediately, because everybody calls you back. They have dealt with it themselves. And you know where the money is because you're going to need some.
Preston, I imagine you're still in the midst of dealing with impacts to your water system, but how is the town of Ridgway responding to some of the impacts to your water system, and how does it relate to this conversation on land use and water conservation and looking at increased resiliency across your community?
Yeah, a lot of whiskey. So we could talk all day. Ridgeway, on August 12th, there was a really intense storm that took out the town's headgate infrastructure for the town's primary water source. And so, yeah, we are still in the infancy stages of trying to navigate how to build something more resilient, because putting back what we had there isn't going to work. You know, I don't care if you're bought into climate change or not, the storms that we're seeing in Ridgeway over the last few years are just becoming more intense. As you can see with what we just experienced. And we have employees that have been with the town of Ridgeway for 40 plus years, and they've never seen anything like what we're dealing with now. So, you know, we've learned a lot in just a short period of time, but it's really only reinforced that we need to realize the health of our watershed, advance or stay this path of trying to be more efficient with our water, improve resiliency, forge ahead with all the actions, all the projects, all the items on that action plan that were there before we even attended the Growing Water Smart workshop. And so I know we're running short on time, but we've learned a lot in a short amount of time.
With our 1 minute remaining, we're gonna not leave it on a note on natural hazards, but leave it on a note of positivity and hope. So we're gonna do just a last rapid fire question of, when you're thinking about your community's water future, what gives you hope? Nina, do you wanna start, and we'll go down the line?
Oh gosh, what gives me hope? That there will be whiskey in my future? No, but I do think that, like I had mentioned, you know, with all of our partners in all of this work, moving forward at the speed of trust, like I had mentioned, is something that gives me hope. We aren't going to rush through this. We aren't going to, and we're going to hold one another accountable when when we implement these community plans or this comprehensive plan. I've got 2 nonprofits who are constantly knocking on my door. Commissioner, you said you would pass this. Commissioner, you said you would do that. And so that actually holding your local elected officials accountable gives me hope for the future, because we're not going to get out of this situation without, working together and having partners and all of that.
Preston?
Yeah, 2 quick things. I've already mentioned the first one. What gives me hope is that there is buy-in with our community, such a small community, but that buy-in is already there and will continue to be there. The second thing is, I don't want to get emotional, but what we're dealing with in Ridgeway is pretty heavy stuff. The support that we've gotten from DHSEM, CWCB, I saw Ashley here earlier, the NRCS. We're in, as a small community and for communities around the state, we're in really good hands. There's a lot of, Colorado River District, of course, Sonoran Institute. You can go down the list and name a lot of great agencies and organizations that are here to support municipalities, large, medium-sized, small counties, you name it. What gives me hope is that the support is there and will continue to be there.
Anybody that's ever heard me talk about these fires and the water use in the city of Glenwood Springs, my hope is that in 1984, the city of Glenwood Springs peaked out at 9.1 million gallons of water use every single day with 5,000 residents. Since then, we've installed water meters, we've implemented codes, we've gone through all of these processes. We are now 11,000 people and we use less than 4 million gallons of water every day. It works. You use the technology, you use the codes, you use it to your advantage, you can reduce water usage in a municipality quite quickly. I mean, we should be, according to those reports, using 17 million gallons a day at this point in our lives. We're using under 4. So my hope is that we continue doing what we're doing and we continue to use less and less water and we use the codes to get us there.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Please join me in a round of applause. Back to the podium. Whiskey or some alcoholic beverage tends to show up in our last panels, which is why we end with a happy hour to close us out. For the last event of the day, I'm going to continue highlighting our community funding partnership and specifically our accelerator grant program. So you've heard about that a little bit in earlier panels today, but it was launched in 2022 following significant federal funding opportunities made possible through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act. And at the Colorado River District, we realized we needed to meet the moment in securing as much of this federal funding as possible within our district and within the Western Slope. And we started thinking, how can we use our local dollars as an important catalyst, as an important jumping off point for these large-scale federal dollars? And we also quickly realized that we were facing some pretty steep competition. Our West Slope water projects were not just competing against water projects across our state, but we're also competing against projects across the Western United States that have been prepared and have been designed and shovel-ready for these large-scale federal dollars. And so we launched the Accelerator Grant Program to support our water users in accessing this once-in-a-generation funding opportunity by supporting the feasibility, design, and engineering and grant writing so that our West Slope water users were ready to access that federal funding. And it's worked. So far, we've had 10 projects receive Accelerator Grant funding that have applied for a federal grant. We've invested about $450,000 in those projects, and those projects have been awarded nearly $17 million in federal funding. And so we're going to play a video in just a moment, and you'll hear another statistic in that video that for every $1 that we've invested from the Accelerator Grant Program, we've received a return of $64 of federal funding being spent on the ground within our district in Western Colorado. So we've put together a video to close out our programming for the end of the day that highlights an important project going on in Ouray County, looking to enhance and restore the Uncompahgre River. So with that, I think we'll play the video, and thank you for your time.
For more than 80 years, the Colorado River District has been working to protect West Slope water and keep your water on the Western Slope. Today, the Colorado River District continues that legacy with the creation of the Community Funding Partnership.
The Colorado River District Community Funding Partnership is a really important source of funds for local governments, private citizens, and local nonprofits to get projects shovel ready so that we can take advantage of these larger tranches of federal funds. The Uncompahgre Multi-Benefit Project is a project that takes a bite out of cleaning up this river. It was initiated and led by a group of private citizens, led by Fred Phillips. So it's really novel and really exciting to see our citizens value the river and value native habitats.
We really want to improve the water quality and the habitat of the Uncompahgre. We want to use our water as efficiently as we can for agriculture. We want to recharge this floodplain, and we just want to create a healthier community and water for all of us. To put together a multi-benefit project like this, it's a pretty broad partnership.
With the Uncompahgre Watershed Partnership, their holistic assessment of the whole watershed really laid the groundwork for this, because they had already identified the issues in the watershed, and this piece of river they had identified as an area that needed a better connection with its floodplain, that needed some habitat work. So it really kind of ticked all the boxes as far as a true multi-benefit project. We applied to the River District for an accelerator grant. So beyond just being a funding source, they are a really good thought partner in getting projects going.
My name is Amy Moyer. I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships with the Colorado River District. The Accelerator Grant Program can provide up to 85% of funding for costs that include feasibility level work, design, engineering, and grant writing for locally driven multi-benefit projects that are seeking federal funding. We had an opportunity to fill a gap of early stage design work, of grant writing, of additional feasibility work to make sure that our projects are as competitive as possible to receive those large-scale federal dollars that are incredible catalysts for breaking ground on a project.
It's kind of a domino effect, because the River District funds can help unlock the state funds, which then help unlock the federal funds. So it all works together to help overcome that barrier.
For the past 2 years of the program, we've received an average federal funding return of $64 for every $1 we've spent on the Accelerator Grant Program.
With the Accelerator Grant, we were able to put together the design, costs, and details we needed to apply for and secure the Bureau Reclamation Water Smart funding. And now we have 1.7 million reasons to be happy in this watershed.
Together, we're funding community-driven projects that benefit current and future generations on the Western Slope. Because the work we do today will define our communities tomorrow.
I want to offer a heartfelt thank you to everyone who joined us today, especially to our speakers who have traveled from all over various corners of the states and very busy jobs and lives to be here on stage today. So let's give one more round of applause for all the speakers we had. I'm also just going to express my gratitude for the people I work with at the River District. The support that I've received from staff members has been tremendous, so thank you all for supporting and helping out today in whatever capacity, whether you were being welcomed at the registration table or helping me prep these panels. And then I also have to appreciate our board, who continues to support these outreach efforts and be active participants in these conversations. And finally, Colorado Mesa University for being such a great host today. I hope you all will take a few minutes and not run off and join us over here on the terrace for happy hour. Your name tag gets you a free beverage. Finish those networking conversations you might have been a little rushed out of earlier today. And thank you so much. We'll see you again next year.